This land is calling.
Welcome to the 2025 Esports World Cup Overwatch Last Chance Qualifiers. I got me in Avast with... Well, I'm not Avast. He's Avast. I might be Avast. Either of us, one of us could be Avast. The man with Avast is a duo. Our names are so similar. I've even gotten us confused. By the end of this, we're going to be one person.
They didn't think it would happen again. They didn't think it would happen. They said it couldn't be done because Avril wouldn't remember the name. And that's why, I mean, the A's are a little too similar there, but we are back. It is the last chance qualifier here, heading into OWCS. And we have some pretty exciting matches coming up. I know there's going to be some potential upsets, maybe, around the corner if we believe it. But more importantly, can we stick the name long enough to keep the AA?
I know. We're all here. The big four co-streamers are here. The big co-stream, the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers. No, we're here to cast them. It's going to be a fun time. There's going to be a lot to play for here. So let's go through how this tournament is going to work. All of our teams, by the way, are here live in Riyadh, so that's going to be a lot of fun. You'll see them very soon. There's two phases of this. It is a 16-team GSL group stage, so 4 teams per group. Only the top 2 teams in each of the GSL groups will go on to the single elimination phase, which is the second phase here, of which the top 8 teams then play for supremacy. Only the top team gets to go to EWC.
And you see here, obviously, in our Group A Zeta Division, getting the first bye, heading on to round 2. So our first match that we're going to see is going to be Invaders versus TKO, winner advancing to phase 2 to place Zeta Division, who obviously got that bye coming out of OWCS Korea. And a pretty exciting team, Avril, right? Because they've looked pretty good in the meta. Farmer, likely not going to be playing, not even on the graphics, right? For them, I don't believe on the team anymore. And so it's just going to be Bernard all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta have a lot to play for here. Obviously, they are one of the teams that have one of the better chances of actually making it through. So, I mean, Falcons are also somewhere in these groups, somewhere in these top 16 teams that have made it to the last chance qualifier. Vision as well, team to look out for. Cold Metal have come all the way from Pacific, flown themselves out here to give themselves the best chance. Here is Group B with Falcons in it. Obviously, they're going to start with one of the buys. I think we've got 14 other 16 teams playing. For Falcons, they didn't do particularly well in the Korea Stage 2 playoffs, so they're here for a bit of redemption.
And they squeaked their way on in, and this is really their chance to show, do they still have it? There's been a lot of upsets for them, and I think there's just a lot of turmoil in general, so this is their chance to cement it, to make it in to EWC, because it would be crazy to not see them, considering their performance all of this year and last year previously. Group C here, obviously Vision, we talked a bit about them making their way through. They do have Violet, if you can believe it or not, so we're going to be seeing them back on that tier 1 stage. They've earned their way into the EMEA tier 1 for WCS, and now here, obviously, for the LCQ, along with some other very interesting squads across the board. And I do think Vision just going to be another team to watch out for. See, is this going to be turned to form for Violet?
I mean, we basically have the favorites out of every group kind of listed here. So our invited teams, Falcons, Zeta, Team Vision, and then Group D as well of Cold Metal, the team that have come through from Pacific Stage 2. So hoping to see what they can do, as well as they've just recently arrived in Riyadh. I saw their nice little team photo at the airport. They did have a couple of roster changes, given a couple players that have visa issues. So we're not going to see the full team come on through. I do believe they're playing with maybe a couple of subs, some emergency last-minute subs to play in. So whether they make it through or not, as only the first place team gets to go to EWC, there is still a lot of money to play for here. It's $100,000 spread across 2nd to 16th place.
And obviously, what most important for all these squads, though, is getting first, is making it to the main event for the chance to obviously compete for even a larger prize pool, a larger chunk of that glory, the chance to smash more trophies, more icons for these teams. So I do think everyone's going to be gunning for that, and we have a lot of, you know, front runners, but we also have some potential dark horse candidates, some teams that we haven't really seen a lot of that have shown up here to the event to potentially put on a really good show for us, right? And I think that's the cool part about an LCQ, is that someone could just explode out onto the stage and show us something that, wow, we weren't expecting that, especially because we have some really high caliber teams here. But obviously some of those favorites, Falcons, Zeta, etc., going to be looking out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the top 2 Korean teams. I also want to see what Cold Metal can do in here. I want to see Team Vision can do in here. They recently qualified through promotion relegation to go into EMEA Stage 3 for OWCS. So, you know, we already got a bit of a sneak peek of what they were capable of, and they look like a pretty damn good team. But of course, it's the one that goes to EWC. So let's go and take a look at what all the teams at EWC will be playing for.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
There it is, the EWC trophy, which of course Crazy Raccoon took out last year. This is the second year of Esports World Cup for Overwatch this year, integrated into the mid-season championship itself. So we have a lot of qualified teams through another round of 16 teams, not just in this competition, but also in the actual Esports World Cup itself. And there's actually a brand new prize that we have for this year for EWC that we didn't have last year. It's called the Jafonzo Award, and it was given to a team or player that can make it through the entire LCQ and then win the EWC. This is what Jafonzo did last year, playing EAFC. So he literally came through the LCQ and then he won the whole thing.
Light work. I mean, obviously light work for any team, but more importantly, I think just a huge award for anyone to be able to make that run. It's going to be pretty unprecedented here, but there are some teams at this LCQ that could do it, right? We've talked about them. You know, there could be that potential dark horse candidate, much like Jafonzo themselves, and $50,000, obviously nothing to scoff at. So definitely adds a little bit of extra weight here to this, which is already, there's a lot of weight because you're trying to make it to that main event, to the main event here for EWC. And so with adding a little bit of extra awards, never going to hurt, and getting the extra bragging rights on top of that, always going to be fun.
I mean, you have Falcons here, you have Zeta Division here. Falcons in particular, they have a strong chance of making it through all the way. I think the Korean teams that make it, we're assuming it's going to be the Korean team that wins. I think it's pretty high likelihood that Zeta or Falcons, if they win this event, they go to EWC. They actually have the possibility of maybe pushing through the entire bracket at the actual Esports World Cup for the Midseason Championship for Overwatch and winning the whole thing, to even get the Jafonzo Award, but also to win the actual championship itself. Speaking of championships though, last year's club champion was Team Falcons. Let's take a look at how that team championship works.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
And I saw their club championship taken up by Team Falcons the last year, $7 million there as well. So yeah, a lot to play for the clubs themselves. Obviously, we'll be heading into, I think by the time Overwatch comes in, about the 4th week of EWC. So plenty of games will have already been played through in terms of how many points they've gotten as a club. So yeah, well, the club championship will be definitely trucking along by the time we get there for Overwatch.
And speaking of trucking along, we are going to truck along ourselves because we do have the map pool to look at here for the squads in LCQ. And it is going to be a pretty fun, interesting map pool. Obviously, it is going to be including that new map on Morocco. It's going to be Atlas. So here, entering the Flashpoint pool. So overall, just some tried and true favorites along with some new ones here, Avril.
We're changing up the map pool a little bit here. No Kings Row. No Runa Sapi, some of the staples gone that teams are really interested in. And no Ilios as well. So this might, I don't know, maybe this will hurt the Korean teams a little bit. I don't know how much dive we're going to be playing anyway, but we're certainly not going to be playing much dive now on that opening control anymore, given that Ilios was a bit of a staple for teams like Razor Raccoon. I'm obviously looking a little bit further into the future. But interesting to see what we're going to get out of Atlas, because we haven't really seen a lot of Atlas just yet. I believe promotion relegation for EMEA in North America, we got a little bit of Atlas in there that you saw. So some Atlas has already been played, but largely this is going to be a brand new one. And I'm not too sure what to expect just yet, but I'm hoping for good things.
Yeah, definitely is giving a lot of interesting looks so far, and what we've seen in some mixed opinions in the reception. So it's always tough to get make a new map in general. There's always going to be kind of the new early adopter effect. So going to be interesting to see how the strategies continue to develop, especially because Flashpoint's such a fast-paced game mode on average, and just having to be adaptable and flexible for that game mode. But still also leaving in that tricky there for the map pool, the Circuit Royale, right, which gives some of these teams that maybe have pull out different looks there. That's kind of the pocket pick for a lot of squads. So definitely an opportunity to bring out, especially if you have a really strong backline that can pull out the double flex. An opportunity to see that, which might be a little bit different from what we're likely going to see for the rest of the meta, which, a lot of that Lucio BAP, things like that.
Keeping the Watchman Gibraltar in there is really good as well, because it does mean that if there is a team that really wants to still lean into a bit of dive, maybe the hard dive, playing some Winston in there. I don't know if we're going to see much Winston in this meta currently, but Gibraltar is available. Maybe the Diva teams will enjoy that one. So it's always nice to have that type of map still in the pool to throw a bit of a span in the works. I personally quite like Circle Rail just because it has been, kinda still is sometimes, that map that forces a decent amount of variety out of your compositions, forces your team to change things up a little bit, so you can't just sort of one-trick one composition throughout the entire tournament, throughout the entire meta, right? So, yeah, good to see that. Ilios is typically one of those maps as well, but I'm hoping that maybe a Busan or a Lijiang Tower in there could still kind of bait out a couple of different comps instead of everyone playing the same role.
Well, it's especially interesting considering that, our top Korean teams, typically you associate them with, oh, we're going to pull out some potentially more dive-heavy, Winston-heavy compositions. But both these squads, right, for Zeta and Falcons, which, we're projecting to be the favorites, right? No, not a guarantee, just a projection, obviously, based on their previous strength, their strengths coming out of Korea. And they're not likely going to be playing that much Winston, right? Because we've been seeing them play a lot more Bernard with Zeta, a lot more Hanbin with Falcons. And so we're not necessarily even going to see them necessarily reap the advantages of that unless they're going towards those Diva compositions. So it gives some openings here to some of those teams like Vision Esports, even Cold Metal. Some of the Saudi Arabian teams are coming into LCQ. Can they pull out a pocket pick Winston that maybe they can utilize that to the best advantage on those maps?
I mean, you said it, that some of the Saudi teams there, we're starting to see the teams sort of group up together over on the STC Gaming Hall, which is mostly a fan stage. Spoiler, I've already been to Riyadh this year for EWC.
Here it comes. He's been there. Yeah, everyone. Here comes the BTS for Avril. He's been there.
So behind the scenes, what you're seeing here, as I can describe it to you, is a stage of players on computers. That's right. I've been there. I've been to a stage of players on computers. No, but specifically, so this STC Gaming Hall is opposite the main arenas, the esports arenas that we have for all of our amazing games at EWC, including, if you haven't seen yet, you will see in a couple of weeks, the 5v5 stage for Overwatch. Going to be, it's actually kind of unbelievable. It's actually pretty insane. But this STC Gaming Hall stage has a bunch of fan stuff in it. We even got to see around when the cameras were panning. There was, I believe T1 have their own stall here, so Bro do be representing a little bit.
I mean, they do have a little bit of representation. I think what's even crazier, honestly, Avril, the fact that you've been backstage, is that it seems to be half this team is embraces, man. Like, we're talking about the generational gap of what we're casting, of what we're casting to what we're seeing. Yeah, I mean, it is just, it's kind of surreal, obviously, and it's great, right? Because there's so many young talent, so many players here coming out to the squad, and that's kind of the benefit of having an LCQ like this that's open for anyone to play, is that maybe teams that aren't part of the traditional OWCS circuits, perhaps they might be the orthodontist, this is their chance to go play and kind of pop off here and play against some of the top talent in the world. I
mean, we saw the actual key for the trophy there, so what you got to see was that was the Overwatch key. Every game has its own key that you slide into the main circular trophy if you do actually win the entire event. But you can sort of see the fan areas to the left there, and even further to the left, opposite of where that key was, are the two totems. So the totem from last year, 2024 EWC, and this year's totem is all EWC 2025. The totem basically houses all of the winners. I believe it's the frames of the key. So you take the frame out of the key and you place it on the totem to basically announce that you are the winner of the Esports World Cup for your particular title. And so last year's winners are all on this giant totem with all of the frames of the keys there and some crush keys below as well. Of course, if you make it to the actual EWC and you lose, you get your key crushed by the opposing team in this giant key crush, and then your key obviously then potentially gets put into the totem. But more so than that, the winning team of the entire event for EWC for your game gets to then select 3 of the crush keys to put inside their overall trophy that they can take home, so they can take home some of their opponent's keys as well, which is pretty cool.
And just a reminder, I mean, it's going to be Zenith, of course, playing against Force for our first matchup here today for the LCQ, as you see them just lined up on the squad. And, you know, I'm not quite as familiar with some of these guys. We haven't seen them in the EMEA circuit proper, or North America, obviously. I think, Avril, you said that you maybe have seen one of these players before. I think one of the more interesting portions here is that they do have a Toby, but it's not the Toby you think. It's a different Toby. They do have a Khaled, but it's not the Khaled for Overwatch League Grand Finals. And they do have a Sir Majid.
Yeah.
It's not Sir Majed.
It's Sir Majid's older brother, I'm pretty sure, on the coach side. Well, in any case, guys, it's the first game. Getting ready to go in there. Force versus Zenith, opening match, Group A for the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers in Overwatch. We're going to start things out on Busan. Busan, Oasis, rather. It looked a little Busani to me. No, it was actually Oasis, I lied. It's going to be Oasis, Force Zenith, Symmetra, and Orisa are the bans here. So we don't have the bans on the actual HUD for you, but Force are banned out, Symmetra, Zenith are banned out, Orisa.
So first roll going to be occurring here for these squads. Coming on through, as you see, we're going to be pretty dive-heavy composition right now as Force on the D.Va. Going to have the Genji, going to have the Surgeon playing a really aggressive comp with the Lucio Kiriko as this first fight occurring near the elevator, near the jump pad. As right now, HUBY trying to find the engage, but that's still down early.
Toby to follow the result. I suppose has been on a triple kill right now. This is pretty nuts, coming straight out of the gate for Force. Of course, you mentioned they're already playing the D.Va Genji dive. And here are good things about Genji coming slowly back into the meta. I mean, even Zenith, despite them playing mostly a brawl starting with the Ram, still the Lucio Kiriko in the backline.
The Force going to be chasing really aggressively into the spawn, trying to get some poke on the Zenith. Zenith still looking to set back up here. And they're playing this Ram composition. They're hoping that maybe they can get a punish, but Khaled goes down again, a little too aggressive, gets caught as Force just holding such an aggressive hold here, Avril.
This is basically looking like a spawn cap at this rate. They got the cap going. They're going to start getting their first ultimate soon. Pro Play's going down here as one of the more experienced members on this Force squad. Might be a little bit of a problem, but they're still trading well. It does mean that they won't be able to continue the spawn cap. They're going to have to back on out and wait for respawners.
But still, I mean, considering that nearly 40%, probably going to be close to 50% by the cap if they're able to get this cap. But Force going to have their spawns back available. Anyways, they're close to the blade. And so far, this aggression from Force makes sure Zenith just not able to touch the point, finally getting a chance to come on in here, going into the Lucio Kiriko. And they just need to make something happen right now because they're going to play this Ram. They need to take the space because the D.Va really just continuing to eat up all the damage, go to the backline, set up Vesopos here.
We'll see what Hard does here. Closest to the Kitsune Rush, but we're already going to dive on into Ash still. Force still barely getting their ultimates in play. This will be the moment, though. Trading one for one at the moment. Losing double supports, that could be a problem. Zenith to pop down their own rush now. 4 versus 3 and no killing for Force at all. Special's going to try and save this one with the blade. And so far, nothing to save Zenith. Toby falling as well. Force have turned this one around. Double DPS ultimates, good enough to keep the fight going their way.
And NB, HG just going to go down there to the Vortex there at the end, but gets enough damage. The dive there from Force so good. And Zenith, they try to get to the back line. Get some picks there. They do, but unfortunately, just the trades not going their way. And now for Force, 82% ticking up here, soon to be the 99. So we're in a last fight situation for Zenith. They don't have a beat. They have to play into the rush here. And for Force, I mean, this is a great situation. You can walk in with a rush, maybe just get these supports out really early as long as no one goes down.
Just really slowing the ultimates here for Zenith for sure. Still winning on Annihilation as well. Hart will now be able to play through on that rush that he saved a little bit earlier on. And Force look like they just have a little bit more to use through here. Especially if their Lucio can stay alive as well, play through that beat. And for Zenith, they're just losing everybody. H2BY dying before Annihilation is available. And Zenith, they're going to be falling over 0 to 100 on the opening round.
And just the problem, right, of not winning any fights decisively there, not getting much in the bank at all. They didn't have the beat available for the rush, and it's just a free fight where you can just pop the rush, go to the back line. There's nothing to deal with, even in the OC, unless Astel gets multiple players. It's just too little too late because they're already losing those picks. And now, first round, going the way of Force.
And we're probably expecting that within, even if it's a 0 to 100, right, you probably should be able to farm up your ultimate in time. I mean, they were able to kind of win one fight in the middle there where you had the situation where the spawn camp happened, but then you lose your D.Va, you lose your Sojourn, you have to go back for respawns, you have to respect the spawn advantage that the defenders are going to have. They're trying to come through. And then what you had a Katsuna rush that never got used by Hart, taken down quite early. Double supports, actually, I believe, went down in that fight. That was the best opportunity to turn the fight around, and it just didn't end up happening.
Okay, next round here, starting out, and this time, Oro plays going on to the Junker Queen, right? So they're going to have the Juno, they're going to have the Junker Queen, so they're going to once again look to use the speed rings, look for set up a lot of engage, use the shouts, try to punish them as Astro goes down so early again to this dive. Mesopos on the Genji, consistently finding these picks.
I won't stop there as well. I9 to fall through next. Force is just going to be able to make their way through this fight very cleanly. This is not looking like much of a clean competition from Zenith at all. In fact, we might even be looking at a double 100-0 here. Zenith can't manage to bring themselves back together.
And I'll be the Hopium, the Avril's Doomium. You know what's coming up there? I believe Zenith, they still got a lot of round left to give, but here's the aggression yet again. NBHG finding Astro there off the slide. The aggression just forcing that. They can just keep chasing here with the shout. And just this aggression from Force, I mean, living up to the name. There's just no stopping them. Zenith yet to get any return picks.
They might just get small cam here again if they're not too careful. Could be a stagger here on the Baby Diva as well. Could be pretty nasty. Or a place to be happy to just knife the mech away. And, well, there's the cleanup. So they're not going to quite stagger H2BY, but 30% in counting. Force will be getting first ultimates very soon here. Once again, it's Mesopos on that blade. Got that one really quickly last time, and he'll get it again.
And now the problem, right, is that they're stuck in that ult cycle washer, right? They're going to have to be dealing with, okay, here comes a plethora of ults coming out from Force. Suzu is going to get used, so cooldown going to be out. But the issue yet again here for Zenith, they just need to make sure this engage can't happen. But again, look at this engage, Apple, for free.
Still no ultimates from Zenith. Toby's getting close. They're getting fully wiped every single time. Well, they need a trade. They do have a single. Sojourn of MBHD is gone, so we'll see if Force end up respecting that or not. Obviously, if you lose a play on that spawn hold, probably are going to have to back out. They're already playing a little bit more defensively. This will give Zenith the opportunity to push on through. At least have the singular support ultimate in Toby to play through.
And they're holding here close yet again. They're going to have the rush. They're going to have the blade. Toby with one support ult on the board, but not even close there for I9. He's making a swap to BAP. Just giving up that Lucio ult charge. He's going to go over the back, BAP, get the lamp available. But Force with this huge overwhelming ult. I mean, they're just going in. The blade, use the rush, Force. And now it's just a breaking down point here for Zenith.
They used the rush here, as mentioned. For Zenith, there's just no response at all. Lamp got used from I9. It's probably what he wanted to change towards the BAP 4, probably thinking he's not going to get the sound barrier in time, but MBHC is going to clean this one up. The rush from Force is a little bit too overwhelming, and it does look like back-to-back 100-0s here. We have got a pretty one-sided start to our opening series.
And just nothing ever going the way of Zenith there that entire time. I mean, they're playing a dive comp, right? They're playing something where they want to be really fast. They want to try to set up engages on the backline. Never once happens. And I just think this is the issue when you look at the comps in general. It's just that Force had everything going for them, right? They set up, had every free engage, whether they're playing the Diva, whether they're playing the Junker Queen. At no point was the poke there, was the damage there. They just couldn't win any of those fights. And it's just overwhelming aggression and just overwhelming picks as Force looking pretty confident on their side.
I mean, you look at this Force roster. Poro Plays has had experience. Mesopos has had experience playing as well. Mesopos most recently on the Wasp X Oh No roster, who did actually play in FACEIT leagues.
Everyone's all
in the
smiles.
Challenge as well. So yeah, I mean, you have Poro Plays as well that it's played.
You see just some of the replays coming through here for Zenith, and I mean, you just have to highlight continuously how strong this team looked, the picks they were getting repeatedly, and more importantly, just for Zenith, just not able to make anything happen, not able to keep anyone up. And so right now, Force looking very much in the driver's seat for this series.
Let's see how they end up doing through the rest of their bracket as well. Obviously, the winner of this one, I do believe, end up facing Falcons. Falcons had a bye in the opening round, so it'll be a pretty tough one versus Falcons going forward. But yeah, you want to be the better team in this series to give yourself the best chance versus Falcons. But currently, it's looking pretty damn one-sided in our opening match, 200-0. Not a lot of ultimates earned either, which is maybe a little bit concerning because you kind of want to see, like, okay, well, you might be hitting that 99% final fight kind of territory, but if you're Zenith, hoping to get a couple more ults in there by the time it's all said and done. So, hoping for a little more.
Avril, I know you were talking to me. I can't quite hear you right now. We're having a little bit of comms issue on my side, but the important part is that it was a very dominant factor. We are going to head into the next map. As we're just currently trying to swap away the comms stuff on our end real quick. I think we've got it fixed now.
I got you
If
back.
you want to give me a test.
I got you
Yeah,
back.
there we go. We're back. We've got it back. I was hoping we were gonna have to do some sign language here to potentially to get our comms going again, but we have fixed it up as we are into map 2. A little bit of an awkward situation there, but it's all fixed. And I mean, really, I don't know what you said in your last point, Avril, so I'm going to pretend that we were agreeing across everything we said because I had no idea what you said. So I'm going to say that we're in sync. We definitely have the same points together.
I was just sort of mentioning that, you know, the winner is going to have to go up against Falcons, which is going to be a pretty tough game. But at this point, we're going to give the teams a bit of a breather to decide where they want to take us to next for map number 2. So don't go anywhere, guys. More last chance qualifier right after this.
This land is calling.
There it is, map 1 done and dusted 200-0. Wasn't particularly close, unfortunately, but hoping that Zenith can bring it back big for map number 2, Vast.
Yeah, I mean, definitely just nothing going their way so far, and really some impressive play in general from the DPS and from the tank line across every aspect there for Force, who seems pretty strong in the matchup right now. And I do think this is kind of an answer, like, maybe they can pull out some pocket bans here, hopefully take them to a map they're not as comfortable on, because right now Zenith looking a little shaky comparatively, especially with Messapos on the Genji, just consistently finding pick after pick after pick on the Genji.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it right now, actually, because map choice and hero bans have come through already. And after this, we're just going to be heading straight into map anyway. So this is about the right time. We can talk about the fact that we are going to a Flashpoint. It's not going to be Atlas, so it's going to be New Junk City. We haven't seen any teams so far, at least not on the broadcast, that are willing to bite it down and take us to a new map and see how it goes. That actually might be a good choice. I think if you're maybe on the losing end right now, it might just be good to throw your opponents into the deep waters and be like, you know what, new map, let's just see what happens. But we're going to go to New Junk City instead. Bans are also, by the way, coming through. Zenith, Genji gone, Force banning Doomfist.
Yeah, and I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you see what Mespos was doing on the Genji. It just denies potentially some of that dive action, denies potentially a very, very strong comfort pick there. So Zenith, with the first ban of the Genji, obviously Force getting rid of the Doom, which, I mean, unsure if Zenith is obviously a Doom team, probably just making sure that, just get something out of the way, get rid of it entirely. They seem pretty comfortable across a wide variety of heroes so far, with the Jungle Queen and the Diva. So now it's just a question, can Zenith have a pocket pick? Can they have an answer to this aggression that Force is bringing right now? Because currently there isn't one, right? And it's not even something like, oh, we can look at like a minor issue. It's just, if you fall over, you're not going to have ults. You're not going to be able to win any fights because you just get stuck in that cycle over and over again. Now, the good news is, comparatively to Control, Flashpoint gives you a little bit more time to bring it back.
All right, well, let's head into our second map of Flashpoint, going to New Junk City, see what our teams have on board for us. We haven't really seen an Orisa yet. We know Orisa's still pretty strong in this meta. So one Ram come through. So at least when you look over towards the Zenith side of things, it does seem like they have a pretty good idea of what they should be playing. Just I suppose on that Genji was a bit of a problem for them. That being banned away. A little bit curious about where we're going to see the composition flow towards now. Trace is obviously still really, really good. I've discovered together what Mesopose's hero pool is going to end up looking like. And for H2BY, this will be the second Diva coming through as well. I think they got a little bit inspired by the opening Diva from Poro Plays on that city center Oasis. So, Zenith are going to be bringing it back once more. Diva's probably okay on this map, but I think largely on this map we're seeing more Ram and more Orisa in the actual meta.
Definitely. I mean, it's just Diva, though, has some opportunity, I think, overall, especially if you're feeling really dive-centric but don't want to play the Winston, but definitely Ram, Orisa, been more favored so far in these matchups, especially because now with NBHG moving over to the Cass here, and they have the Juno, they have the BAP, they have a really strong backline here to weather some of that storm from Zenith.
Yep.
And they can just come on and through here, just get that extra poke, that extra consistent damage comparatively, especially if Askel is not hitting those rails. And I've already I9 down.
Speaking of hitting, the NBHD do be hitting right now, playing with Soj, now towards the Cass, instant DMEC after Lucio is gone, and now just punching his way through. It's going to be Poro Plays. Not even getting to the part where we get to discuss the fact that the Ram versus Diva matchup will be pretty good for Poro Plays, but I think even if the roles were reversed, as we did see early on in the city center, didn't really matter for Poro Plays. So for Force, straight away, show no mercy.
So Mesopos here, obviously, moving on to the Tracer now, off that Genji pick with Genji being banned. The Zenith losing the first fight. And if they want to play this Diva comp here, Abel, right, you need to be forcing the lamp. You need to be trying to isolate a target pretty early, because if you're playing this slow, static matchup, this is where, like you said, the Ram is going to match up very favorably here. You're going to have the Vortexes. You're going to have that extremely strong, just frontline damage, just sustaining frontline damage. You're going to have the punch. You can go Nemesis form, just walk on into the back here with not a lot of ability to contest. And already, Mesos winning the flank again against the Tracer.
I9 looking to follow. After that, it'll be Astel first. Another DMEC on to H2BY. And, well, similar to what we saw on Control, will be pretty fast 100-0 here, except on Flashpoint, way quicker percentage ticks. So just less of an opportunity for Zenith to even make a comeback happen, and BHD even dropping the Deadeye into that play. Probably will be fine, given that Force are kind of just out-clicking them anyway.
I mean, look at this. Look at this aggressive hold as well. Force playing tight. They're going to have the speed ring available just to come out if they want. Cena's trying to go for the poke with the window used. Here comes the engage, and now Force just walking on top of them.
Oh, God. Power Plays is just running in, punching his way through, even the quick melee in there. Single ultimate used as well in terms of the window. Not even too sure that was super required, but, you know, just completely shut them down. Every single ultimate out of Force is probably going to get some value, even if you're going to throw it away like the Deadeye we saw earlier. The first point, 100-0. I'd like to see Zenith be able to snowball into something for themselves. I mean, they're still slowly getting ultimates. Toby's been the only one, even looking at the last map, that is able to get something in terms of the ult economy.
Well, Astel down early. I mean, the rush going to get used from Toby there, but unfortunately already down one of your DPS. Here's the aggression again. The Nemesis form into the back. I9 down as well. So, I mean, you look at this fight, it's breaking down this way. Unlikely any more picks going to come the way for Zenith. No, I will actually say that. You know, Juno going to go down. Seibayaka gone. down there as Arlen cleans up. And this is the problem, right, Avril, is that, okay, you committed the ults there, you committed the rush, and now you lost that fight when Force was down to the ults, and now you're back. You're back at the equal ult advantage here. You're going to have the support ult advantage for Force. Sure, I9 close to the beat, but you're running into, you know, both the Ray and soon to be the window. So it's just a really, really tough fight for Zenith moving forward.
Or I might even just pop the Annihilation here. Might not even need it, actually. Just running down Astle again. The second time in a row, just completely walking into him. Deadeye onto just a straight-up D-Mech. I think HTBY just kind of ate that one up. Matrix ran out. And this is going to be potentially another spawn camp coming on through.
And for Zenith, I mean, it's just, can they get a pick? Can they make it out of spawn right now? Because that's just the biggest issue. You know, you could look at like, maybe we need a swap here, maybe you need to get off the D.Va, have a bit more of a solid front line here for the aggression, but Force just not letting up, keeping them in the spawn, just getting these picks over and over and over again while their ult bank continues to build on up. And sure, Zenith not investing too much, but I mean, just look at this. Look at the situation. They can't make it out. It's just, they're stuck.
Yep. Power plays nearly touching the spawn ball. Kiss the spawn door challenge nearly completed. HWY is going to make a last-ditch effort to touch. It's not looking too good. Khaled actually probably should be the one touching, but the point is gone. 200-0 completed. And you might start seeing some players even just lap the opponents here in terms of ult charge here as well. This will be the first beat online for I9. I think be looking forward to some sort of fast beat engage in the next fight if possible. At minimum to try and at least counter the Ray from Sabai.
I mean, this is their best chance, right? They have the beat into the Ray. They're going to have the overclock. So this is their opportunity to win the fight, to get them on the board, to maybe start building up some cap percentage, some extra ult percentage here. This is the best chance. This is the best chance they have before Force builds up just an unimaginable bank. Messipos into the back here. Again, already pressuring an I9 down. There's no beat. There's no hope here for the fight.
Good news is no Ajax either. Sebyakugan is going to end up taking down HWY's mech. This is just as the point unlocks as well, so no ults even required, not even needing to see the orbital ray coming through. It's looking like MVHT might be the MVP right now. Just taking a player down at the start of every single fight. Toby's now going to move over towards the Mercy. Just rolling through a couple of different things. This is Toby's third support hero so far this map.
So now committing to a relatively low heal comp for Zenith. I mean, maybe having the blue beam pocket Astle, but I mean, Khaled down again in BHG, like you called out the NB MVP so far alongside Messipos. And just this aggression, it just feels overwhelming. You know, Zenith named after a point that's supposed to be very high, and currently it seems like Force is the peak. Force is the peak. You can't make it over. You're going into the Caldera.
It's tough, man. You don't often see Blaziken taken down this quickly. I mean, the kind of damage they're putting to H2BY's mech, you're kind of thinking, does D.Va have less HP or something, or what's going on? It's looking a little bit rough out there, but it's what happens when you surround them.
Maybe game deficit. Game deficit with the low D.Va HP there. Perhaps you found that one. I have to take a look. But I mean, it's just just look at the aggression here continuously from Force. Just keeping them in the spawn, just going every which way. I mean, there needs to be a miracle. They need a rallying cry at this point.
Again, have you ever seen a D.Va melt that quickly? To be fair, was I believe Harlan just kind of pumping in double damage through the lamp. Rather than the lamp, the window. There it is. We're going to get the 3-man beat out of spawn to try and touch. They're not going to make the touch happen. Avast, it's another 100-0 situation, but this time 300-0 on our flashpoint. Not a single percentage taken. I don't think they want to fight this time. I think they at least want to fight on Oasis. This time it was as cleaned up as you could possibly want.
Yeah, now they're fighting their demons. The demons being like, can we keep the morale high? At least we see some smiles still on the other team. You know, it's not looking dejected. Maybe, you know, they knew going into this that this is going to be a tough matchup for them. So they're not going to let it mess them too much because you don't want, that's the secondary collapse, right? You lose in the server, but you also lose worse outside of the server. And what happens to you? I just think that's the situation that's happening for them there, is that overall, they are at least keeping the spirits high.
I mean, we see gaps between these teams, but also just in general in a game like Overwatch, because you also have teams like Falcons and Zeta in this tournament, and I think every single team that goes up against them is basically going to face this. Basically, essentially what Force is doing in Zenith right now. This will be Falcons versus every single team that's not called Zeta Division, or vice versa. So it's, you know, you can have pretty overwhelming Force, pun intended, against opponents sometimes, and we didn't really get to see much out of Zenith. In fact, if something big doesn't happen the next map, we're not going to really see much of Zenith at all.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Force looking really, really tough.
Our players got the
We're back
match there
with ourselves. I mean, it's sometimes tough to say what is going on here, Avril, as I think we've talking over here ourselves yet again. But I'm back. Can you hear me now, Avril? Double check it.
I got you. I can hear you, buddy. I'm hearing you loud and clear. MBHD, again, looking like my MVP so far on both the Soj and the Cass. Pro players got the play of the match there, which is looking pretty nice. Whether he's played a few tanks now, hasn't he? Queen, Diva, Ram, all looking pretty damn strong, but everyone's looking actually really strong on Force so far. As one of the, when you look through the rosters, you look through on Liquid Pudding, you start to have a bit of a gander on who kind of, from the Saudi teams at least, has the most stacked team. Yeah, this is one of the teams that has a decent number of players that at least have further experience. Some of these other teams have a lot less experience. It does look like Zenith is one of those teams that doesn't quite have the level of experience that Force are bringing through.
No, definitely. And that's going to happen. At LCQ, there's going to be teams that are coming in, especially completely open, invitational like this, where there's going to be some disparity here. It's going to be a tough matchup, and it could be a learning experience for these squads. And I do think that that is kind of the benefits of having an open system to a degree, is that, okay, this may not be your year, but maybe next year, now that you've learned, now that you got beaten down a bit, you come back stronger. It's like muscle tissue. You got to tear it, you got to regrow, and hopefully this is the chance.
Right, well, maybe one final chance here for Zenith to collect their thoughts and bring us to a map in 3 to see if they can do something a little bit different here. We'll take a short break, see you right for this.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to our opening match of day 1 of the EWC Stars qualifiers for Overwatch here. And so far, a bit of a one-sided affair, although I do gather that probably we are going to see a decent amount of one-sided games in the earlier stages of the GSL bracket before we make it through to some of the qualification games, into Phase 2, into the single elim, and then hopefully in the single elim itself, we're going to start seeing some very good games.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast here. We're going to see a little bit of lopsidedness potentially, and it's not over yet for Zenith. There's still a chance, but overall, I do think that this is just going to be, slog potentially for some of these squads going on. Obviously, do the great filter to see who's going to make it in to face the big boys, right? Those Zetas, those Falcons, even those Visions, right? And just see who can make it that far. And this is one of those filtering moments to a degree.
Well, we are living through the Fermi paradox in real time right now. We're seeing which teams get filtered out and which ones form civilizations and break the space race and actually leave the planet. As really, it's about qualifying through to the single elim, which essentially is basically you're building a rocket ship to fly through the top 8 here, which for some of our teams will probably happen very quickly. They're basically going to be starting in the space age and they're already basically waiting to go to that top 8. But right now, this is Zenith's last opportunity in this first of 3, BO5. They have one last map choice to come on through. I'm not too sure if there are any bans available that could really influence the outcome of this match anymore. They tried ban away the Genji. What are they going to do next? Ban away the Cass, I guess. Seems like every single DPS that comes online for the side of Force is a bit of an issue right now for Zenith.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a clear answer. Maybe they have one final pocket pick up the sleeve, potentially. They haven't really been able to meet them on the front line or the DPS line currently, which is like a major problem, because if you're not really getting those picks, if you're not living long enough to get any value, you're simply not going to really be able to pull out any more minute strategies, you know? And that's kind of the issue for this team, is that you have to survive long enough for something to be executed besides yourself, of course. So I do think this is going to be kind of the issue for them for this final map of the series, potentially, is like, do you have a pocket pick? Do you have something you can take it through? Or you're just going to have to hopefully play better? Because realistically, there's not much you can look at other than, wow, everyone just seems to be falling over. Mesopos and NBDHD are just really doming them.
We'll see how the other games are going in a short while as well. Actually, some Falcons play. See that? I think that's someone in Merit. Merit was sitting down. I caught the glasses. I caught the shape of the head. That's right. I know Merit so
well. Do the soy
well.
jack. Do the soy jack.
I can catch him out just by the shape of his pixelated face as we see him in the distance here. But right now, well, that's his team Vision on our screens, who are another one of our, I would say, potential favorites. I don't know if I would say that they will be able to get past Zeta or Falcons, but it would be really funny if Violet on his new team of Vision going up against Zeta. I mean, what a crazy story it would be for Violet if he actually ends up beating Zeta. I would.
They are strong
if
contender.
Zeta lose that game, I would feel bad things for Zeta. But you know what? Let's head into our potentially final map here on Coliseum. I'll go through the bans really quick for you guys. Zenith banned away Winston, Force banned away Torbjorn. But like I said, of us, I'm not too sure if any of the bans are going to make a huge amount of difference yet. This particular,
I mean, a Winston ban on Coliseum, and additionally a Torbjorn ban from Force, which actually, if anything, Torb much more likely to get playtime at this point, because we've seen Torb get, you know, some of that double builder come out with the Sim, with the Torb. So there is some option here. I doubt the Winston really is going to get played too much by their squads, but still, you know, possible. We've seen people pull it out as a little bit of skirmishing now,
you know what?
rolling out here.
I think Power Plays could lock the Winston and play it.
They
if
could.
It wasn't banned. If it wasn't banned, I think he could have locked it in. Despite not being a main tank playing, I think Zenith are doing well enough in the series that you could realistically lock in a bunch of different picks that would work out for them. But I'm kind of curious, what is MBHD going to play this time around? I'm going to see a Freya come on through. I know Freya's starting to like drop out of meta a little bit, but the Korean teams are still playing lots of Freya. I'm looking forward to the EWC to see if that continues being the trend or not. Largely, I think the patch we're on is still pretty similar in terms of meta to where we left off previously at the end of stage, even in the middle of the playoffs, moving between the two seasons. So in a nice kind of way, it does mean that teams kind of get to walk through into EWC and you have to execute on what they've been already practicing in the past. Our place is still highlighting a couple of different choices here. Hazard wouldn't even be too bad. We're seeing a lot of teams still lean on the Hazard a bit, especially Cuffer on GK.
Of course, how could we forget? I mean, well, also at that point, I wonder if we're going to see any Lifeweaver. You know, when we think of GK, like when is Lifeweaver going to make their first appearance? But for neither of these squads, it's not going to be happening. Zenith here, once again on the Mercy. Or rather, I should say Force here on the Mercy, because you see this, we have a little bit of a team swap at the top, but it's going to be Force on the Mercy this time, trying to get the move in to NBHD. Mesopos going over to the Hanzo. So Hanzo now playing this very poke-heavy composition for Zenith, right? Going to be doing a lot of poke, hoping to get some early picks here as Force on the Orisa instead. Looking to play a little bit faster, but Astel already down.
Man, I'm feeling bad for Astel. He's been first blooded like every single fight over a couple of different maps now. We're even going to see, you know, as you sort of mentioned, you mentioned poke from the Hanzo, but poke from the backline Force as well. Toby playing through on the Alari map, which is, I think, still pretty rare for this map. Yeah, Toby's thinking about the same thing. It's time to shake things up a little bit. We talked a little bit about Orisa as well. This is our first Orisa that we're seeing so far in the series. So, HCBY has had some survivability issues. Really, if you're not living on the Orisa, you're probably not living on any other tank.
No, I mean, when you talk about an unkillable Demon King, to a degree.
Yep.
That is Orisa definitely up there with, obviously Ram too.
Posting?
Yeah, we have to do a little T1 posting. I mean, look at the spawn camp already occurring here as Force chasing them on in here. What the Diva, Poro plays, cleaning up, Mesopos right behind. And realistically, we talked about it a bit, but this is a great filter moment, right? Some civilizations, they're going to make it to the space age, they're going to build the Dyson Sphere, and others, they're going to be like, yeah, we have cars, we have we have fossil fuels, but really we're not making that the solar system. And right now, it is currently looking like Zenith not quite going to make it to an intergalactic civilization.
Yeah, not to get too doomer about it, but fun fact, human civilization has not made it to Type 1 yet, so we're still below Type 1, and there are many types out there. And right now, this is looking like it'll just be the forced closure of Zenith's entire run. Of course, there is a... I think there should be maybe a low bracket in the GSL group, so we'll see how that pans out. But in any case, in this particular game, the other thing that's fun about this is if you're going to spawn camp on a push map, somebody has to stay on the payload and cap, which means at most you can only have 4 players spawn camping in a permanent 4v5. Now, some players are forced to go down, which means I believe there's only like 3 players left now, but so Byakugan on the Ana has pushed up so far on the payload that actually they've already got another support lined up.
Yeah, I mean, really, they're just getting some consistent, steady progress that's moving forward, and there just hasn't been any stopping currently. Zenith's just trying to make way out of spawn, trying to keep their survival rate a little bit higher than average. I mean, the nade into spawn, they are going to take up, I suppose, so there is a hope, but I mean, they're going to just commit, drop the Valk, look for the res too. They have the Nano Mercy, the Nano Valk coming out there. Heartland finding one, the bomb getting 2, and Avril. I mean, it's going to be a full cap.
Yeah, we've attempted to build the Dyson Sphere. It has exploded. The sun has been exploded as well. Zenith right now, it's been a pleasure knowing you guys, but it will be the full cap. And that might be a potential world record on Colosseum. I don't believe the payload stopped for a single moment. So if we consider that this is like a pro level game, that actually legitimately might be the fastest you can possibly cap all of Colosseum. And I do think it's funny that Byakugan on the Ana, who is solo capping the payload the whole time, he's the player of the match in terms of where the game is decided, because the game decided you have 100% objective time, you can get the POTM.
They're the GOAT. They're the GOAT. I mean, what can you say? They're the GOAT. I mean, definitely a really, really strong performance coming out from Force, but Zenith cutting their chops a little bit, and unfortunately the chops breaking, I would say, against the hard steel of Force comparatively. So they're going to have some more chances here in the group stage, but like you said, the lower bracket. But as of right now, Force moving on ahead, looking extremely dominant comparatively. So, you know, we talked about this potential of, are there dark horse teams? Maybe this is one.
So let's just take a look at the lower bracket. So because of the way the group has panned out, there's only 3 teams in Group B. Falcons have gotten their bye. They're already straight through to the next round, where now Force, after beating Zenith, will be facing Falcons. That allows, that means the lower bracket will be Zenith there first. However, in the likelihood that Force end up losing to Falcons, which, as you'd expect, Falcons is Falcons, it will actually be a Force versus Zenith rematch in the lower bracket of us.
Well, that is tough. That's a tough one. I mean, I think if you're Zenith, you hopefully take as much tape as you can get there, just expecting that you're going to come up against again, because it would be... we've talked about the narratives like, oh, we want to see a dark horse. A dark horse is possible. Falcons or Zeta losing here, you know, we've talked about them being the favorite, would be insanity for us comparatively. It would be incredible, considering, you know, obviously these are a lot of local teams. These are teams that are kind of just popping up. We haven't seen as much in the international circuit. So really would be kind of astounding to get to that point. So if I'm Zenith, I'm prepping everything I got versus a rematch versus Force.
I'll tell you what, if Falcons and Zeta lose to anybody that's not Falcons and Zeta, I'm not saying that there'll be a disband, but I'm saying there's going to be a huge roster shuffle. There's things will happen to those teams if they don't get to the finals and one of them make it through. So that could be really wild. Even losing the Vision, I think Falcons and Zeta would not be particularly pleased about that. But I think you talk about dark horses. Yeah, I think Vision probably is the dark horse to talk about, because they've already qualified through promotional relegation to EMEA Stage 3. Looks pretty reasonable. They've got some really talented players on the team, notably Violet, who is still really, really good despite all the funny high Ajaxes, which I'll be here for. I'm hoping that's going to happen at some point during this weekend. Really just waiting to see out of the rest of the Saudi teams here who gets to show up, who starts to look a little bit exciting. We do know, of course, that, you know, one of the other invited teams, Cold Metal, has a decent amount of firepower on their squad. A Cold Metal versus Vision game could be quite interesting. But throughout our top 4 teams here, probably not expecting any of them to fall in the group stage until we get to single limbs.
And we're going to take a look at some of these, replays coming on in for the squads. And overall, if we're going to take some highlights, right? If we're going to take away some learnings from this, the DPS line for Force looks scary. if they're, you know, where obviously we gave a lot of talking about Vision, like maybe this is the most likely Dark Horse candidates, but we'll have to see, right? We'll just have to see how they perform against a top level team, considering how extremely dominant they looked here. And I do think both MSC and NBHD looked really good. It looked great on their picks. They looked pretty flexible. There is some potential there, right? And that's all what LCQ is about here, is just finding a team that's maybe that diamond in the rough on top of some of those expected names. And I do think that's kind of the highlight, that's the positive takeaway from this. If you're someone that's watching Force, a fan of Force, or you're a player on Force, like this is a really, really good showing for you, and you showed a bit of flexibility across a variety of comps.
I think Force will most likely end up being the team that makes it through, aside from Falcons, because obviously there's only 3 teams in this bracket, as already mentioned. Zenith not looking quite up to scratch. I would say if Zenith kind of pushes a little bit closer, there are close 3-0s. This was not one of them. If Zenith are in a position where maybe, okay, they take some rounds, take us to like 4 or 5 rounds on New Junk City, then you're starting to see this team has got something going for them. Maybe they can really make that comeback happen. But yeah, it's looking like it'll be Falcons plus Force moving through from Group B. And that basically means Group B, number 1, if it's Falcons, they'll be in the lower side of the quarterfinals in terms of their position on the bracket. Notably, you do have a Zeta division in Group A, and Group A first seed will be in the upper side. So assuming both Falcons and Zeta go through with no issues at all, they'll be in opposite sides of the bracket, which means they won't face each other until the grand finals.
Yeah, so something to look forward there, if that is the case, if that is what happens. I do think that it's the most likely scenario, but I'm not going to make any calls to yet. We just started. It's a little early to say definitively 100%, but looking into the crystal ball of likely probability, not 100% probability, but likely probability. My mother and my grandmother were a probability soothsayer. They weren't telling you the future. They're saying this could probably happen. I'm going to say if they were looking at the crystal orb, that is likely what they would say, is that's probably going to be most likely the scenario. It's
a very foggy crystal orb, no clarity in the vision there. A bit of a muddied water in that crystal orb. Like, yeah, I'll give you a statistical chance on that one. So
it's very foggy except for one point. You look in and you're just like, oh, like this is pretty clear, but the rest of it very unclear. You're just getting like a spyglass level view from the fortune telling perspective. So overall, I mean, it's not the most helpful, but really, once again, focus on the positives. Force looked really good. Love the looks on the DPS line. And now it's just a question of, are they going to stack up against any of those top teams, or is it really going to be a 2-horse race? Maybe a 2-horse race.
So, given that we have finished our opening match here, we'll be waiting to see the results of some of the other matches. And while we do that, we'll be taking a bit of a break, so don't go any more EWC Last Chance Qualifier right up after this.
This land is calling.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him. It seems that I can't fly, I just keep going. I just keep growing. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space, the lady from my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Midseason Championship LCQ, where we'll see which team out of our 14 live in Riga get to qualify into the Esports World Cup in the Midseason Championship for the OWCS. We just finished up our first game of ours very fast, one-sided, 3-0, about as one-sided as you could get, 200-0 on OWCS, 300-0 on New Junk City, and then like a full push through, full completion in a couple minutes on Colosseo.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's been moving a little faster than we anticipated, but we still have a lot of great matches coming up here. And TKO Invaders obviously is still ongoing. We're hoping to take a look at that before we get into some of our matches. For us, is going to be our final match of Zeta, right? And that winner, we have to get through that bracket to get there. We can take a look at the groups at the bracket here just a little bit. In Group A, obviously Zeta waiting in round 2. Invaders TKO coming up next, and based on what somebody just said, is currently pretty close.
Yeah, we're about to head into the third map here. I believe first map went to Invaders, and the second map is also to Invaders, but a much closer game. This is Group B, by the way, which we just saw, where Falcons obviously have their bye. Zenith 3-0, the other way around. It was actually Force resuming Zenith, I believe, but we'll get that updated. In either case, Force will be going up against Team Falcons in the upper bracket, Zenith in the lower bracket. But we're only doing Group A and B right now before we head over to Group C and D a little bit later on. So now that we're done with Group B for the time being, in Group A, talking about Invaders versus TKO, the winner of that will go up against Zeta, which is our next game. But to find out who faces Zeta, we have to sort ourselves through this game first. So we'll be heading midway through as they begin their map 3 to see who takes it out.
Yeah, and I mean, these teams seem to be neck and neck, so a little bit of a closer match than our previous, which obviously Force kind of rolled over Zenith previously, looked really strong in their series. So maybe coming into a little bit more of an equitable match, and also maybe one that could be a reliable opponent versus Zeta, right? We'll just have to see the form of them in there, because obviously we have not seen them yet. We're coming in mid-match pretty shortly, and it seems to be Invaders. Yes, we do have confirmation. Invaders up 2-0. So looking pretty good for them here overall.
Does seem like a close 2-0 though, given that we didn't see the games, but I'm getting some information that the second map of Midtown was pretty back and forth. They started things out on Busan, so just to give a summary of how the series has gone so far. Map 1 was Busan, it was a Juno Orisa ban. Map 2 was Midtown with a Torb Alari ban. I'm not too sure how Busan went, but at least looking at that second game, we could be getting a slightly better series here. It was a 3-2 on Midtown. Busan was a 2-0, but sometimes of us on these opening controls, even if you do get a 2-0, it could be a bit more of a back and forth 2-0. The other team caps a little bit. You could have like a 199 sort of situation. So I'm not going to read too much into that one, but certainly a 3-2 Midtown would suggest that this game has definitely got some legs on it.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at those bans in general, it feels like those bans across the board are relatively meta picks, right? We're not getting anything too goofy as if you saw with when we saw with Zenith and Force necessarily. So also a good omen that these teams feel like they're in the right headspace meta-wise, what we see, internationally across the various OWCS circuits. So a little bit more hopeful that we're going to see a bit more even distribution of gameplay, a more even distribution of pogs. We're going to be not just dropping the pogs for one team, going to be seeing it across the board here. And I do think that TKO Invaders looking to hopefully live up to the hype.
I'll be taking a look through the rosters in a second here, but we've seen a pretty varied meta so far. Omen is one of the main smokers right now that does get played on every single map, but we've seen the Orisa come through again, the Ram coming through in the last game. I think we've got a pretty decent DPS meta in general in terms of the fact that Soj is being played a lot now. I think particularly on the Saudi Arabian teams, we're going to see a lot of Soj. Everyone wants to take after Quartz after all. No Sim yet, but I think Sim is very, very, very unique to certain teams in this particular meta. I think you have to be a very, very good Sim team to be able to pull that one up. But we did see a Sim ban in our previous match, although I'm not too sure how much I wanted to read into that one. So as we get ready to head into map 3, as we talked about here, New Junk City, it's going to be Venture and BAP banned away. We have actually seen a little bit of Venture creep back into the meta for what it's worth, so that is a very interesting ban to remove from the picture. Typically, I think if you remove the Venture, you're trying to either protect the Sim or play the Sim, but you know, we haven't seen the teams yet, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a question of, do these teams have any Sim in the pocket at all, right? Because I think that's, in my opinion, when we postulate about some of the best teams in the circuits across the board, is can you play Sim? Can you play Sim? Some of the best teams in the NBA, some of the best teams in Korea, they've been pulling out a lot of Sim, even a lot of the best teams in North America, right? Sim has been a kind of a universal constant in terms of what differentiates some of the best teams from some of those lower tier teams, the ones that can't quite punch into the top. And I do think if you can pull out Sim, it's a good omen. It's a great pretty much indicator that, okay, we have a team that's a pretty good grasp of the meta and also could be relatively competitive in general, especially considering some of these teams are going to be pulling out a lot of Sim, right? We've seen them play a lot of it, like in particular Falcons, Zeta, like both these teams have been cool pulling out some Sim.
Then later on into Group C and D, we're going to start seeing the likes of where Cold Metal and Team Vision will be taken on as well. I'm seeing like across the board, a couple of known players on teams like Flexible and Shock, which are in Group C. So Group C could actually be a very interesting one. Even Bright Future has a few players like KOC, which has played through Saudi E-League. So, you know, in some of these Saudi teams, you are going to see players that have had experience at least in Saudi E-League, which has been a long-running sort of LAN tournament they've had in Riyadh. And it's one where a lot of players have sort of made their names and come through. You know, a lot of the players that we see, like Ziad, right, sort of comes through from those types of leagues. So could be a really good one there. Group D, then you have Cold Metal, Lalarius, TFW, and Zone X. And of course, beyond those teams, TFW are actually a European majority team. I'm seeing 2 German players in. There's a Finnish player, there's a British player as well. So they've certainly made the journey all the way to Riyadh for their shot at the LCQ.
Yeah, I remember seeing them. I feel like they initially signed up potentially under a different name. I might be misremembering, but it was a little bit of a surprise to see them in the tournament because, you know, it is open tournament, but it is an open tournament. Anyone is free to play, but obviously you have to get there, right? And that's the big risk reward you take here is like, are you going to compete? Are you going to try to get into some of the best, try to make it to WC? But you have to get yourself actually to the venue. And I do think that's why it's a little surprising to see that team there, but maybe they have something cooking that we're just not aware of just yet. Have someone just in the chamber that is going to come out and be like, okay, like we maybe underestimated them, but realistically going to be majority of these sort of top international teams along with a lot of local Saudi Arabian teams here that are here to try to make a mark for themselves.
And the team that wins LCQ, the entire event over the next 3 days, goes into Group A for the actual Esports World Cup Midseason Championship here for Overwatch, which, you know, we've got a little bit of time to maybe talk through a couple of the more broader picture things happening around, you know, where this tournament goes. Going to Group A is going to be the winner, which again, likely is probably going to end up being a Falcon Zeta, but of those 2 teams, potentially maybe an upset in there from a Vision or something like that. They'll be facing up against All Gamers, Global, Virtus Pro, and Weibo Gaming in Group A of the actual Midseason Championship, which is a pretty nasty group. That one looking like Group of Death for me. So out of the frying pan into the fire a little bit, I think, for our LCQ champion, whoever it is.
Yeah, and I think that's just to be expected a bit, right? Because it's never going to be an easy path. That's also why they're putting them in a special reward. If you can make it on out, like, if you can make it through, that is an impressive feat in general, and it's something that should be rewarded not just with, you know, the glory of that, but also a monetary prize. But if you're making out LCQ, especially against some of the quality teams we see here, then you should feel confident that you can perform well at the EWC, even if it is a tough matchup initially. And I think that's the situation we want for the LCQ and for the teams coming out of LCQ.
Yeah, so that'll be, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Only top 2 out of that bracket, by the way. So we're talking about the actual Midseason Championship here in terms of the group stage for that event. Only the top 2 out of each of those 4 groups make it out. So I do believe they are playing a round robin, though, if I'm not mistaken, because it's not, it won't be a GSL group, although I could be wrong. We'll just double check that one really quickly. Actually, it might be a GSL group. Yeah, it is. So it's 4 GSL groups. So yeah, not even quite a round robin. It'll be a lot of games to play through, to be fair, if it was a round robin. So it'll be a GSL group on that, which means some of the teams will end up dodging each other slightly. but it'll be a slog, man, because there are some tough teams going to the actual event itself. You have over on Group B, Crazy Coon, Rock, Team Liquid, and Varel. And fun to talk about here is the fact that Team Liquid, as an organization last year, I believe they came second, or they were definitely top 3 for the club championship. The Falcons won the entire club championship. Team Liquid got close. A good finish here in Overwatch could really push them forward, as well as I think T1 as well have a couple different teams going to the Esports World Cup in Group D there. And so if T1 can make it deep in the entire EWC, which I think they could for Overwatch, that'll be a lot of club championship points for the org as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is just the key for them, is that for a lot of these orgs that placed really well last year, but didn't quite make it to that final winner's circle, like Falcons, it's the consistency. It's getting a good finish across multiple titles and just expanding those number of titles that you're finishing well in. So I do think this is just a moment for them that, especially for Liquid, like you call that specifically, they're looking good coming out of North America. This is their chance to potentially have the impact they want in Overwatch as one of those partnership teams, as one of those teams that has the resources that you'd be expecting to do really, really well in general. And alongside, of course, T1, which, no bias, of course, T1 looks incredible coming out of Korea. Proud's back. Everyone's back. We're feeling good about them. The Dong Hack is doing Dong Hack things. And I do think for them, this is another moment to just keep pushing them over the finish line, trying to compete against those Falcons of the world in terms of the overall club performance and placement.
T1 didn't get to go to Hangzhou either, so they missed it on Champions Clash. It's a team that I think has had a lot of potential. We just didn't really get to see that. Fraternizing between the teams here. As you saw Fielder having a chat with Rascal. I think that's Proper walking over towards the left as well. I'm getting really good at identifying players from a long distance.
You're getting really good at this.
At the bottom, if you see the bottom with vision, on the left, so there's an empty gaming chair, then it's Choicer 1, and then all the way on the right is Violet. So if they're Korean and they played in OWCS, I probably know who they are, and I can tell just by the silhouette, just by the shape of the glasses. I'm getting that good.
That is impressive. I mean, sometimes they ask you, like, what are the skills you're developing? You know, check the resume. Let's take a look. Yeah, really good at identifying players from a distance, identifying particular people from a far distance.
Specifically Korean OWCS players, not even other players. Just specifically Korean OWCS players.
Well, if there's ever like a national intelligence division that needs someone with that specific skill set, you are the Jason Bourne of spotting Korean OWCS players.
Who's not a Korean player, but who I recognize, Mean Machine from Cold Steel, as Cold Metal rather. Very similar. There he is. There's Violet. Oh, he's here to win.
There's
back.
Our guy.
He's here to win back the $80,000 that Zeta didn't get last year. Let's go. It would be funny if he progressed through and he cost Zeta a big paycheck again. It's Violet once again costing Zeta paychecks, but this time he's on the opposite team.
I mean, at that point, you have to put him in the Book of Grudges for Zeta, right? Like, you have to have like just a tome that you're recording, like all of Zeta's transgression, or rather, all of Violet's transgressions against Zeta in terms of the monetary value,
specifically,
and just having the ledger.
Oh god, yeah. Look, if I was, if you ever needed me on a crime scene as a detective, specifically for identifying Korean OWCS players, I'm your guy. I can spot one out in the lineup easily, instantly. But yeah, see Falcons behind Zeta on the opposite side of STC Gaming Hall stage, just working through some stuff. Obviously, Zeta are not playing it; they're waiting for the winner of this TKO versus Invaders game, who I believe are seated in the middle there. You can see it's a team seated in the middle there, and I believe another team should be close by to them.
They must be going to the wire here because you see the comms, see them here. Playing out, this is TKO, obviously, that we're seeing. We're seeing some gigantic mouse pads there as well. You know, the big mouse pads, they're real in. You know, we don't see the smaller, more modest mouse pads anymore. Now we're getting real land development style mouse pads. You know, we're getting humongous plots.
I'm getting worried because they're calming and they're playing right now, which now I have to start questioning if they started the map without us.
If so, then I'm glad I'm getting an outside point of view, so I can at least feel the headspace beforehand, Admiral. You know, I can see the vibes going into it, so it's kind of getting like the maybe a little bit of a trailer, a movie trailer type of vibe before we get into the match. If they did start out, they are looking rather intense, so that is you know, definitely not a good omen that they have not started. We'll just have to get some confirmation.
Yeah, well, we got a couple of shots back there as well of the totem that I was talking about a little bit earlier, but yeah, they're getting looking like they're gaming on their faces right now. Yep, we can just, if you look really far on the left side, they do look like they're gaming. Looks like they're gaming pretty hard right now. So they may indeed be playing the third match right now, guys. Don't worry. We'll give you the update from. Look, I'm very good at spotting Korean OWCS players.
It's the red. I mean, you heard the red zone. We're in the hawk zone. We're in the hawk zone. Look at this. Like, this is us. We're in the bird's eye view.
Yep. I can see it.
We're gonna get the angles that we need, and I'm gonna drop on by, and then what we'll do is maybe we have the bird cam coming in from the ceiling here.
True.
Take a look. Just take a look, and we can pick up a peripheral or a mouse, maybe carry it away to our nest.
I was gonna say, like, I can spot Chiro and field it from 200 meters away. But I'm not too sure if I can see the details of what's happening on the actual game that TK and Invader are playing right now from screens in the distance. They're playing something. This is either the most insane warm-up we've ever seen. This is a whole team doing hardcore 5-man warm-up, or yeah, they're literally playing. Who knows?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, because right now, it would be pretty impressive if it is a warm-up. I'm not seeing. It does appear that their opponents are not fully seated, right? Based off this bird's eye point of view?
Trying to find out. Yeah, that's a good question. Where are their opponents? Because in the front, you have
because you would think if there was an equally fervent team.
There's obviously Falcons and Zeta, where Sparkle and I might be caught out for the first time. Is that Alpha E? It might be Sparkle and Alpha E having a bit of a chit chat. And then,
they got him. We finally got him. He couldn't recognize someone.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure where the other team is, actually. It's a good question, because I'm seeing some spread out players on the right side.
Maybe surely they're all on stage here. I doubt they're going to have them in a separate.
Oh, that's Yaki. Never mind. That's Yaki.
Themselves.
That's your favorite player, Yaki.
Yaki! Yeah. There he is. My top 5 player become coach.
That's Unta's favorite player of all time from LA Gladiators. Unta will tell you that on his time at LA Gladiators, he liked Yaki the most, as Yaki and Sparkle talking about whatever they are talking about, the 2 assistant coaches of their respective teams.
And right now, just continuing to take a look at them and see what they're doing. But I do think I'm very happy to see Yaki, though. Is what I'm going to say. Overall, I am very happy to see Yaki here. Someone that obviously I'm happy to see you too, but not quite as much as I am to see Yaki.
All right, we'll just sort this out and see what happens. I do believe the game is progressing and finishing, so we'll wait for the results of that potentially final map before we get into the Zeta game. If Pelican can hear me, I want him to look up right now. Hello, Pelican.
Pelican. Rascal, if you can hear me, turn around to the camera. Look, he's looking.
Rascal,
he's
look at the camera if you can hear me. Rascal's looking for my voice right now. He doesn't know where my voice is coming from. He's looking for it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know, but he knows there's a voice that's speaking to him through the camera. But we've gone now from our Hawkeye point of view to a more lowland bird. So we're no longer in the rafters. We've come on back. You can see them. Just Zeta continue to set up. Let's wait for obviously TKO and Invaders to finish up here, so we can move on forward. And I do think that for Zeta, they're just looking confident. Hopefully, just waiting for the next match.
As our Falcons. So yeah, we'll give you guys an update. But right now, as the games are progressing on the stage, we'll be back very soon to bring the action, probably from, I think, the Zeta game. So we'll see how the results progress, but we'll see you guys very soon. Well, guys, welcome back to EWC Last Chance Qualifiers here. Invaders have won 3-0, so we didn't get to see their last map, but they have taken out their opponents, TKO, which now means Invaders are set to play Zeta Division next.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we couldn't see it all, but it seemed like it was very intense based off the bird's eye view that we did have. And so with that, that means that, you know, we can take a look at some of the replays, some of the highlights that happened during that match, because it did seem to be, even though it was a 3-0, it seemed to be relatively neck and neck at points, Avril.
And we saw, well, we didn't see, but we may end up seeing some very tight results coming through from the Midtown that we saw was a 3-2 on the Flashpoint, which ended up being the last map here. We'll see where the score ends up falling through. Would like to imagine that TKO were able to put up a decent fight here, given that, you know, they scored a decent amount of points on the Midtown, didn't score anything on the Busan. And then on New Junk City, we at least have a 2-1 here. So, yeah, looking at these particular teams, the red team here is TKO and Invaders are their blue team. So, yeah, 2-1 and even a 99 here for TKO. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Definitely seems like they were prioritizing, at least for TKO side, doing a lot more of that RAM sort of style here, which is to be expected, right? I think we're going to see a lot of overlaps in the meta comps that we see, and obviously we didn't get to watch that match fully, but just taking those glimpses, those snapshots there from the replays, is that it's going to be pretty consistent what we see. I highly doubt there's going to be too many teams that break the meta. In fact, one of the teams that might actually break the meta, might be one of the better teams, is going to be, you know, Falcons, maybe, if they want to choose to play like Mauga, right? Because we've seen that hero really drop out of favor. But, you know, you always ask Avril every time, are we in a Mauga meta? Maybe Falcons brings it back. But so far, seemingly pretty consistent across the board in terms of, okay, we're seeing Cass, we're seeing Ram, we're seeing Sojourn, Tracer, etc. Like our backlines of like Kiriko, Lucio, Bap. It's going to remain, I think, relatively consistent.
You said choice. I don't think it's a choice of Falcons. I think it's a necessity. They want to play it as much as possible. They may end up playing. We'll have to see how they go when we actually get to the game. Let's take a look at some of the results from Group A as we get to the end of this. Is Zeta's group for what it's worth. So that is the Zeta bye. Obviously, Invaders 3-0 TKO. TKO go to the lower bracket. Similar situation to Group B, because there's only 3 teams here. Very likely you're going to end up seeing Invaders TKO again in that lower bracket game to see who moves on to the single elim.
Yeah, I mean, that's looking like the path. And obviously, like you said, Zeta, Invaders, going to be playing next there in the Group A after Zeta was waiting for them with their bye. And now with what seems to be a relatively decisive victory, though relatively close at times, it's the first chance for a team to be like, okay, do we have a competitor to some of these top squads right here in the group stage? Are we going to see an early competitor that's like actually going to be able to take some potential maps off of them? And I think that's really the, you know, we've had a lot of the opening rounds here, like, okay, like, let's get through the filtering, like we said, Avril. And this is where we've gone through the fine, where I would say maybe the larger particulars, we're at the fine. The fine particulate stage here is like, are we going to get someone that makes it through or actually stays in the sifter post the time? Because if you can take some maps here off of like a Zeta, then that's a team to look out for.
Oh, we got teams in the sifter for sure, because, you know, because there's a low break in the GSL group, teams will still be there for at least an extra match before we decide who ends up moving through the single elim and who does not. We still have groups C and D to play through after all of this as well, because we're playing through all the group, well, not all of them, but we're going to play through group A and B to start things out with before we move on to anything else. And then the elimination games are actually not going to be played until tomorrow. So we're going to be playing through a bunch of these opening games, the opening round 1 game in the GSL, and then the upper bracket final in the GSL that actually decides who makes it through to the top 8. And then all these lower bracket games will be saved for, I believe, tomorrow. And then obviously the single elim itself will be in the final day. So a lot to play through.
So yeah, moral of the story, we have a lot more LCQ to play here. It's only just begun. And we're getting to some of the meatier bits, I think, right? And we're hoping to see that this is going to be where it starts to get super exciting, because a lot of these early rounds, Avril, like we said, we're expecting them at times to be a little lopsided. It's kind of figuring out the formula. It's like, it's, you know, we're just doing a little bit of ELO balancing to a degree, right? We're maybe adding some ELO, subtracting some ELO. It's just a classic system that's going on here. And you see, we're looking at the stage yet again. And what a beautiful little stuff there as once again, Zeta. They're huddled. The huddling is beginning.
No.
And you know what? Surely you know what they have to be saying. You know what they have to be saying? Guys, let's put Bernard on Orisa.
Let's put Bernard.
No, I was going to say let's put Bernard on Orisa.
Well, I've looked into Yaki's brain, and I've seen what he's thinking, and he's thinking that's not going to happen. It will be Yaki Malga, and you will like it. It'll be 3 maps minimum, maybe 5 maps on Malga, being played by a burner, and you'll like it, Avas, you will.
That's true. They are gonna be saying you're gonna like it. And more than likely, I mean, I imagine we'll like it, because who doesn't love to watch Zeta play? See some of the Zeta finders, see invaders there on the opposite side getting set up, just getting ready to play against Zeta there. And they are coming hot off a match, which is a little bit of disadvantage, right? I mean, or advantage, depending on how you feel, because a lot of people, a lot of people will say like, oh, you get the warm up, you're coming in hot. This could be nice for them, because Zeta obviously completely cold. They haven't been playing, they haven't had any matches yet, and this is going to be their first match of the day of the tournament, and maybe invaders coming in with a hot hand.
Yeah, given that we didn't get to really see what they were capable of as well, I mean, this is a team that could really surprise us, so I'm looking forward to seeing what invaders have got for us. And of course, Zeta is Zeta Division. It's going to be a tough team to beat. Largely, Zeta have a pretty large, I don't know if I want to say advantage, but they don't have well, their advantage is that they're one of the top teams in the world. That's their advantage. The advantage that they're good. So that'll be a pretty tough one for anyone to go up against.
And yeah, overall, I mean, we do have just have an exciting match coming on up. But before we get into that, let's take a look at some of the sponsors, some of the ads we got going on here, because, we got to show them, because without them, this tournament would not be possible.
This land is calling.
If I heard that if I heard that if I heard that if I heard that What you doing? Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control.
And welcome back to EWC Last Chance Qualifiers for Overwatch. We're about to head into our second game of the day on stream here, waiting for Invaders and Zeta to set themselves up on stage to get ready to play. So far, over the two groups, the games that we have seen, the games that we haven't advanced, it's been 3-0s.
It's been a little stoppy, but that is to be expected, honestly. We've talked about it a lot at this point, but it is just these initial stages. And, you know, we're going to be seeing some filtering occurring, as the word that we've been using a lot. But now we're at a very interesting match. We've gone through some of those initial stages, and we're now at a point where, okay, we get to see one of these invited teams, Zeta, a team that's been kind of a juggernaut of the region in OWCS Korea, versus a team that just came off a 3-0 victory versus their previous opponent, obviously here with Invaders. So now a chance to see, is there going to be some stacking up? Are we going to be seeing some local talent, some talent that's been kind of flying under the radar, hasn't been as prominent internationally, doing really well here against a top tier team?
Yeah, they're going to have to. Things are going to get rough out there because this is not going to be an easy game at all. Despite having the name Invaders, this will be like the team of Invaders contacting the outside civilizations, and now the Trisolarians are coming for you, except it won't take them 400 years. We're going to be in the lobby within a few minutes, hopefully. So it's happening right now in Zeta. They know what the goal is here. They need to make it all the way to Grand Finals, look to beat Falcons, or look to make it into EWC. This is their first time at, like, any sort of international. If I look back at... No, actually, that's not true. Zeta were EWC last year, so I lied about that. They didn't get to play an international outside of that, though. So last year, Zeta, with Violet, went to EWC. They got something like fourth-ish, third, fourth. I believe they lost to Toronto Ultra at that event. And I think it was actually a map 7 as well they lost in. That was the famous Runa Sapi that we all remember. So this is their chance to be back at EWC and their chance to book their ticket to the main event again.
Yeah, I mean, this is also, I think, when you talked about how they've been doing internationally, we also just think about Korea, where, you know, this is a team, we had a lot of hopes for them. The meta actually ended up going their way, and they just couldn't quite get it figured out in Korea either, right? And so this is why they're here in the LCQ, despite what we would say is probably one of their better positions to be in as a team when you're in this meta where you can play a lot of Ram, a lot of Orisa, you know, even pull out some D.Va, some Zarya, and that's something that should be really good for this squad. And there were some question marks, obviously, with Violet leaving and Alfie making that swap over to support. And he's looked pretty good. He's looked pretty serviceable, pretty good, solid, honestly, across the board, even great at times. And this is kind of just obviously the last chance, as the name says, for them to make it to the main event stage and show everyone, like, hey, like, we are definitely still a top team in this meta in general, because it feels like there's so much potential for this team, similar to Falcons, right? It's not a team that's like, oh, we don't think they've hit that ceiling. Like, I think there's still a plenty of ceiling left to go for this squad. It's just, can they show it on stage?
Yeah, well, they lost out to T1 and All Gamers Global in the Korea playoffs after beating Onside Gaming. I mean, previously we saw in stage 1, they were actually the best team coming out from the seeding decider matches. This time around, they were third in seeding decider matches, which, granted, was still above Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon are that type of team that kind of lock in when playoffs come through, and they just hit a different level, which they eventually do, and they win the grand finals versus T1. But for a team like Zeta Division, I think it really did hurt them not beating All Gamers Global, when I don't know if I would say they were favored, but the sort of power rankings across the world, but also in Korea, starting to majorly shift to the point now where Zeta are not even necessarily third in Korea or third in the world anymore, which is a scary thing for them, given that they've been trying to break through third for the longest time, and now they've had to settle for fourth.
Yeah, I mean, and for, you know, their opponents here, Invaders, obviously we don't know a ton about them right now. They did just win their previous matchup, and this is a really good litmus test, like we've said previously, of just not just where Zeta are at, but also Invaders. And I'm going to view this as kind of like the waterline, right? We're marking the waterline here of like, okay, is Zeta coming in looking really, really good? And if so, great. If you're a Zeta fan, let's go. If Invaders come in and they're taking them to the brink at points, if they're challenging them, that's great. If you're Invaders, it's great if you're a fan of Invaders, but also worrying if you're Zeta here, when you think about the long-term prospects. And I think the ceiling is getting lowered a bit, right? We're no longer in a ceiling. We're no longer have a ceiling where I can fit in some of my taller relatives. It's getting very Hobbit-like. It's getting a very short ceiling at that point.
Yeah, it really should be most likely. I still think a 3-0 for Zeta Division. It would be very surprising if anyone outside of the Korean teams or like a Vision or maybe a Cold Metal could come close to Zeta so far. So very similar to what we saw in previous games. That just might end up being the experience versus Zeta. They probably won't have to pull through too much for this particular game, although if things in server start to get a little bit dicey for them, expect them to maybe lock it a little bit harder. I don't think they'll off meta, but I would be surprised if Zeta even pull through with their real meta picks. I mean, they could just like run through and just play a very standard Orisa cast comp and just kind of like one trick that entirely through for a 3-0. But
and they'd be valid for doing that, you know. I mean, there's no one. I would not judge them at all for doing that. In fact, during the, you know, when we were casting OWCS Korea in playoffs and even their own LCQ there, we were like, please Zeta, just play the Orisa. We were begging for it at points, and because it just fit them so well.
Falcons.
No,
Falcons were the LCQ. Although that being said,
sorry. I meant to say yes. I do mean to say, yeah, I mean, not the LCQ, but, you know, OWCS Korea.
The quarterfinal, yeah, the first round.
The quarterfinals. And getting mixed up. There's a lot of LCQs out there, but this one is obviously the mainstay of the one right now, the LCQ for EWC. But you are correct. But we were begging for Zeta to play Orisa there. At least I was. And it did not happen. So maybe this is the chance. I mean, Coach Yak, he definitely got it.
Oh, they 4-0'd Onside Gaming regardless of what they play. So, you know, when you are better than the other team, sometimes you are better than the other team. So we're moments away from heading into map number 1. I'll just give you the map details while we're here anyway. It is Oasis. And I think we've had only Oasis so far, actually. Even the game we played between Invaders and TKO. No, actually, it was Busan. So we had 2 Oasis. We're having 2 Oasis, 1 Busan. And Zeta ban Ram, Invaders ban Brig. So you want to see, that could even potentially call for a Diva if you have a Ram ban. Probably Bernard might be leaning into Diva here. He might just default Orisa like he wanted, so that could be a thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you consider the fact that Ram's banned and Brigida's banned, then you have a lot of different options. We are going to be getting in here to game right now.
We go. Our second match on the stream for EWC, or Road to EWC, last chance qualifier. Winner qualifies into the top 8 for tomorrow, or actually maybe the third day. In either case, they do qualify into the top 8, which makes them a little bit closer to getting their way into the mid-season championship. We're starting things out on City Center as always. TP out the gate. Lucio back for Zeta Division. Burner on Orisa. You get your wishes.
You see here going to be this cast for Invaders playing on the Orisa, and our wish has been granted. Like you said, Bernard also on the Orisa here. Both teams playing pretty similar compositions, though. Wasak here on the sim means we're going to be seeing some aggressive TP plays. We're going to be looking for some repositions. Expect some engages here from Invaders, because right, if you play this slow, you can play the turrets on point, try to poke out, maybe remove some cooldowns from Pelican early, but you don't want to give them a lot of space, because the more space you give to Zeta here, the more Pelican's going to have to maneuver to try to find a pick, try to put some pressure on the back line.
Ghost is already in trouble. He's up against maybe the best Orisa in the world here in Bernard, but largely some of the best players in the world here as Zeta Division are going to start cleaning them up. Ghost is gone. Kind of predicted this cast Orisa look coming through from Flora, and Bernard knowing that if it is going to be an Orisa mirror, Flora is going to absolutely farm on this hero, one of his better ones.
You see here just chasing into spawn a bit, going to take down Abdul's just a little bit late there. A little bit of a stagger there as now Zeta just poking for the captain on the cast. And we talked a lot about the return to form for Flora, right? And seeing Flora play cast and Sojourn, you know, just Korea, and just be such a greater force for this team comparatively to things like the Freya, you know, and that's really big. Oh, as I say that, Flora going down, getting caught.
Nice opportunity now. He's the captain going down early, but does he go down with the ship, or is the ship going to survive here? Because ultimates are coming online pretty damn quick for Zeta Division. Pelican on the flank and ready to pulse, but already backline's falling apart here. The sim is gone for Sack as well. And Burner, yeah, easy for him to hold on. Despite liking the cast, the firepower is more than there for Zeta.
Now you look at the ult bank here, you know, with the window being used, Zeta Division, they're going to have the beat to just like pop. There's a counter beat. And a 50% on the board now in the situation for Invaders, where because they committed an ult there and they still haven't broken through this hold, now they're going to commit even more ults to try to just get out of the spawn doors, right? And the more they invest, the bigger the time bank ticks up. They need a decisive win, but this time Flora looking to go early here with the Deadeye.
I'll just force him back. He won't even really get a kill here, I don't think, because there's just the entire team walking through. Pelican will find somebody on the layup on the back end. Snowfall tries to get back in towards spawn. And it's going to be very difficult for Invaders to find that opening pick again. I mean, we saw Flora go down against Suga, which allows Invaders the opportunity to play a 5v4. They didn't win the 5v4. Now they're probably going to have to ult out of spawn just to fight into Zeta here.
Oh, and this is a bad place to take a fight, too. They're finding them here on the flank. And you see Bernard just running into them. The spear goes out, finds one, finds another. Bernard just rampaging through them here. And it's a tough fight to take, right? Because you're against the cars. You're against those environmental hazards. The beat going to get used there from Alvi. And now just going to clean up.
Yeah.
And it's a last second. Can Invaders touch? Can Invaders even get a touch? More than likely not.
No. Well, Snowfall's gone over towards the Widow instead of the Tracer, so they don't have the Tracer to go for the touch here. They don't have Lucio either, given that Gitsuga was taken down pretty early in that fight. Late in that fight, I should say. But either case, it's going to be a sound barrier in spawn because it's the only place that can really use it.
And this is about what we expected, Abel, right? Like, we expected Zeta to come out looking pretty strong. It was a great showing. Invaders not really having anything go for them. Didn't want to fight. Weren't getting a lot of picks. Got stuck in that brutal ult economy. And sometimes Control is kind of that... You know, Control is a game type similar to how I feel about, like, Push, where if the momentum's on your side... it can feel a little bit insurmountable, that those odds. Obviously, Push has a unique mechanic with checkpoints and the overall pushing meterage there, right? But just Control, because of how fast it can be, there's not a lot of options here. As we, just going to be rolling in here to the next round.
See if anything really changes here. Certainly in terms of compositions, just going to be moving away from the Sim for a second to now the Genji. Well, still pretty tough matchup. You got Lamp to play into. Alpha, he's going to boof your way as well. I think Flora, if you can target him, would be good. He was the one play. I think there was only one death on Zeta in that last round. It was Flora.
You see the poke occurring here right now. Both teams just watching, poking it out as Pelican looking to try to control the flank, control this mini pack, and set up behind, try to force a Lamp, try to force some of these significant cooldowns early from the supports. Getting zoned just a little bit as Flora getting found.
So that is one play they can get through. Can they get more than that? Pelican's still looking decent for now, but Burnout unshakable as always. Straight on top of Ghost and the rest of Invaders. And Invaders be gone here. Z Division, they've already got the cap going for them. Finn is also going to get taken down by Suck, who's the one player for Invaders has actually been able to put up some numbers here. Second death in this particular round. Third death overall for Zeta Division.
But a late pickup there. So Snowfall going to go down. The snow melted, unfortunately. Now Invaders going to be waiting for that respawn to come up. And, when you're playing these sort of matchups here, right, the Tracer versus the Genji, what are you hoping for, right? You're hoping you can set up the just really quick engage. You can just set up maybe like a Terra Surge, a Spear to get the dash, and Poke to get a dash. The dash is that finishing mechanic there, right? The Poke is so important. But a Pelican just keeping the zone in the back line, there's not going to be a lot of options to put damage out for Sock to follow up on.
All right. A decent amount of damage with the Invaders here. Burnout's going to go in for Terra Surge, and with that, everyone pulled in, taken down. Abdulaziz a little bit late on the window. 55%. This has been seeming at least a little bit more competitive for Invaders, but they can't quite win a team fight. They can't quite touch that cap, and now Pelican and for the early pulse and spawn.
Yeah, he's just waiting, hunting. And Zeta, they don't have the Terra Surge, so they won't have that combo to set it up, but they can just harass, just Poke. They know they have the window. Potentially just force the beat from Gitsuga just a little bit early, maybe even force the Lamp. And okay, Pelican goes down, good find, but Bernard finds Snowfall.
Alfie holding a little bit, but he will respond now. 4-4, sound barriers coming through. Sack looking for his opportunity to pull through the blade, but he's going to be taken down by the eye of Flora. Gets his revenge onto Invaders, and now the star player of Invaders isn't there to be able to pull through for a final couple of pieces of kills. With the Ghost falling here, they're going to have to go for last minute touches. Over 90% now on the round, but at least Ghost is staying alive.
Yeah, but the blade is up for stock here. The blade available. There's no supportals, but they have to touch. They have to get something. They can't. And that's going to be a 2-0 there for Zeta on OWCS. And it kind of what we expected. Kind of what we expected there, Arrival. It just was really, really dominant for Zeta, and they got to play the Orisa. Bernard hitting headshots, hitting the spears, the zone, the just overall positioning. So strong, so aggressive. And I will say, comparatively, I felt like there was at moments where I'm like, okay, Invaders, like, you're cooking a little bit here, but maybe the walk on a little low heat. No, not the heat, not high it needs to be.
Yeah, we saw a couple of moments there, specifically from the Genji of Sak, and Genji might end up being the target ban for Zeta moving forward if they feel like they even need that. Largely, it's still pretty wide team gap coming through, pretty wide team difference. Didn't quite get a team fight win coming through from Invaders at all. Obi Dick with still a few things to say to the team head coach of Zeta is Santa Flora. How could you die 2 times to this Genji? What are you doing? I'm going to replace you with Alpha and make you play Lucio next.
My captain, unfortunately falling down, but you know we do have these replays coming through to take a look at Bernard in particular on the Orisa, just being a menace. And you want to talk about someone that felt, yeah, they had some deaths. I think in particular, what I mean, maybe two deaths this whole series out of Pelican, but relatively uncontested comparatively. Flora seems like there was a lot more pressure on him compared to Pelican, who felt like he was running rampant, just taking so much aggression, taking so much space, forcing cooldowns. You know, so Invader's just not having really an answer for that right now.
Mostly we see in these replays where the fights took place. I mean, in the lobby going over towards the point itself, we don't even have fights taking place on the point for the side of Invaders. They just couldn't really even get out of spawn. So, you know, for Zeta Division, exactly what we expected here. Strong look as ever, and not expecting them to be changing any momentum as we move forward into the second and third maps.
And that is, once again, you know, what we expected. But I'm not going to write off Invaders just yet. It felt like there was more, you know, potential hope in that one than versus when our earlier match that we saw. It felt like, you know, comparatively, it's crazy, but the Force match versus Zenith was almost more lopsided than that one, which is kind of interesting to think about. But I do think that maybe there's some hope for Invaders there. But for Zeta, obviously, a pretty clear favorite. And now it's a question of, if you're Invaders and you're like, okay, we can maybe keep up a little bit, we can get some limbs, is there something that we can get Zeta off of? And I think there's a really obvious answer, Avril, we talked about a bit, was it's just the Orisa. Yeah, get Bernard off the Orisa.
Yeah,
go to a map where maybe you can't play Orisa, or like it's not just the default best pick, and maybe there's something happening.
I think he just beats you on the Diva or the Ram or the Malga even. I think, honestly, the Malga is pretty good to Zeta, despite it being a bit of a meme of a character. I would trust Bernard and Zeta to beat just about any team on that, except for maybe the top Korean teams of the world. So I think I'd probably maybe target the Orisa, but at the same time, that is only one of your problems gone and multiple other problems coming through. I actually really want to see a team take us to Atlas, because I want to see, if you're an underdog team like Invader, throw a wrench in the works, push Zeta into a map that they are not going to have as much time scrimming on, get the game to be a little bit more chaotic, and just see where the game goes from there. That's probably your best call to make here, just to even up the odds again.
Yeah, I mean, chaos is a ladder, and I think someone said that in a very popular book series, which we can't name for copyright reasons, but I do think that it is a true fact in this particular case, because at the best of times, you know, when we look at the pro level of gameplay, like, it's executing on very common things that takes up 90% of being the best team, right? Like, you're having really good focus fire, really clear comms, really good ult tracking, very, very good rotations. And if you can throw in just anything to kind of disrupt that against a team that has such a gigantic experience gap comparatively, and such a huge gap in terms of just that overall performance level, it is one of those options to potentially find a win.
I would actually target ban Flora. I'm going to be honest. I think Flora potentially has the weakest hero pool, so that could happen. But we'll find out where this goes. We'll find out where where Invaders want to take us. But for now, we'll take a short break. See you after this. Welcome back. We're heading into map 2 very, very soon. The Esports World Cup last chance qualifier for OWCS Midseason Championships here, and no surprises I've asked. Zeta cleaned that one up pretty soundly, but maybe a couple of wild kills coming through from Sucks, Genji onto Flora and Pelican one time as well, just to show that Invaders are at least in the server and they had to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's it was hope, and I think hope is always good. And that really when we're at this stage of the matches, and we're at the LCQ where we have so many like really strong invited teams, when we're seeing teams that are coming in locally, right? A lot of these Saudi Arabian squads. The goal is to see, is there talent to be found, right? A win is like, oh my goodness, like a miracle has occurred, right? But if you're looking competitive, that's great. You know, that shows that there is some real homegrown talent to be found comparatively, especially against a squad like Zeta. And I think for Invaders, like maybe, you know, we talked a bit, like maybe they can toss it up a bit, maybe they can find something unique or interesting to play, and potentially that might be an option depending on what the map is, what the bans are going to be.
I'll tell you what the map is and what the bans are going to be. It is Circuit Royale selected by Invaders, and it will be May first ban, Larry second ban. We're going to head into map, so straight away, this is it, Circuit, and May will be a Pelican target ban, Alari. I just think Zeta Division want to make sure we're going to get clean main support, flex support, gameplay, and no double flex support.
Yeah, I mean, which is interesting because, like, when you consider that how they've looked, like, Alfie's flex has looked really good. And definitely looked better than his Lucio. Not that his Lucio's looked bad, honestly. We've been relatively impressed with his Lucio and Brigida, considering that he made that role swap. But, you know, getting that off the table, perhaps they were just anticipating that Invaders going to be trying to push for that sort of, you know, game for them, and Zeta just probably feeling much more confident here in a fast gameplay style here, just playing the rush as Flora. Now onto the Freya, which, like we've talked about in the past, has not been our favorite look from him, but has looked good. You know, has not looked like hopeless. It's just we preferred them on the Cass, on the Sojourn.
Freya back in the mix here as well for both teams. As sort of mentioned, prefer Flora on towards the Cass, but a long range map like this will necessitate a little bit more range to come on through, which is why they don't want to remove any chance of an Alari. Straight away, though, Burner happy to just push on in. Talk about the fact that, yes, you can take Burner off the Orisa, but I think on something like the Ram, he'll be just as fine.
And now, so importantly here, you see the flank that Zeta walking over, forcing Snowball off the flank, gonna find Suck, and now they can just walk on forward here. And yes, Snowball does have the advantage in the ult charge. Maybe he can turn it here with a very quick bola. Gonna hit it, but the lamp still available, but still gonna find Flora.
Yeah, actually, that's a really nice opening kill coming on through from Invaders, but they're going to get traded back twice. Snowfall and Ghost falling away. Snowfall got himself a really fast ultimate there as well, which is quite impressive. This is just going to be the cleanup now. Pelican has eyes on Shaq, and the rest of Invaders being held away as the cap is committed. 5:20 on the clock for Zeta Division, more than enough. Shouldn't take them too long to be able to push through B. Finish things off here, especially we're looking over towards Finn, rapidly ahead of Abdulaziz on that window.
The retest going on to happen as Ghost looking to come on out as, okay, Snowfall finding Flora. Gonna get that early pick. That's the DPS down. Zeta wanting to hold aggressively. They're gonna use the window, gonna pop that lamp here as well, though. So, okay, window used, lamp gone. Now Invaders with the mana advantage can take some space, walk on forward.
They want to fight, yeah. With Flora going down, they're actually going to back out. Zeta is going to fall off this a little bit, allow Invaders to walk forward. Pelican now on the flank. Is it ultimate time? Nope, he's just going to take down Snowfall solo. What an angle to come through on.
Now see, fight invested. I mean, there's the annihilation there too, with the Vortex just catching them. When the window goes out, walks on through the window, locks them down, and now Zeta cleaning up. Might be a recontest possible for Invaders. I mean, they do have the speed rings, but I mean, look how aggressive Zeta's holding here. It's going to be so hard. I doubt they're going to go for it because they want to try to control a little bit more of an aggressive angle on the choke. It's such a strong place to hold, and yeah, I mean, they're going to try to get out, but that's already down. So, I mean, it's doomed from the start.
Really is. The Ghost is about to fall here as well. Cap's already come on through. Invaders best to give us the fight now. Pelican even Tectonic shocking his way through the rest of the back line. Probably didn't even need to do that, but I think if you're Zeta and you're so far ahead at this stage, it's all just fun and games, as they're going to have another 5-minute 20 time back now, capping B and moving through. So I might end up seeing a gigantic, I would say, 4-minute plus time back here for Zeta when they finish.
Yeah, Zeta already taking this high ground, just being so aggressive, making sure they can't go for the peak, can't go for that angle that overlooks the cart, and they're just going to pressure them here in the spawn. Because even if they, you know, want to fight them there, okay, cart's moving. They want to go to cart, okay, we have the high ground. It's such a strong forward angle to hold right now. As Zeta now looking to rotate Bao back just a little bit. They are going to be holding on to this double support ult available for the Annihilation. A lot of pressure on the Ghost, forcing the Annihilation.
No, he was so low. He had to pop the Annihilation to just stay alive. I'm looking for Getsuga to actually pull through on this orbital ray. There it is, finally. They certainly need the healing, especially after Alpha's already popped his beat through. No stage as well, though. Looking for Sack's Blade to find some sort of value. He's on the back line. Finn is available. Flora comes in to swing in for the save. Instead of Division will be able to get the cleanup onto Invaders without dropping a single member here. Even though Finn got quite low, wasn't to be for Invaders. They popped everything in the bank. So about 25 seconds left. So if Zeta do finish in the next 25 seconds, I'll be just on the money with that 4-minute time bank.
Yeah, I mean, Abdullah's going to have the window available, but I mean, with the Annihilation, they can just do, Bernard can do exactly what they did before. Walk on through, pop a Vortex, pop the Annihilation, just deny all the value of this window, and Pelican relatively close to the ult as well, so they have just another option as Zac goes down. Now they don't have anyone to contest the duelists here, or rather the DPS on both sides of the flanks.
Not a lot of dueling happening. Zeta Division get the final cleaned up. Not quite full, but 356 is about there. It's about what I expected. I mean, about 520 after A, another 520 after B, minor slowdown on C with the back and forth team fight. You actually get the one good team fight coming through out of Invader to get the pop through the entire ult bank. Essentially waiting for that orbital rate, which has been saved up for at least another point from Getsuga. Saka's been doing reasonable, but that particular blade, no dice. Couldn't quite find anyone in the back line. Really, the only real pressure coming through was at the start when Snowfall had a couple of good shots at the floor, but beyond that, it was all Zeta.
Yeah, which, you know, we're expecting that to happen. Obviously here with the offense, maybe Invaders are more of an attacking team. You know, sometimes you just might be more of an attacking squad. Well, you know, defense maybe not your forte, more of an offense sort of team here. And I mean, Invaders, I mean, it lives up to the name. I mean, they're really good at tearing down the fortifications, maybe not so good at building it up. You know, sometimes, you know, it's like when the Gauls, when they sacked Rome, you know, maybe it took them a little bit to figure out how are we going to get these aqueducts working again.
We'll see if they can make a rush happen on A and just completely rush on the site. I mean, that would be really nice for Invaders. But the payload is going to slow you down. That's going to be a big problem here as well. Just to see how they, even if they can get one good clean fight in there, can they snowball effectively? Zeta are now on a double poke DPS line. Soj and also the Freya on board at the same time. I don't think Sack's going to stay through on the Echo for too long. This is going to be pretty tough to play, I think, into this double poke DPS.
Well, looking like they're going to try to go for it. I mean, they're also playing like a bit of a slow comp here. Let Snowfall get a little space, try to get a pick, and maybe Sack collapse on someone. But if you're playing this as double poke, right, it's just kind of this biding for time, hoping that Snowfall gets a pick. Because Sack not going to have much to combo with, right? You're not having a Tracer to help finish off some of those picks from the stickies. You're not going to have anyone else have to set up the engages until you get like a Terra Surge. So, really, you look at the neutral fight, this should be better for Zeta.
That's actually a decent lamp coming through with Dual as well, knowing that Snowfall was probably going to get targeted there. Actually, also might have had double duty for a couple of other members, but the Echo really here trying to do a similar role as what Ghost just gets destroyed there. Similar role to what you would normally see a Fire on this point do in terms of the poke. But as expected, the damage for Zeta Division just a little bit too much here. Ghost taken down once the lamp is gone. Invaders is just not going to be able to do enough here. See the lack of damage of Sack as well. You see Flora's already on 85%, Pelican's on 50%. Sack has just not done much damage at all on this Echo. Too hard to peek, I think.
And Snowfall's made the swap, obviously, to the Freya. So they said, okay, Widow's not working out because it is kind of just, you need to hit shots or you don't. If you're not hitting the shots, we need something consistent. They're going to stick with the Echo, though, it looks like. So now they have a little bit more consistent pressure. Maybe set up follow-up of the damage here. Get Sack into the back line with an instant-pop bit of DPS with a bit of burst. As Zeta here, holding the corner.
Ooh,
try one. And then, well, it hits the double, but got a little greedy with it and goes down.
Now, Flora doesn't go down himself, but yeah, like you say, Burner ends up taking Snowfall. Flora drops in the bowler. Not too sure if it did too much there, but it will have enough effect from the rest of Zeta Division collapsing on the Invaders that force back to spawn. They'll go here. Sugars really not had anything to say in this opening attack so far, only on 42%, which is really significantly behind Zeta Division. Alpha's already basically on towards beat. And consider the fact that Alpha's got nothing to do in this matchup except spam Cheerios, because I don't think he needs to do that much healing. Meanwhile, for Invaders, there's a lot of healing to be done, but Kitsuga's unfortunately not getting much of that healing done.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going for the speeds and you're losing people on the cross. You're losing people just through, you know, there's a window, Snowball immediately down. And if the fights don't last a long time, when you're the Lucio, you kind of feel like, okay, I'm just a vestigial organ here, right? Like, there's not much I can do. I'm the appendix. I'm the appendix of this team right now. I can't generate a lot of value, because if everyone's going down, there's no prolonged fights, and I can't get into the back line either. I can't go aggressive. I'm not diving with a Tracer or just ruining a 2-man unit either with a Genji or a Tracer. So Zeta holding very aggressive still.
That's just me. You're going to get out-tempoed in terms of the ults coming online for Zeta. As they throw in the window, but they still got 4 online here. Invaders are just barely getting their first round of ults now, including, I believe, Snowfall. Well, there is that window, but guess what? Zeta can easily disengage out of that. In fact, they're not just disengaging, they're going to wrap around, play for maybe the Terror Surge as well. Very aggressive beat from Alpha E. Well read that Invaders do not have their own beat. And Bernard doesn't even have to pop his own ult. Flora goes down here, which does mean that Zeta eventually will probably have to respect it. That's a huge cleanup.
Yeah, and you love the rotation. I mean, Invaders like hoping they just get around the corner, pop the window, find one. But I mean, Zeta have the ability to just eat the damages. Okay, Pelican gonna drop on out. Alfie also okay. Many people are leaving. So I imagine there's probably something going on from a technical perspective.
Now, what they're saying is, you know what? We won the fight. We won it cleanly. That should be the end, right? Do we need to play one more minute here, guys, or are we done? As I believe, who didn't use an ultimate? I think they all used. Finn used an ult previously. Beat was used there. I think Pelican did not. He may have. I think Bernard's the only one that didn't use ult, so he gets the keepers. So largely it'll be fine for Zeta ult economy wise, because obviously you're going to reconnect with no ults, but that's still pretty rough. We'll see what we get sorted out. It might just be a potential computer issue, or maybe a internet issue as well. But although that being said, I assume they're all in the same connection when no one else dropped out, so it just might be a computer thing, as we got refs coming over and just taking a look at the moment. What it does mean, I've asked, is that when we do unpause and come back in, Zeta have to go for a full wave of respawns. They will have to back out, which means Invaders get to push a little bit, and they get to touch the payload one more time.
We said a miracle. I mean, this is about as miracle as you can get. Obviously, still such a humongous bank difference for the time still for Zeta. So you look at the trends of the game, and it seems like it's more maybe a little bit of a pause of those potential issues for Invaders. But Zeta looking to rejoin soon. And I mean, Admiral, you look at this, and any surprises so far? I don't think so.
Not really. I think even if you have a couple of picks go your way, which is good to see, because that first game we saw between Force and Zenith, there was like maybe 1 or 2 picks ever. Yeah, you're going up against Zeta, and you're actually getting some legitimate picks. That's something to celebrate in some ways. Won't be enough to win you the map or the series, but it will potentially sometimes win you a fight, given that you'll take Flora down at an inopportune time for Zeta. It forces them to back out. So, we'll say Invaders want to fight here.
Yeah, and that is definitely still a win for them. Is okay, yeah, those ults are gone. Pelican now on the Widow. Okay, well, if I don't have an ult, I might as well be Widow as Bernard left alone on an island. Everyone, my friends are gone. Gonna get a lamp. Might be able to make it out. Is able to make it out. So, yeah. Now the stagger, not too bad here for Zeta. I mean, even though they're down those ults.
As you remember, only 2 players survived in the lobby. So it was Bernard, and it might have been Flora. Which means, and by the way, they were like literally looking at Invaders. It was like a 5v2. Bernard's just running for his life, hoping not to get staggered out, although I wouldn't have blamed him if he actually went down there.
The beat gets used. Alfie gonna go down. Terror Surge for Bernard. That's it. Thinking maybe, hey, can we find someone in? Okay, Bernard hits the Spear 2 off the Terror Surge. So trading 1-for-1. Ghost still holding on to the Terror Surge.
He might die
here. And yeah, they're gonna get him.
Sack again. He's the player to look out for. This is the carry on Invaders. He's got 2. That's actually going to be a 1 fight. They actually might even cap. Are we going to see a cap versus Zeta Division? Now, granted, the asterisk to be said there was a disconnect, which cost 3 players' lives, but they're maybe going to actually do this. Abdul-Aziz dropping down the window as well. Alpha Yee's gone. Zeta Division barely even. No, they can't touch. They can't touch at all.
Yeah, they've got the cap. So, I mean, a milestone, a very big marker has been reached here. And surely, I mean, for Zeta, I mean, it's time to get off the Widow. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously play the Widow for Zeta, but probably go back to what was working for you, put Bernard back in the arena. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Invaders are going to be holding very aggressively. They do have the bolus available, so maybe they just go aggressive, force a lamp, try to drop a bolus, because, the great thing about that ult is you build it pretty quickly as long as you're getting crits.
It's going to be the Finn window. Now, we'll see what happens when the Findo drops. Flora and Pelican will be doing plenty through that. Invaders have to back on out. They do so immediately. The lamp to just allow them to walk through. Hopefully no one dies, but now that lamp is gone, Ghost is critical, and the cleanup comes on through. Bernard is just carefully walking through them. He's even just walked past Ghost. He doesn't care about the other tank. He's going straight for the back line.
I mean, he also got propelled forward. I mean, the spear from Ghost literally gave him the rocket boost, the propulsion to get closer to the backline there. I mean, Bernard, we've talked about his Orisa, and it's just the tracking on the left. Like, he hits so many headshots. And Orisa, I mean, when you're hitting those combos of the spears, hitting those left clicks into headshots, it is just nasty.
No, Pelican, no issues taking up positioning that Bernard left behind. Just rolled on through. Even that last headshot leaving Sack on 1 HP. Putting the warning signs into it. And here comes Bernard once again. Respawn, ready to go. 1 minute left on the clock. Invaders have a long way to push for this last minute.
They are going to have double support available. Maybe get the Deadeye. But the OC popped early, forcing the lamp. And Pelican peeking through, finding Sack. And that's a big pick. There's a lot of damage off the field. The lamp's gone too. And now Invaders, they don't have any position. They're going to have to back up. I mean, it's over. There's no backing up. They're going back to spawn.
Back to spawn. Pachuca's trying to get something done in that back line, but not to be the case. Zeta Division, they're happy just to completely disrespect the window being pulled through. You see Pelican specifically just weaving in and out. That one finding his right clicks on OC. Flora largely has been the only one repeatedly taken down here by Zeta. I think 4v5, Zeta is still looking good. Final couple of balls to come on through now for the final fight. 15 seconds to play through, and nothing left for Invaders. Did Getsuga get the sound barrier off? I don't know if you called that one.
I'm honestly, I didn't even know. I was busy watching.
Ajax maybe? Would like to know that.
It could be the first Ajax right there. Did not even see, but either way, it doesn't really matter because the Terror Surge into spawn, no touch. And that's going to be another map going the way of Zeta. I mean, and despite the disconnects, despite maybe some help from the internet powers that be, it just was not enough. Zeta Division looking incredibly dominant, which is what we expected. It's really what we expected to happen here. And any other outcome would be kind of crazy.
You know, you get a point, kick over a couple PCs on the other side. Don't bother kicking over Flora's PC. He let him stay in. That's the one guy you can get down. He's fine. Everything else, pretty much what you would expect out of the side of Zeta Division versus any non-Korean team or any non-Vision cold middle type of team. So maybe just a couple of words from the coaches to talk about where individuals are getting picked from, but yeah, I think this is a pretty chill game for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, gotta flex, gotta get the warm-up reps just a little bit, make sure that when you get to the main event, you're nice and warmed up, because they're waiting for Falcons, right? Falcons, maybe Vision, depending on how they show up. That's kind of the teams that they're eyeing. And right now, unfortunately for Invaders, they're in the way. You know, when they kind of get running, they're just charged through the walls like Juggernaut, and Invader, they're currently the brick wall, and they're standing right in the way. And I do think that's just for them unfortunate. You see here some of the replays coming out, and you know, I think I continue to feel good about the fact that we talked about a bit of how Flora has looked so good, such a drastic turnaround in OWCS Korea for them when they're off the Freya, and I think this kind of holds true here again. We're like, yeah, Flora, solid performance, nothing crazy, but really didn't light up the server that too much on the Freya here, even versus Invaders.
He's going to have to improve that later on. There'll be tougher opponents ahead for sure. So I'm sure Flora will have to, you know, he'll warm up by day 3, you'd imagine. Looked good on the cast though, as you'd expect. Pelican actually looked really nuts on that Surge, as you saw the moment when Bernard pushes through, maybe aided by Ghost a little bit. He dies, and then Pelican just slides in and completely demolishes Invaders by himself, really.
Can never turn down the supernatural help when Ghost sends the horse into the backline. It's always nice to hear from the spirits from beyond. And Invaders now struggling, scrambling here to see, can we get a map on the board? Can we take them somewhere? I feel like Circuit Royale is kind of one of those maps where if you have a pocket pick, like, it's the map to go, right? It's something that feels very different than a lot of the current map pool. There's some very different potential options, especially on like the poke front of compositions, where you can have like very long range DPS. Maybe play even like some more static, like shield-based comps if necessary, and you know, didn't pay out for them then, but maybe they have something else in the bank.
You're gonna have to, yeah. At this point, Flashpoint's still open, Atlas is still open. I still want to see that potential come on through, just so that we can at least see it for a couple times on the stream. I'm sure somebody will eventually pick it. Somebody might have already picked it in some of the other games that have already happened. Speaking of other games that are happening, I do believe Falcons are currently playing against Force right now, and as you'd expect, they're going quite one-sided for Falcons. But in our game, very much the same things. Zeta Division controlling everything. They finished with nearly a 4-minute time bank. Probably would have full held if not for the disconnect. And then after the cap onto A, then happy to just completely hold on to B regardless. So potentially one more map to come on through here for Invaders. It'll be their map choice once again. We'll find out what they pick after this break.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Welcome back to EWC. We have the last just qualifier here, potentially the final map of our second match so far, Invaders versus Zeta. Winner goes through to the top 8, all important top 8 that gives you the best chance to actually make it through to the Esports World Cup at the end of the event. And right now, Zeta pretty damn dominant. And fun fact of us, I did check, it was an Ajax. Our first Ajax of EWC happened.
Fantastic. I mean, we finally had to get. I'm a little sad that it wasn't Violet. You know, you really wanted to be Violet be the first one just to keep the themes going here just a tad. But we got it. Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it, and we're glad that it finally happened. But a little unfortunate, of course, for them. And also, while that's happening too, Falcons versus Force. They just completed map 2 as well. It was, you know, Shambali, so 2-0 so far for Falcons as well. That's ongoing. But for us, obviously, we're moving into our third map, potentially our final map of the series between Zeta and of course Invaders. So, and it's not been looking too great for them so far.
Let's talk about what we have coming up next, though. Map 3 is going to be New Junk City. Still no Atlas. It will be Lone coming in for Snowfall in terms of substitution, which, hey, at this rate, let's give a little bit of playing experience to some of the other players. If Invaders do not make any sort of comeback here, which is probably the case, they'll go to the lower bracket where they can get a rematch versus Tico, which they did manage themselves to beat 3-0. So their opportunity to move to the top 8 is certainly very still likely. Looking over towards bans, though, it's going to be an Invader first ban on Venture, Zeta follow-through ban on the BAP.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at that. So the Venture was looking really good. Pelicans pulled out a really great Venture so far when we've seen it played. And BAP going, getting taken out, getting out of the way, it could lead towards like, hey, we're just gonna like rush you down again with like a Lucio Kiriko here. I mean, it is New York City. You could potentially play like even like a Juno Brig if you want to do that. We haven't been seeing that quite as much recently. So there's a lot of options. So right, getting rid of BAP, I think in some ways BAP is, I think you can agree with this, Avril has been one of the most meta-defining supports right now, just how strong his kit is, having the window, having the lamp, just the amount of heals and damage they can put out. But it also gives you a little bit, for if you're a weaker team, you have more get out of jail free cards to a degree, right? Mostly because of that lamp. And removing the lamp just puts you in a situation where if you're a team that has a better grasp of just overall tempo, getting picks, and you don't have to rely on some of those freebies, then it's going to be a little tough.
You need as many of those as possible as well, especially given the capability that Zeta are showing right now. But Zeta are also very good at playing that same style into, which is Lucio BAP on both sides, and just so well practiced is the Lucio BAP of Zeta Division, even with Alpha E having moved more recently over to Lucio with not really having played that previously. We're heading into New Junk City now. See where we begin. Things are Burner hovering over a Queen, which is actually maybe playable. I did remember that Queen got a little bit of a buff on most recent season patch. And for Zeta Division, it's like, okay, well, no Venture, no problems. I don't think they would have really have hard locked the Venture here anyway, unless there's a Sim on the other team, and there is. Shaq's going to play that.
And it's a Lucio Moira 2 here for Invaders. So they're going for a full just brawl, get in your face comp here with the rush. Get the TP in, set up Lone, set up Ghost, try to just make a Cole, just get the Cole as fast as possible. While Zeta, I mean, they're playing a pretty similar style, right? You're not going to have the TP to try to burst someone down, but you are going to have the dash. You are going to have the tracer damage just to looking to isolate one person. If you can force that shift from the Moira, from Abdullah's early, I mean, that's an easy target.
It's going to be Flora down again. Abdulaziz, even on the Moira, will find that pick. Invaders can actually use this 5 versus 4. Flora, of course, not the best on Tracer, although you would expect even in this matchup he should be able to dominate his way through. This actually even might be an Invaders first cap. Imagine that. Invaders are about to get on the point. They're actually going to get percentage points.
Well, I mean, having the Moira, it can be a little nice to help duel out Flora and Pelican a bit, but obviously, like, as soon as that cooldown should be used, I mean, it should be an easy target here for Zeta. But the Ram into the Junker Queen, I mean, Ram always still really good, putting a really solid front line as Lone goes down, but in return, Alfie down.
Bernard can just target the backline instead. Got to do a bit of a pause here. Maybe someone disconnected, not too sure what happened, but first fight actually legitimately going the way of Invaders. They get the first pick. It's on to Flora again, unfortunately. You talked about maybe a team being exposed. Yeah, I'm looking at maybe individuals being exposed a little bit here. Flora's been copping a couple L's across the different maps. If it was one time at one map, but it's been like every time on every map, actually. So a bit of a funny one there. Although, not the greatest Tracer player among the top tier players that we do see. It's legitimately now a cap and percentage on board for Invaders, which is quite the dub. They even got a cap on Circle Rail, although put the asterisk there with the DC. This time, they got the cap and a fight win, and there was no DC. Actually just got it.
Yeah. Now, granted, I mean, who knows how long the tech pause were persisting, or the tech issues might have been persisting before that, right? But we're going to give them this one. We're going to give them this win. And, I mean, well done to Invaders. You don't see that too often in some of these, like, Omega Stomp situations where there's a very heavily favored opponent where you see any points given away, any caps given away at all. So, got to give them their medals for that, I think, as both sides just getting ready to hop back in the server right now. It was just maybe a peripheral issue. Is okay, Alfie going down. Pelican gonna just finish up on the point, and it looks like a potential reset though. I say that Finn 1, 2. Does Finn get more?
Finn's on that stadium build again. That's right. I remember Finn was on Team Japan for the stadium show match, and he just one-tricked Kiriko the entire way through and dominated. Abdulaziz with a late call will take Flora down again, just beaming down. Beam Flora down, why don't you? We'll flip this into another 4 versus 4, but that Bernard and Finn still have ultimates. It should be pretty tough for Invaders. So you get to see the Rampage. I mean, Finn's just taking the game into his own hands.
I mean, Finn is just, I'm going to take the fight to you, right? I'm going to go in there. I mean, if you're Invaders, might be kicking yourself a little bit with the Cole usage there because, hey, Cole's gone. Sure, you got rid of Flora, but I wouldn't describe that as currently the alpha threat, especially when you did not have any positional advantage there to follow up.
Really needed to use the Cole to keep Ghost alive, probably. That would have been the play to make. They'll be able to do that now, given that Kasuga has beat online, and maybe a little bit less likely that Ajax, given that Pelican's not on the Soji anymore, they could just one-shot him. With Lone being subbed in here as well, expecting a lot. What can he do with his Deadeye? so far, just doesn't see anything. The Zeta Division have taken the fight downstairs. Zach's gone. It's Flora down again. Yep, take your tax.
Oh, but there's going to be the Rampage. Rampage there, so good. Finds several. Ghost immediately goes down. The anti-heal striking those players there. And, you know, you draw them into that trap. Like, yeah, you get a lot of space. Yeah, Flora maybe throwing himself onto the bonfire just a tad to bait them. Probably not the actual answer there, but you have the recontest. The beat had already been used.
I respect Flora's giving the other team a lot of hope. That's good. You want to keep the other team in?
Yeah. Yeah, give him a little freebie. Give him a little freebie there. You know, you go to the store and you get a bit of freebie.
He's the most generous top-level Overwatch player in the scene, really. He's very generous. He likes giving himself away to make the other team feel good. And Invaders, they should feel good because they got a genuine fight win there. It's a good percentage captain as well. And we'll see if they can actually snowball into this next fight. Watch on Barry being dropped early.
Like the idea. I love the aggression there. Split them there, but Kitsuga, unfortunately, goes down. Abdulaziz, though, still up. The still those heals on the point, but Pelican with the blade. There's no beat, and Lone's already down. I don't think they're going to potentially pop the blade here. They're just going to use the shout, chase down some more players.
Well, the coalesce is going to come through anyway. A couple players have gone down. No DPS is up now. Abdulaziz has to back out. He'll be chased by Pelican. Pelican just completely dominated them, and they're not even getting Floor anymore because he's swapped over towards the Soch, something he's a lot more comfortable on than the Tracer. And they'll say, you know what, no Tracer, no problems. The other team isn't playing Tracer or Genji anyway. We don't need a flanker. We got Pelican or the Genji to handle that. For Invaders, they dropped on a couple of big ults there. Just got nothing out of it.
Yeah, and already, I mean, just dropping more picks here. The very aggressive chase here from Zeta Division. I mean, 5 ults going to be on board. Trying to find Lone. Lone backing up is okay. Abdulaziz is going to flop over to the Alari now. Maybe try to get some of the pylons, have the ability to just like boop you back, get some picks of their own, but Zeta just playing so aggressively. Pelican here, set up behind Avril.
And not a lot to play up against this beat either. Finn's going to go rush first. It might even just be able to win off the rush itself. It's going to be a bit of an isolation that goes, forcing him to pop the annihilation. Rampage out is going to be Bernard. Alpha, you're not getting a chance to use his beat for this particular fight with Ghost down this early. 4 versus 4 Invaders. Still very unlikely to get much more done here. Bernard's gone. Invaders actually... Have they swung this one around alone with a nice angle onto Finn? This is an opportunity to get a cap again.
I mean, getting a little ambitious there for Zeta. I mean, they just took an aggressive fight. The loss of players. I don't think the Rampage from Bernard didn't really seem to get much. And they're still going to have a beat. This is a fight, okay? Pelican committing the blade, thinking they could potentially win it.
He's swapping. He's swapping, surely.
Yeah, surely a swap here because, I mean, Kitsuga going to hold on to the beat here as well. I mean, they didn't even have it yet when the blade gets popped there. 99, yeah. There's going to be the Tracer pick for Pelican. Definitely a better setup, right? We don't want to see Flora typically on the Tracer. You want to see Pelican. Anyone's playing it here for Zeta Division. And now they still hold on to a beat. They're close. I mean, there for Abdulaziz, they're going to be close to the rush. So they have some options to hold here for quite a bit.
Here comes Soch. Here comes Flora. Here comes the OC. Force the beat drop from the other side. Abdulaziz holding on to what will soon be the rush, and he's going to need it because Flora finding his shots, finding his mark. Invaders dropping by. Still got 3 alive right now. Lone swapped one through, but Abdulaziz falling as well. Lone just popping in a final Deadeye to make it interesting, but he can't even get a shot off. Flora, for all that he went down early on in the first couple of rounds, of which this one is of, he's going to make that comeback happen on that Soch with a nicely played OC rips through Invaders for 2-0 on this map.
And a rush going to be in possession there for Invaders, along with the blade coming up for Sack. But, I mean, look at the chase down here. They get one pick, Sack goes down. Now Pelican can run a little wild, knowing that there's not a lot to contest him. As they keep chasing down these limbs, heading here to the point not even unlocked yet. I mean, they still have a lot of time. I mean, it's just kind of a, let's get some limbs for fun. Let's also, I mean, obviously it guarantees our position, but really there's just such a huge time. I mean, there's time for another fight before this point even unlocks.
Well, that's the good news for Invaders. Okay, you do lose a fight. You got to feed a little bit of ult charge over the other team. However, because the point didn't unlock it, you are going to be able to come back in. Maybe even challenge for a touch before the fight goes through. This will be a good time for rush now. Abdulaziz, and it is. It does look like a touch as well. Finn to respond in just a hot minute here. Sack now needs a little bit of help to play on this blade.
But the counter rush there, they went for the chase. They tried to get so aggressive, but they lost players there to that late rush from Finn. They just went a little too deep. Weren't expecting the counter rush. They have no cooldowns available to back up. Weren't able to kite as Pelican just continues to run around relatively uncontested.
Yeah, Finn getting active there again.
That's going to be 20% here.
Even Finn and Alpha E. I mean, Alpha E getting active in the kill feed there. Zeta Division will push on through again. Pelican on the back line. Lone just swabs back on the Soch, and he instantly eats a pulse. No Suzu to save the day from Abdulaziz. And now for Invaders, this might just be a last fight situation if they can't break out of spawn. They don't even have ults to break out of spawn unless they want to pull Blade now.
Which, I mean, might be the best option. Alfie is going to have the beat, should have the beat if they're going to choose to go for that here. I mean, Zeta might just go first. I mean, Lone's already down. There's the overclock too. So they're just going to commit. And yeah, the beat used. I mean, this is it. Fight over. They don't have any damage. They're going to go back to spawn.
We're about to hit the 80% mark, and you know what that means? That means Invaders have to break out of spawn and touch. Late death here would be pretty trashy for Gitsuga. Once again, I'm going to be sniping out of spawn, which, fair enough. You do want to Widowmaker out of spawn sometimes to actually get a peck, but yeah, I don't know. Can they even touch it? Their Lucio and their Tracer is gone. Their Doom is still stuck in spawn. It's a 3-0. It's 100-0 on that final point as well. But, you know, again, we'll give them their flowers for Invaders on that first point on that arena. They legitimately want to fight, legitimately got the cap. But the later we went, the more we leaned into the specialties of Zeta Division. We get Flora off the Tracer. You put Bernard back on the Orisa as well. You get everyone on their best heroes, and suddenly the game is just like, I mean, it already was fairly one-sided, then it just got ridiculously one-sided. It's like, well, at that point, not much more Invaders can do.
Yeah, when you're on the cover picks, I mean, it's pretty easy to keep the momentum rolling, especially when you're on you know, map like that on New Jump City and you have a Tracer, you have a Soj, you just can just keep pushing to spawn, keep going, and once the momentum starts, the crumble starts, it's very, very hard for Invaders to stop that because you need to have that top level fragging power, that top level coordination, and this is really being tested against an elite level team, a world level team.
And honestly, you can see some of the fundamentals there for Invaders is pretty good. They know what types of comps they want to play. The comps actually make sense. They know what type of bands they want to play through, so all the bands also make sense. They're not totally random bands that don't do anything. There's some reasonable mechanics out there. We saw Sack on the Genji was actually pretty reasonable. Snowfall early on in Circuit Royale with the Freya was kind of getting a few picks on the floor as well. And even Lone coming on the casting, not too bad. It was an okay showing mechanically. So individually, you do see some mechanics in there. Individually, you see that they have some reasonable level of macro understanding. But they just go up against a team that is probably far too good. You can tell that Invaders are a good enough team to beat other Saudi teams like OTK, who maybe just aren't quite on that same level, who don't quite have the same level of read. But when you go up against a team like the likes of Zeta or any of the top 4 invited teams here, it's just a bit of a cut above.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, they are looking pretty dominant, which is what we expected, but overall well played to the squads. I mean, and we're going to give them a little bit of a chance because they do have a couple more opportunities to, and by a couple, I mean they have one. They got the lower bracket. They have some options to potentially make it on back here if they can perform really well. But with that, I mean, Zeta moving forward, looking good, and looking like they're living up to expectations.
Yeah, Falcons have moved over as well as we get a bit of an update. Falcons have also won their match pretty cleanly, 3-0. We got a couple of looks as we panned past the players. They have the Falcons players sitting behind Zeta, and you know they were playing through their game, and yeah, didn't take too long for Falcons to follow suit and also get their cleanup versus, I think it was Force in that Group B. Force is the team that we looked at versus Zenith, where, you know, they have probably one of the more one-sided games we've ever seen. And then you get to this game, which is strangely not as one-sided, but I think it's just because Invader do have like the general reasonable read on the game and what they're supposed to do. They just might not have the player quality or the experience together to actually do it.
Yeah, and that's something you have to give them credit for. I think for sometimes when we see these regional differences in the play, you even see kind of these mismatches in just the overall meta picks and like what your compositions needs to be, what is looking really strong at this point, and just the cohesion of those comps. And it feels like for a lot of these Saudi Arabian teams that they look like they have the idea of what they need to play, what needs to be meta, and what they need to be focusing on. It's just unfortunately just that gap in overall cohesion and experience that's hitting them hard there.
You're going to need to see these players maybe run through the gauntlet of Saudi E-League, ESL Saudi Challenge, something like that, where they get to, you know, a bit more experience playing through the game, especially as a team as well. Get some experience playing against some of the other EMEA teams. In particular, you know, you have the likes of Vision, Twisted Minds, Alcacia playing in some of these tournaments as well. So that would be the time and place and the experience for some of these other Saudi teams to be able to find their opportunity to grind through and improve to the point where, you know, they can be really like a player like Ziad, who exactly did that journey, right? Grinded through the Saudi E-Leagues of the world and eventually ends up on the best EMEA team. But that's going to be it of us for our side of Group A and B. We're going to take a bit of a break, and when we come back, Group C and D for day one. Don't go anywhere.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Watch a man getting safe out. See some play green like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, he wants better. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play green like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, he wants better. Moves like Jagger. His come on, he wants better. We ain't in the mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-claim you real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter. Go strong, still for this thing, don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter.
got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now. They ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some big game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some big game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same key, but I don't phase me. If you ask him, let me say, got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it phase me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty burn, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground. Telling me mine, I don't play about. Tell them rise up. Used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple balls on the climb up. I don't mind up. Ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new ones better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new ones better. My new one's bad. He ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back. Put shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground. Like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. you the proof. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live without the pain in my throat continues to grow. It's saying to get better. How can I know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, beating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. Say it again, how can they know? Live like my brother, I can't believe it.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier here at the Esports World Cup for Overwatch 2. My name is Commander X and I am joined by Unter, and we are here to bring you the second half of day one. We've already had a little bit of Group A, a little bit of Group B take place, where the two titans of this tournament, Falcons and Zeta Division, played and won, and we'll be locking in for Group C and Group D, won't we, Max?
Thank you very much, Xavier. Yes, not only Titans in the game, but also Titans out of it. Thank you very much to Avast and Outlaw for bringing us through Groups A and B. But enough about A and B, of course, no surprises there. We're here for Groups B and C, and I believe we're going to be kicking it off with Group C and Bright Future versus Flexible. You want to tell us a bit about those teams, Xavier?
Yeah, Bright Future and Flexible, maybe two of the more evenly matched teams that we're going to see early on. In Group A and B, we did have a lot of almost mismatches between some of the top teams in the tournament and some of the lower teams in the tournament. Whereas here in C and D, it's a little bit more even, so there might be a little bit more fighting back and forth. Bright Future, probably their most well-known players are players like Chaos, players like FACEIT, players we have seen play in Saudi E-League before if you followed those tournaments. Meanwhile, on Flexible, the star players are probably their DPS, Sly and 6666. That's 4 sixes for those keeping track.
So many sixes, and honestly, these are two really familiar teams in terms of the players on them. If you follow the Saudi scene closely, these really are some household names. Looking forward to seeing KOs actually play tank this time around, because I seem to recall last time I had eyes on KOs, it was an emergency fill situation for them where they had to sub in on the flex support, but you wouldn't have known that they were a substitute, because I could have sworn they outperformed and actually took their team F16 a little bit deeper into the bracket than they ever did before. I obviously hold F16 very closely to my heart, so I strongly remember young KOs. But we've also got Yazid hidden away on the roster there, who may try to fool you into believing he is Ziyad's brother, but do not take the bait in that regard.
Don't take it.
No,
no, don't take the bait. He fooled Unter, he fooled Junkbuck, he's trying to fool everyone, don't fall for the bait. As we take a look at Group A here, and this was Zeta Division's group, obviously coming in as one of the highest seeds into the tournament, invited from their OWCS career finish. They got a bye in the first round, then they had to face the winner of Invaders, they took care of that, no problem. Similar story on Group B here, where Falcons also got a bye and made short work of pretty much everyone in their path, and they are already qualified for Phase 2, now be taking place on Day 3 of this event.
Now
Group C is where we're going to be starting the action. Yeah, we're going to be starting here. Bright Future, Flexible is the game we're going to be following, but also Vision Esports, favourites of the group, will be playing off screen as well.
Group D should be a decent watch as well. We've got Cold Metal, who have actually flown out not from the EMEA region, actually having some players who compete in the Pacific. So very interested to see Cold Metal, who have actually come all the way across the world for the last chance qualifier, whether they can actually, cut the mustard and get a little bit deeper into the bracket than the early rounds. I think Group C and D are going to be very different stylistically to what we saw in A and B, because we don't just have Falcons and Zeta Division dog walking through their opposition in the earlier rounds. We're going to see some more competitive games here in the latter half of today.
I think especially once we get to that Group D, it's probably the tightest group. We talk about TFW, and we'll get to them more later, but them up against Cold Metal, while they're both favourites in their respective opening fixtures, once they meet each other in that upper bracket, it's going to be pretty tight. We can maybe talk about the format a little bit as well, because for those of you who haven't seen any of the action so far today, it's going to be GSL format brackets, which is basically in each group there's going to be a double elimination bracket. So there'll be an upper bracket, a lower bracket, and the teams will play out, eventually giving us 2 teams that will make it through to phase 2 in that single elimination qualifier for that also valuable last spot at the Esports World Cup.
Exactly right. I think there's a natural expectation that all of the teams competing here are ultimately playing for the privilege of eventually going up against one of these true international top dogs, against your Team Falcons, your Zeta Division, maybe even your Vision, as they've, bolstered their roster to the point of having world champions like Violet on the roster. I believe we spoke to TFW a little bit earlier, and they were essentially saying that they were using this tournament, this last chance qualifier, as an attempt to get some experience together and get some practice together in some higher stakes matches as they head into, I think it was the expert division of FACEIT.
Yeah, they were just finished their expert season. They went 19-0, so can't ask for much more than that. As they move into Masters, obviously a much stiffer level of competition, the one that teams like Team Vision won very recently and got into OWCS. It's that sort of experience to bond as a team for a lot of these lower level teams as well, that don't have the privileges of Falcons and Zeta and having these team houses and facilities. It's a great chance to get that LAN experience, a great chance to bond with your team and test yourself against some of the best in the world.
Some teams are here to test themselves against the top teams. Others are perhaps here a little bit more for fun and for the experience in a different sense. Cold Metal, after all, I mean, we quite literally have a support with the name Meme Machine on the roster. I know that Meme Machine loves to attend as many events as he possibly can, and I'm sure that this is no exception here. They've named themselves after a little bit of a joke in the Pacific scene, I believe. So I think that, they might not necessarily be preparing themselves for a long run and a storied roster past the last chance qualifier here, but everybody's going to get something out of this competition as well as their prize money for participation.
Here for a good time, not a long time. Saw them earlier on camera getting ready, warming up. They have their little sign with their logo ready to go. They've come kitted out to give it their best shot here, and even saying all that, I think they are probably still favourites on paper for Group D, so a real chance to get themselves into one of those more valuable fixtures up against the Falcons, Zetas, the Team Visions of the world.
Oh, of course, just because they're here for fun doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to compete with some of these top dogs. These are top players from the Pacific region coming out to perform. I believe Proxies was on the roster and had some issues with their visa though, so they have been replaced at the last moment by Thirst. Some players, they wanted to make it down here for the last chance qualifier, but some things get in the way. That's what happens when you have to travel all the way around the world for the tournament. Looks like now we're setting up on the stage. We're seeing a couple of these teams right now. I believe this is Flexible and Bright Future. I think I see a Bright on a jersey there, so I'm gonna double down on that. I'm gonna commit to it. There we go. Intuited my way through that one. And it's looking like the players are getting ready to start up. Looks like at least somebody's getting warmed up in the practice range right now, though he appears to have omitted his jersey.
Yeah, apparently ran out of jerseys, but they'll still be competing, and I think really both of these teams a great chance of making it out of this group. As much as in a lot of these groups, Vision, Falcon, Zeta, they're the big favourites. It's a second spot out of every group, which is where the real battle, the real fight is going to happen at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, there should be a real scrap as we get deeper into these brackets. But again, I think even this first round, Bright Future versus Flexible, should be a relatively competitive game. These are a series of names that we do see in the Saudi E-League's brackets. These are some mainstays for the domestic Saudi scene. And expecting, with 2 rosters of LAN experienced players to at least see some serious competition.
Yeah, I think some things we can expect from them as well. In general, the meta still seems to be in a pretty Orisa-heavy state, a lot of RAM as well. And I think Bright Future are very much going to lean into that. I expect them to play a lot of compositions that are probably quite akin to some of the ones you've seen Twisted Minds play over in EMEA OWCS. So Orisa, RAM, double flex support are probably what we're going to see a lot of. And of course, keep your eyes on Khalid, who will be playing a lot of Genji, champ-free Genji players, so maybe a bit of an X factor for them.
It definitely helps to have a Champ 3 player in the back pocket, and Genji, not a terrible hero for this meta. Throughout Europe and throughout the EMEA region in general, we have seen a lot of Symmetra in play. Maybe that's something that we could see thrown in there to shut down the performances from Khalid, because Genji can sometimes have a little bit of a hard time against the Symmetra, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm told that Flexible are also partial to the occasional Diva comp, so I think throwing a bit of Diva into the mix might make things a little bit more difficult for the Genji player, but hard to play too many predictions of what these teams are going to run. We might just have to wait until it actually comes out on the screen for fear of immediately casters cursing myself.
I think what's really true is when you talk about these teams that aren't at the elite level, there's a lot more room to not necessarily lean into the meta completely, to just play the heroes that you are best at. You know, you talk about some of the players we'll see later on in the tournament, players like Pelican, Proper. These guys, they are A tier, S tier even, on every hero. They can really play a wide variety and allow their team to just lean into whatever the best meta composition is. Here, when we get to some of the teams in the middle or towards the lower end, there's a lot more room for just play what you are good at, get your players on their best heroes, let them have the impact and make the difference.
Exactly right. And I mean, for Bright Future, there are multiple different approaches that they can take. They've got a Champ 3 Genji in the back pocket, so they can always protect for the Genji, ban out heroes like Symmetra, protect DPS. And if they are comfortable on multiple ground tanks as well, just entirely possible for them to not necessarily protect their tank, instead ban out the Diva for Flexible, make it a bit more difficult for Ashbourne to come out on the Diva, and it could be a good ban situation for Bright Future. Flexible, in contrast, you know, if they ever want to go ahead and ban out Khaled's Genji, that might be banning out one of the greatest strengths for Bright Future. But these teams, if they have a little bit of roster depth, a little bit of flexibility, might not necessarily be crushed by a singular ban.
No, it's going to be important as we go through this, as both teams try and pick each other apart with bans. Obviously, a lot of these teams, maybe Bright Future, Flexible, two teams that will be quite familiar with, maybe not necessarily the teams, because a lot of them have been formed for the purpose of this event, but we'll be familiar with the players and the players' individual strengths. When we see some of our more international composition, teams like Cold Metal and TFW over in Group D, when we see them play, all of a sudden it might be a little bit of seeing who's done the most research, who knows the key heroes to ban against Cold Metal, a team they won't have really had any direct experience of. Who will know what to ban against TFW, a team they've not had direct experience of, and obviously vice versa as well. So might be a bit of a research gap as we go through this.
Yeah, I'm honestly very interested to see whether it will be a matter of, did you research your opponent well enough to win in the draft, or does the draft wind up being almost completely irrelevant to you? Because sometimes the gap in skill can simply be too great. And while we have players on these teams, you know, for example, Bright Future, that has many storied players from the Saudi E-Leagues, Cold Metal, the same can be said for the Pacific region. So there's a little bit of a regional clash to be expected a bit later in the bracket here, as we'll see, you know, maybe it's not just a research gap, but also a regional gap. We'll have to see if either region can actually edge out ahead.
Invariably, what you get in every region is whatever the most successful teams at the top are playing, it tends to trickle down. So it's no surprise that when we see, especially say at the Saudi E-League, we see a lot of these teams just playing similar comps to the Al-Qadsiya's, to the Twisted Minds and stuff like that. But we're straight into Lijiang Tower, Max.
Oh, right off to it. And we've got, does look like a Hazard versus an Orisa. So we were expecting a little bit of Diva. That is apparently not going to be coming out. Ashbourne starting out on the Orisa. Could be a ban situation. May have to consult my sheet on that one. But KO's on the Hazard. This is a pretty difficult matchup versus the Orisa versus the Symmetra, Xavier.
The Orisa team can really just play through point, and with this Symmetra, they've got chances to do stuff exactly like this. TP onto the squishy targets, but the kite seems kind of okay. They lose one player, even trade, though. Khalid on his trademark Genji, trying to dive onto the sim, but the spear from Ashbourne makes all the difference. It's an absolute dogfight here, but with the Chaos still alive, he's good to clean this up, and it will be first fight for Bright Future.
Oh, it was a very back and forth scrap there for Bright Future. A difficult initial situation, but you've got to be so careful if you're flexible. You can live or die off the back of your TPs. You can apply pressure to the backline, make it difficult for an engagement, or you can teleport into your demise. You see the TP comes out onto the high ground there, but straight away KO's just blocked it.
Great wall to block that one, and now they are stuck outside, but Chaos is getting full beamed by Nissim. They need to kill Astro. He can hits for one shot. This is going to be key for Bright Future playing into the Symmetra here. If the Symmetra's allowed to live, it can be devastating, but they've taken that one down. But losing Chaos means it's still a little bit a scary situation for Bright Future, but it seems like Flexible are going to pump the brakes, reset, get back to 5.
There was a player advantage there for Bright Future, but a tank advantage for Flexible, and you can see now they're trying to push back in on that. They're all over the point. Umber is going to fall to Mysterious up in main. The Baptiste putting in the work. Chaos is back into the mix, but he might just be chaining death into death right now. Does look like Ashbourne is actually the one in a bit of trouble, but as Chaos goes down, that's a 5v2 situation. Bright Future, they've let this one slip through their fingers.
And this is going to be the nature of the matchup a lot, as we see Khaled looking like he might be going down a little bit late, will be the last one to dive. And this is going to be the nature of it. If Flexible, if they can just stay alive, they keep Mysterious in play, they keep Astro in play, their comp will win over time. But now, after a little bit of back and forth, it's coming up to the ult game, and it's looking like 5 on the board, nearly for both teams.
5 on the board for either side. It is going to be a huge scrap here, and already we can see Ashbourne on the run as the overclock comes out from Andrew. No overclock to match from 666 just yet. Downpour as well with the blade from Colette is good. That is Bright Future dumping absolutely everything and the kitchen sink into this one. That is double DPS ult and the downpour from KOs. But Flexible, they didn't use a single ultimate in response, Sav.
No, the one they really wanted would have been the beat, but Sly didn't quite have it in time there. Astro also not quite with the sim wall, so significant ult advantage for Flexible now. Bright Future, their choices are limited. They've either got to go fast or just try and bait it out, but they need to be careful. Wall to block for TP, but everyone's still getting through it. The tank's not through it yet, though. They've separated the Lucio, but the TP and the window on point. Ashbourne goes down, Khaled straight through that. Kills Mysterious. They deal with it as well. And Flexible, they had 5 ults, but they only used 1.
Oh, that's so greedy from Flexible there. They TP onto the point, they get a kill, but that deflect from Khaled, that's what happens when you have a champ 3 Genji, Xavier. They know how to respond to these situations. And now Flexible, if they can't get onto the point quick, they're going to go down. They need to use this symbol to enable their rotation, because for Keita, he's got the beat. If they beat push here, it could be a disaster. Clock comes in from the side, but the scrap is on.
Down. Khaled gets that kill already. B comes through from Sly anyway. They have no choice but to fight. Here comes the symbol. They have got themselves to point, but they need kills. Bright Future, they're slowing it down. They're trying to wait out the symbol. Lamp saves the hazard right now. They reset. Terror Surge comes in. They all get out of it, but they're so low here. Bright Future pushing Chaos, but no kills for Flexible.
No kills, but they have secured the flip. They're not done yet, and as Chaos goes down, finally Flexible, they have a chance to breathe here. They're actually on the retreat, Bright Future, as they are all just trying to kite this one out and stem the bleed. You can see 666, he's on the Tracer, but a hit scan on Tracer will go down to Colette and Spawn, and now the push is right back on for Bright Future. Flexible just trying to regain, but Sly falls as well.
Great kill from Ambu, and now it's a significant player advantage. Mysterious has for Window, needs to try and clutch with this one, but he has to pocket Ashbourne out of this as well. Window's going to come down now, but not in time to save Ashbourne, and now they are swarming him. Lamp comes out, but it's not going to do much. Chaos picks up both. Blade to finish the job now, looking at the Lucio, just playing with his food a little bit. Will take down Sly, and Bright Future will be closing out the first round here. Oh, wait, one more touch? That's hard.
One last touch, but that was a real scrap. Bright Future, honestly, it felt like it was right there in the palm of their hands. They were so close to having it over the line. But that fight where they TP to the objective, they've got 4 ultimates online, nearly 5. And they just go down to a singular ultimate inside their window. Can't be letting that happen. Can't be greeting your ultimates that much. Needed to use something more to make sure that their rotation to the objective was safe. Either way, we're coming over to Control Center now. Looks like Flexible are going to stick it out with a similar composition. Wouldn't be surprised if, 666 is going to make the move back over to the hit scan. But Bright Future, they're changing pace. They're on the Zarya now.
Like this a lot. If you play a lot of Orisa in ranked, you will see a lot of Zaryas as well. Bright Future going to lean into that, try and play this counter comp. Khaled expect him to go over to the Genji and then get every bubble in the world. Now Bright Future, if they can keep their Zarya alive, get energy off these bubbles onto Khaled, they will have a great power spike in the middle of these late fights. They have to play the start a little bit slow. We see one self bubble from Chaos already. Flexible trying to be aggressive, full beam onto that Genji. They focus him down before it happens. Great kill.
Wow, that's a huge pick early on. You can see Bright Future, as soon as Chaos has to use a bubble for himself, he's already in a spot of bother. Because Zarya is a hero where you are punished aggressively if you are selfish in these comps. You need to play through your DPS, play through other members of your team. And already you can see Flexible, they're in control. But Ashbourne's got to be careful. Fortify used, the spin will do nothing against the Zarya, and you can see Bright Future, they're stepping up.
Ashbourne on the back foot now, trying to get away from this Zarya. Drop a shoulder, give him the juke, just try and survive. Give time for Six to find a bit of damage, but Flip's gone back through. They killed Sly as well. Now they're looking for more. They're looking for all the cleanup, and they are going to be good for it as well. And this is the win condition for Bright Future. If they can get that Zarya high energy, next time they have bubbles, they can just really bully it. And you see Ashbourne swapping already.
So incredibly tough for Flexible there. They get the early pick onto Khaled. Heinrich in main from Anbu actually going to take down Slide very aggressively. Flexible pushing with their window. Their window is in spawn, but they do have an angle to shoot. The thing is, Bright Future, they're all on the run for K-Talk. He's got 5 HP, but he's on the kite, and it looks like somehow they've given them the slip. Flexible now, they're stepping up once again. Overclock pulled by 666. He's face to face with the entire enemy team, but the counter ults are so good from Bright Future. Big window and an easy cleanup in the end.
Save that grab for the next fight as well. So even though it's big spend from Bright Future, they have the ult so much quicker. Sly has been the first death in a couple of these fights, which means that B is really far behind for Flexible. No real ults yet. They need 11% to get Astro's sim wall up. But the grab hit, it can be great against the sim wall, because the sim wall, you want to get the other side of it. Get it between you and the enemy team. But if you're grabbed, you can't make that move. So all eyes on Chaos now.
Grab already comes out from Chaos. That is huge. Everybody taking so much damage, and 666, Mysterious, Ashbourne, they're all going to go down. Flexible once again finding themselves in a position where they don't quite have the counter ultimates, and Bright Future just continually pressing that advantage fight after fight. You can see they're a bit more accustomed to playing high tempo and taking the fight first.
Really good decision, I think, actually, ultimately from Flexible not to invest that sim wall because the grab was so big. Now they have a clear advantage. They just have to keep eyes on this Genji. But 666 going to dive away through. Now the play from Khaled. B comes over the top, but it's desperately late. Doesn't save anyone. They're going to get a lot of damage done. Ashbourne finds a trade, but it's not enough. A Ram can block, can save themselves, but they have to try and kite. They have to try and live. They're going to need to get a touch, and they just can't.
It's just not going to happen. And honestly, after the first round, I thought we were in for a real scrap here on Control Center, but an excellent adjustment there from Bright Future. Just jumping straight over to the Zarya, taking them off the Orisa, and as a result, it looked so much easier for Bright Future, having a real hard time playing into the beam composition. Khaled, just that little bit more enabled with the bubbles as well, and 100 to 10, it looked like an easy Control Center for Bright Future.
It's really powerful on Control in particular because the COF rounds are so short. So if you start on a comp that is essentially a counter comp to what the other team is playing, you can get this early lead through winning the first fight or winning early. And then if the other team is forced to swap, you then get to snowball your ult advantage. You convert your ult advantage like we just saw Bright Future do, and you'll just win that round before you know it. So great adaptation, paid off for them big time, and seems like they've got a few alternatives up their sleeves to try and exploit Flexible here.
Yeah, I mean, looking further into the series now, what do Flexible actually want to do after map 1? I would very much like to see a Genji ban. The Genji from Bright Future did look very solid, so I would love to see a Genji ban come out in the future. Beyond that, I mean, we were told in our extensive research leading into this series that D.Va was a strength for Flexible as well. Perhaps a tank ban to enable the D.Va a little bit. I don't necessarily think that a Zarya ban is in order, but just banning out some of KO's best could be an option, but very much would like to see Khaled taken off the Genji for the side of Flexible so that then, you know, maybe they just have a little bit more space to breathe.
Yeah, fair to say in that first map, it was actually a Freya ban coming out from Bright Future. They got to ban first, and as a result, they banned that Freya, but maybe most importantly, they protect the Genji, allowing Khaled to play his best hero. Now, of course, Flexible, as the losing team, they get to pick the map. They get to choose if they want to ban first or second. Probably going to be first, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if we are targeting that Genji.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They're honestly just seeing a protect ban on DPS already on map 1, very sensible. I don't think Lijiang Tower is, you know, a particularly good Freya map, perhaps one of the weaker Freya King of the Hill maps overall, but you can see the logic with that Freya ban when you realize that there is a superstar Genji on the enemy team and you're protecting so that they are able to play that as much as they want.
Feels very much from Flexible, even though they seem to claim they are flexible with their team name. Not actually a lot of flexibility coming out. They really are just leaning into the meta. Now we saw a lot in EMEA, and these are Orisa sim comps, but it seems like Bright Future, very happy to disrupt, very happy to exploit the fact that we've got a few more experienced players, slightly deeper hero pools, and trying to put Flexible on the back foot.
Yeah, very much liking the way that Bright Future are approaching these neutrals. They're playing very, very fast and they're overwhelming Flexible time and time again. We saw on Control Center, fast fights with the grabs, and instead, like, just playing so much faster than Flexible. Flexible completely incapable of responding to the tempo from Bright Future.
Yeah, we'll get to see what they choose next in terms of maps, heroes, and bans, but first we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, as Map 2 is coming right up.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. It's time for Map 2 between Flexible and Bright Future. Bright Future got off to a good start, but now it is the choice for Flexible, and they have chosen to send us to Circuit Royale, Max.
No surprises here on Circuit Royale, as Flexible have gone ahead and first banned the Genji. They decided that a Champion 3 Genji is a formidable force, and they are going to immediately target that out. So I quite like this, but the counter ban from the red team, what do we think about that?
So they've chosen to ban Orisa in response here, which is obviously what we saw Flexible play the entirety of that Lijiang Tower. So as much as they have had maybe one of their greatest strengths target banned here, Bright Future, they're now trying to bully the other team back by exploiting the fact that we've seen a little bit more flexibility out of Chaos so far in terms of the Hazard, the Zarya, and maybe even potentially we could see some Ram here, or even some Zarya here possible as well.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Ramatra coming out from Flexible, but no fight wins with the Ramatra, which is never a particularly good omen. Perhaps this is a Ramatra that may be enabled by the absence of a Genji on the enemy team, though. So it's entirely possible that the Ramatra may have some legs. But Chaos, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we continued to see flexibility at play here. Maybe some Zarya, if there's an exploitable tank in the field. If there's some Diva on the field, perhaps a Zarya wouldn't go amiss. Otherwise, some more Ramatra. Ramatra's a staple for Circuit Royale. We see a lot of Ramatra and Sim, but I mean, what I'm seeing right now is an absolute gun show on the screen from Bright Future. I'm not entirely sure that that is natural. For that, mate? Yeah, it's got to be. That was unconcealed.
Confident here, Bright Future, after their initial success. And there is a possibility we'll see Bright Future also lean to the fact that they don't just have flexibility in the tank position in the form of Chaos. They also like to play a lot of these double flex support backlines as well. And if there is a map in the pool or a map in all of Overwatch that suits double flex support, it is, of course, Circuit Royale. So might see them lean into that as well.
Double flex support is an absolute staple on Circuit Royale, of course. And here we are already on Circuit Royale, already seeing the double flex support coming out. We've got FACEIT on his signature BAP. Again, this is a character that he has extensive experience playing in Saudi E-Leagues. And it does look like a double flex support mirror coming out from both sides. Going to have to see whether taking the Genji out is enough to get flexible over the line here, Zav.
With the Genji gone, it means that both teams are essentially just going to play a slower version of a comp. Very spam heavy, and we can see already Ashbourne is massively on the back foot. This Pharah angle being exploited here by Khaled on the high ground. Ashbourne trying to stabilize, trying to get to another set of cooldowns, but that form timing is up and he can try and clear top now, but it's actually Demi with the first pick.
Already a pick for Demi, already flexible, needing to slow down. A minute has already been let off the clock, and it's not getting any better for them as Bright Future press that advantage and clean up every single kill. Looking for a trade, unable to find it as Mysterious goes down, and that's already a full minute down off the clock, and not a great start for Flexible.
No, not a huge amount of ults built in all of that. A slight window advantage, but not all that great. You can see the Pharah being able to play a few more of these different positions being a real problem so far for Flexible. Really, we're going to see a lot of the same type of fights here where both teams are just going to try and hit their same swing timing, and it's all going to be about angle control and who can find those crucial shots. Form trade at the front, but Chaos has the HP advantage here. It's Ambu comes in with the first kill, so once again, forced to reset Flexible.
This is a very aggressive forward hold coming out from Bright Future right now. You can see the form trade happening right on the corner, not even consider it a cart cover. And Anbu now swinging forward, looking for more. Khaled playing a little bit further behind, making sure that they're not going to get picked out by all of the hit scans on the side. A flexible window trade comes up in main, but neither team has gone down yet. Captive Suns come flying off the top rope. Demi hits a few in the back, but no kills converted as of yet. Bowler shot comes out for Anbu. Still, nobody has fallen, but finally, it's Demi that will go down. A side of life for Flexible.
Finally, an opening for them now. They've got another form timing, but Chaos, he has the Annihilation if he wants to keep fighting, but no, they're going to back it up to the next corner, try and get back to 5, and then use those ultimates for Flexible. They can keep going here. Barrage to turn it. The lamp is perfect too for Khaled, and that is going to reset all the progress. The window opens, but it's swiftly shut by Bright Future.
That was such a good lamp barrage combo coming out from Bright Future there. You've got to give props to Khaled and FACEIT there for such a clean combo. It looked like Khaled was going on an absolute mission with that barrage. So close to the enemy team, but FACEIT combos it with the lamp perfectly. Form timing up now in main from Bright Future. They don't want to give Flexible a single second to breathe as they swing that close corner, but this might actually force an unfavorable trade for Bright Future as 666 swings the corner, takes down FACEIT. Chaos falls as well, and Bright Future are actually going to have to eco this now.
Awkward one for Bright Future, caught in between two positions. So when that overclock swing came, they weren't really close enough to use Chaos's Annihilation, but they also weren't far enough back to actually disengage. So this is a huge advantage for Flexible. Now they can take that Annihilation trade on point, and they've got the Captive Sun in the window. They can use this to look for squishier targets. I think Sly, Mysterious, it's their chance to shine now.
They do have a real opportunity, Sly and Mysterious. Pop these ultimates early. Make sure that Bright Future cannot swing. Captive Sun comes out from Sly, but it's 666, taking down FACEIT again. Good for a kill onto Khaled as well, and that is going to be Flexible.
Sly.
With Sly's Captive Sun cleaning house. Bright Future unable to ult back into it. That's 2 in a row for FACEIT. Great sign, though, for Flexible as they push into second.
2 fights now, didn't get a chance to use that Annihilation, and Flexible with a chance to hold forward. FACEIT does, of course, now have the window advantage in all of this, but might have to burn it early just to get out in this choke. They're going to swing on Ashbourne now. Ashbourne still has that form timing, but he's going to go down the staircase, actually. This is going to concede a lot of space, so Flexible going to have to do a bit of work from the ground up just to take this fight again.
Oh, Astro taken dangerously low early on in the piece, but Flexible, they have some good angles to take the fight here. FACEIT pops the window, and it is going to be 666 who falls. Khaled getting some valuable shots through that window, and it is looking like an easy one in the end for Bright Future. Flexible now pressing forward, trying to secure a trade, or at least go down nice and quickly, but in this 3v5, it's looking like they're not going to be able to leverage any trades, and Bright Future, they're going to take pole position up here on the high ground to start camping out Flexible on their retake.
If you've seen Circle Royale before, if you played Circle Royale before, you will know how hard this retake is going to be for Flexible. They need an opening pick. They need one of their ults to connect. Overclock probably going to be their go-to choice in this one. Need 6 to find crucial opening picks. He did it on the first point. We'll need more here. It's an aggressive swing and slow and form from Chaos. Pressure is on. Lamp has been forced out for 6. Hasn't responded yet, but gets the kill nonetheless.
Oh, Khaled once again went for one of those aggressive barrages, but this time perhaps a bit too close to the sun. 2 kills for Bright Future, though, even without Khaled. So 1 player advantage right now. Flexible backs to the wall, but they do have a much closer spawn. So if they can slow down a little bit here, get another trade, and not find themselves traded out, this will be a favorable fight for Flexible. Bright Future right now, they're on the back step. Annihilation comes out from Ashbourne, stepping forward, but taking so much damage as Khaled flies back in, giving him some back shots, and you've got to be very, very careful not to go down that far from behind.
Need this overclock sooner rather than later. They need to relieve some of this pressure, but it's going to be the captain they go for instead. Meets in the end, takes the gap. Sly, huge from him now, but Ashbourne's been traded in main. They still need to deal with this ram, and Chaos can just hold the line. So despite winning the Battle of the Captive Sons, Flexible, they can't walk up.
Oh, so brutal for Flexible there. They put in so much work towards their spawn door. They very nearly turned it with those trades. But Khaled comes back in, even with the heroics of Sly. One last chance now, as there's only 30 seconds remaining for Flexible. They're stepping up in main. 666 has pulled the overclock, looking for more. Mysterious's Lamp is the first victim of the fight. Window comes out from Mysterious as well. You can see Bright Future, they're pushing in. Chaos, he's used that Annihilation. It's a scrap, but nobody has been traded as of yet. Ults have expired. Window from FACEIT is the difference maker. That was Ashbourne. 6, Mysterious, they're all going to go down. This is Flexible's last fight, Sav, and they've been team killed.
Team killed for touch is going to be impossible. It'll expire, and they will get held here. And Chaos, I'm pretty sure he only had 1 Annihilation that entire round. He was slow cooking it, but by the time we got to the last fight, it was ready, dripping off the bone, and he was able to use that ult. Didn't get any initial kills, but it soaked up a lot in that ult trade, which meant by the time it came to it, Bright Future, they had that window at the end, and FACEIT was able to seal the deal. That's a very good hold on Circuit Royale, and this is going to be a very precarious position for Flexible to try and defend.
You could tell that Chaos's Annihilation had been in his mother's crockpot for at least 12 hours, slow stewing to absolute perfection to spoil Flexible's ult trade in the end. Now, Flexible, it's a real uphill battle for them, as they've wound up in a double flex support matchup. They've got perhaps their most valuable ban out of the way already, but you can see Bright Future, they've got a lot of experience with some of these combos. This Lamp Barrage on first point to clutch out. The Annihilation from Chaos on second to bait the ultimate trade. This time around, though, on their defense, it's going to be a different story. As you can see, Bright Future actually hovering the Sigma in spawn. This is a bit of a dangerous one for them. I wouldn't want to play the Sigma into the ramp.
We'll see if he keeps sticking to it, because obviously when you go into that head-to-head matchup, you try and swing a little bit of space on the Sigma. The punches, the slow are going to be so punishing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Chaos swap once he gets confirmation that Ashbourne is on the ram. Astro going to be taking the Faragel here as well. So much closer. Ambu going to go for this shot out of spawn. No one's going to peek him. Oh, little look from the Freya, but nothing to find. We'll go back into spawn, swap onto a Freya of his own. Chaos, he's out of spawn. He's sticking for Sigma.
The Sigma is a very risky pick because Ramatra matches up so well versus Sig. You can punch right through that shield, but forget about the tank matchup. It's 666 finding an early kill onto Khaled. And Bright Future, 45, but continuing to push forward. You can see they're getting cart push right now. They're aggressing despite their player disadvantage. A real change of pace from the defense of Bright Future as they were able to hold position. And Khaled's right back into it, already applying pressure in the back.
Lots of damage from these rockets, forcing them even further back. Really, Flexible's advantage in this matchup is through that front line. They need to put Chaos under more pressure. Otherwise, Bright Future, they can just swing, do a lot more poke damage. Demi's going to get the opening pick, and it is going to be more space conceded from Flexible, backing it up. Rock onto Ashbourne. He is very much on the back foot. A second player falls. Mysterious swap onto the Juno to try and get back faster, but they just need to worry about late deaths now, and it's going to be hopelessly late here for Ashbourne. No way to escape.
Brutal for Flexible. You can see Mysterious coming back on the Juno, but this is a swap that is perhaps a little bit too late, as with the Ramatra, you love to have a speed boost. Ram loves to be given the opportunity to run down a backline, but you could see an issue for Flexible where even when they get a trade, even when they take down Khaled early on in the piece, they cannot find their timing to push. Now there are wholesale swaps coming through. The May, the Astro, the Juno, the Mysterious, but Bright Future, they've got a man on the cart, and they're holding very far forward. Ults available, got to be so careful, but Demi's gone down before having the opportunity to use a Captive Sun.
6 at it again now, swinging onto the Pharaoh, connects a couple of bolts, has that high ground position, counter swing from Ambu, but maybe stuck in a little bit. May coming out here, again designed to bully that Sigma even more, but Chaos does have the flux to get himself out of trouble. Bright Future about to come up to 5, and they're going to have to ult their way up this slope.
Ulting up the slope already as Chaos pops the Gravitic Flux. Ashbourne in so much trouble and will go down before having the Annihilation. What a disaster for them. Sly pops the Captive Sun up on the high ground, is just juicing damage. 666 will fall. 2 kills for Bright Future. It's a back and forth, but nobody's touched the cart savior. Bright Future, they've pushed it through to a 2-0 lead. C9 at the end.
So close to having that Annihilation. That Annihilation goes through. He can pop a second form. He can maybe keep himself alive through that Flux. Then he anchors for point. And then there's a much better opportunity for the rest of the Flexible ults to get value. But such a crucial kill. The Sigma ends up paying off. I do feel like we're in a missed opportunity situation here for Flexible. I think the Juno swap was good. Allows that Ramatra to be more aggressive. But especially in that first corridor on first point, just felt we missed that aggression on the Sigma. They did make the swaps, but a poor attack doesn't give you a lot of room to adapt and swap and overcome, and we saw them just run out of time before their comp swaps could even really come into play.
Brutal now as well for Flexible, as it feels that they've burned their most valuable ban. Maybe the issue here was that they took it to a double flex support matchup where we know that Vacator is not only capable on the Lucio but also a competent flex support player. So by using your most valuable ban in a map where perhaps double flex support is favored right from the get-go, perhaps Flexible have hand themselves into a little bit of a corner here. Now they're going to have to fight a real uphill battle. They're never going to be able to ban Genji again in this series. Not really sure where they would want to take it from here, Zap.
No, I think we're going to be forced to potentially just go back to the Orisa, go back to the Sim, play the comp they were most comfortable on, maybe try and play a map that favours it a little bit more, one that's potentially a little bit harder for the Hazard. Maybe you can even target ban that Hazard, or one that's more difficult for Zarya. Again, bans available for now. Maps like New Junk City might fall into that category, because there are signs of life. I think we've seen Sly hit a couple of really nice Captive Suns. We've seen 6 find multiple opening picks in multiple fights. They just need to play for that a little bit more, because I think actually on the hit scan matchup, 6 is getting through work. They just need more.
6 has really been looking like a shining star on this roster for Flexible. Constant opening picks throughout. Of course, we saw a Sly superstar moment with the Captive Sun, but how heavily can they lean into these players in the clutch? Because from here on out, they're going to have to shut down the Genji. They're going to be in an uphill battle. We saw some signs of life on the Symmetra, moments where they were able to flip objective with Symmetra. Perhaps if they can take us to a flashpoint, another game type where Symmetra is very strong, run another Symmetra comp, get the Orisa in play, get the Sim in play. There's a very real chance for them here, but they've got to be so careful not to be once again out-tempered by Bright Future.
It was really the ult usage that I think was holding them back in some of these key fights. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute break, and then we will find out if Flexible can get the turnaround going.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Before they would say it's true. There's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines.
Welcome back. It is time to get into map 3, but before that, I thought I'd give you some score updates from some of our matches that are happening off stream. There's not too many surprises for you. We've seen that TFW find themselves 2 maps up, well on their way to getting through to that upper bracket. Likewise, Cold Metal also 2 maps up, so it's very much looking like we might get in that Cold Metal TFW upper bracket. And Vision, on the other side of this Group C game that we're watching right now, have also won their first 2 maps. So Vision on track, Bright Future on track, Cold Metal on track, and TFW on track.
Does seem that we're on some sort of completely rigged track at the moment, as everybody is on the track. Vision in particular, 2-0 up on Shock, real no surprises there, and Cold Metal as well. I'd say, you know, we spent enough time glazing them in the pre-show. It's good to see that they are actually living up to our expectation and making it through that first round, no questions asked. Back to our own series, though, that we're watching, Bright Future and Flexible. We're heading over to Esperanza for the next map. Do you want to talk a little bit about the ban, Xavier?
We're going to see a Freya ban come out from Flexible. They got to ban first, as well as obviously pick that map, and Bright Future have banned the D.Va in response. So Bright Future anticipating some kind of D.Va instead, banning it out. Potential they could play the Hazard here, or even one of the more ground-favoured matchups. We're currently waiting for the game, so don't be fooled by the heroes you see on your screen just yet. This is not real. Now it's real.
You had very nearly pulled the wool over my eyes, Xavier. I did think that in the region I was witnessing a Winston Lucio Moira matchup. Unfortunately, we are not watching SSG try to force Winston in every situation possible, despite the Freya ban to enable it. So we are going to have to wait another 20 seconds before we're treated to see with what Flexible want to pull out here. The fact that they banned the Freya, I'm not sure whether that means that they felt Freya was a big problem for them on Circuit Royale, a little bit doubtful, or maybe an attempt to protect DPS for themselves going forward.
I was pretty shocked, really, because I thought Six was actually getting through a whole load of work on that Freya, so it feels like they've been potentially taking that away from themselves. Instead, we're going to see Six, at least for now, lock in the Cass with this. Cass is a hero that has been very popular in, well, basically all regions, particularly in EMEA, taking over in a lot of situations. Interested to see if Six do it here. I think as far as this map goes, Esperanza in terms of the distances, Cass versus Sojourn, I think it's pretty even.
I think it is a pretty even matchup overall. Flexible, I think Cass matches up quite well with the Symmetra is the thing. Sojourn is a hero where you can play a little bit far in the neutral, charge up your rail, and then one-shot somebody. Cassidy, you can flank, take these short little moments and kill someone incredibly quickly. And then when you pair that with the Symmetra, you get the opportunity to take those flanks in the blink of an eye. You can be anywhere in a very short period of time.
Orisa versus Ramatra in the tank line as well, as Amber was actually going to swing early with this rail. Opportunity to land the shot, can't find it. It's actually Khaled that goes down first to this Cass. So now a player down and Bright Future are forced to play it slow. Already all the way on the back foot, Chaos out underneath that bridge. And Flexible can take all this space at their leisure.
This is a really nice start from Flexible. I like this approach. Play through 666. We were talking about how earlier on in the series, this was a man who was carrying the team, putting on a star performance. And Flexible have wound up on a composition that really enables 666. We've got a neutral taking place on the cart. Many members of Bright Future swinging up onto the high ground right now. But keep your eyes on Astro because he's going to TP. It looks like they're actually going to TP their tank back and try to play this a little bit slower despite their early advantage, though.
Playing it slow, but they have ult advantage. Mysterious is going to have this Kitsune Rush ready to go long before Demi is going to have it. So once they have that 5% ready to go, they can just take this fight, try and run over this Ramatra, already swinging onto Chaos. Kitsune Rush now available. Ashbourne maybe needs it. He's low. They're going to try and reset, wait for the next set of cooldowns. Hit that one. Ambu going to fall. Swinging back round. Kitsune Rush does convert an initial kill. fast firing onto that Ramatra. Chaos is going to try and get himself and his team out, but the hunt is on. Going to be so hard to get out here. 2 late kills, and that might just be checkpoint off that.
It's an ideal situation for Flexible there. They didn't rush it. They got an advantage, they got their card push, and then they really played the long game. Kited back, pushed back in with the Kitsune Rush, played Bright Future to perfection. Now they're threatening the checkpoint, and you can see Bright Future not even going to contest it. So that is a checkpoint in 2 minutes here on Esperanza, and Flexible, once again, playing position, up on the high ground, doing things rather patiently right now. You can see Ashbourne spin trade up in main, but with Astro on the high ground, could potentially TP them out.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush comes, they do try and TP back, but Six is going to fall during all of it, so a player down, but they get it out. Terror Surge to turn it from Ashbourne, but he dies just after the cast. Astro's going to fall as well, and Bakite, the idea was good from Flexible, but the execution, it lets them down.
Exactly right. The kite attempt, it was reasonable. TP Urarissa back up onto the high ground, but 666 going down early on in the piece to the rail. That's going to be a bitter pill for Flexible to swallow, because that only cost Bright Future 1 ultimate. Now, for the next turn on the retake, there's still an ult advantage and a positional advantage for Bright Future. Perhaps the only advantage here for Flexible is the fact that they have a Symbol, one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. But forget powerful ultimates when Mysterious is already dead. A fast retake attempt here from Flexible, and it's just going to be instant deaths without Bright Future even needing to use a single ult.
That's devastating for Flexible right now. We talked in the earlier maps about how really it was the ult game that let Flexible down as we went deeper into these maps, and here another situation where they don't even force a single ult out of Bright Future for that loss. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to contest potentially before cap. They have to go through this difficult choke, and it looks like Flexible just playing it slow from main instead.
Slow play from main. High Noon comes out from 666. He can't take the TP, though. The TP's actually been broken, so he's stuck in main. He's not going to find any targets. Overclock from Anbu up on the high ground. Symbol in response. 5v5 remains, and we do have Ashbourne fight forward. Slide pops the beat, but not before Astro goes down to Khaled's Blade. Disastrous here for Flexible as the Blade continues to slice and dice. No kills converted, and it's actually going to be a trade onto Khaled. Still a 1-player advantage here. Make that 2 for Bright Future, as they will clean up Flexible in the end. Brutal ult layering here for them, as ultimately they just couldn't get it done with the Symbol. The beat came out a little bit late.
Little bit late, let Astro go down. We talk about the importance of keeping the sim up so that you have that power, that fully charged sim in those middle fights. And Khaled, while he went down chasing with the Blade, you saw right behind him was his entire team. So while he falls, he's done enough, he's taken enough attention, and the rest of Bright Future can convert. Now Kitsune Rush and Annihilation and chance to get more. Astro's going to die early again, and they need to keep their sim up in these fights. They're just going to disengage, but a Kitsune Rush to chase. Looking like there might be a lot of late kills here. Spear not enough to save Ashbourne. They are pushing forward. A trade would go a long way for Flexible now, and 6 finds one.
6 with a crucial trade. It feels like these are the stories of the series right now. Early deaths for Flexible, clutch moments for 666, but ultimately Bright Future so good at these high tempo pushes, overwhelming Flexible before they have the time to respond. And again, Mysterious picked early on in the piece by Anbu. We can't keep getting away with this.
Back for Flexible again. Ashbourne low HP in the corner, has to burn that 4. It will just die. No chances for Terror Surge, Annihilation and Chaos. He smells blood. He's looking for him. He's pinned him back in spawn. The cart continues to roll. There's still a chance for a recontest, but Flexible, they're probably going to have to ult early just to get out of spawn here.
Already Flexible down to the wire. Full cap being threatened by Bright Future. Somebody is on the cart already. High Noon from 666. Can we see another clutch moment from the man? We've got a shielding Ramatra in the corner blocking the spawn. The push is on though, and 666, he's trying to take down Chaos. Beat comes out from FACEIT. This might open the door for Ashbourne to get a high value Terror Surge off. Surge comes out, but no kills converted. It's only Flexible in the kill feed, as Bright Future, they've only had one, well, both supports traded actually. Maybe a slim chance, but no, 3v1 right now.
With the Orisa dying, the touch became so difficult. The cart was so far, and it is going to be a full cap for Bright Future. And there was more fight back, and there were moments from 6, but really, once we got going on that Esperanza, once we got to that ult period of the fight, and then there's those couple of fights, we have to come back all the way to the start of the Snowball, when there was that recontest for the side of Flexible. They go for the TP, they don't even get the ult trade. If you are losing fights in what should be a 4 ult versus 4 ult situation for nothing, and you were just being put on the back foot, this is devastating, not just in the short term, because you lose the fight, but in the long term, as you try and take those ult trades further down. And it was just opening picks, mismanaged big ult fights, and you just can't recover from that. And Bright Future take full advantage.
Very much felt like the theme of the series where Flexible, they actually had a strong opening on most every map. On King of the Hill, they had a strong start. They were able to bring it to a 99 situation. Again, here on Esperanza, a nice early checkpoint. But as the maps dragged on, always it started to slip through their fingers, and Bright Future, once they had an advantage, they retained that advantage. They knew how to press it all the way through to the finish line, and you could really see that in map 3 here on Esperanza, where even though they were down a checkpoint in the beginning, the checkpoint didn't matter one bit. Once they had the momentum, they did not lose a single fight. Full cap in what felt like no time at all.
No, it already came from that one disengage on the top where they tried to TP back for Orisa. They did TP back for Orisa, but just a pick out of nothing from the Sojourn onto the Cass. Six, who has probably really been the star standout player from this Flexible team, actually guilty of getting caught there, and then it all just started to go wrong from there. In these sim comps, there's a lot of power in the sim, a lot of options. The ability to teleport around, unsurprisingly, does give you way more options at how you take fights, more complicated plays available, but what it requires is a higher level of coordination. The potential is higher, but the demand for execution is higher as well.
I was giving so much credit over to Khaled on the Genji, but I do feel that I have to give some to Anbu as well. The Sojourn came in with so many opening picks there for Bright Future. It's more than just a one-man show over at Bright Future for sure. Many moving parts on this roster. The backline, adept for the double flex support to get them over the line on Circuit Royale. KOs in what felt like every situation, able to play very high tempo, applying lots of pressure to the entirety of Flexible all the time, taking all space on the map whenever it was available, even to their issue at some point on King of the Hill. Perhaps the Hazard going a little bit too deep, getting taken down a few times, but overall Bright Future, you could see that they were very, very good at playing an aggressive style and overwhelming Flexible.
I think you see that. You compare Ashbourne to Chaos. Obviously, Bright Future, there was lots of things going right for them, so it's no surprise that Chaos looked better. But situations, say like that Circuit Royale, where Ashbourne is missing opportunities to be aggressive, meanwhile Chaos not missing a thing, spotting every opportunity to be aggressive, to play at a faster tempo, to push his advantages. If you see an advantage, take it. Key difference here, and as you go up, in terms of we look at better and better players, the better players, they see those opportunities more, they take those opportunities more.
That's what it means to be a good player, ultimately, to be in a situation where no matter how difficult, you will always be able to find the solution and solve your way out of it. And if you have an advantage, retain that advantage for as long as possible. That was well and truly at play here for Bright Future, where every single time they had an advantage, they were able to push it. But enough about the Bright Future series, because now we are actually going to be watching Cold Metal versus Lularius. We're on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and it looks like we're in a double overtime situation, Xavier. Attacker's advantage at play for Lularius.
Lularius looking for that opening here. Very different comms now. We are over onto Gibraltar. Nawaf going to try and fly onto the high ground. Just try and help get that car underneath. They are playing with a Venture, a Brig Kiriko as well. We've seen some of the top Korean teams leaning to this Kiri Brig on these types of maps. And again, you might be looking at Majid, but it's not the Majid you are thinking of. Cold Metal now trying to reposition onto the high ground. Look for their chance to stop it. Diva's going to drop here from Kyron, but takes so much damage. The nade is not enough. Disaster on behold for Cold Metal.
Already Cold Metal letting it slip. You can see that they had a much larger time bank than Lularius, but does it matter if they're going to lose this turn? Mean Machine will be traded out for Karom 1-for-1, but Lularius, they've got bodies on the objective. Cold Metal, they need to touch or they're going to concede the cap already. You can see up on the high ground, MSCG in a lot of trouble. Cloud all over him like a bad smell. That's going to be 2 for Lularius. Fight on the cart right now as speed 75 goes down, and the cap may very well be going through to Lularius here. Unless Kyron back takes down the jet on the cart. Is this clutchable for Cold Metal?
Kyron's clutching. Venture is still there. Gets the DMEC before bomb, crucially. Mean Machine is back, but Brig's going to be scrapping it out. Mean Machine low HP. Cloud coming through too. And that will be the cap. And this snowball is not over yet for Lularius.
Oh, it was so close to a clutch there for Cold Metal. Kyron going nuclear on the payload. Next turn is going to be tough for Lilarius as they have to contend with the Nano Boost, with the Diva Bomb, with so many different ultimates all coming at them at once while they have to touch the cart. Mind you, Lilarius, they do have that attacker's advantage that we are all so familiar with. And now Majed up on the high ground, trying to aggress, but needs to be careful not to get too far away from the payload. Already, Thirst is in trouble, but the bomb is forced out of Narloff early. Still, the cart keeps on rolling and Speed 75's gone down to a bomb.
Rally comes out from Karom now as they try and hold on. Counter bomb from Kyron. Nano onto the bricks and Mean Machine can try and win that rally. But Remake doesn't go through. Karom, the bash is perfect. Cloud is cleaning up on point now. Kitsune rush in play. The bash to try and kill Cloud. Cloud can get back underground. Koala now pressure onto this. They're coming through. Tectonic Shock over the top. First finds a trade. Nemex for Diva as well. Looking for it and First on the high ground. The emergency sub here for Cold Metal. Coming in clutch when his team needed it because that was about to get out of control.
Oh, it's already at the point where it must feel hideously ugly for Cold Metal. They capped with a huge time bank, but then being pushed back so far. We're going to quickly cut over to Team Vision here. That's not any of the Cold Metal folks on the team right now. This is Team Vision that we're getting eyes on. We are Vision maxing right now, getting eyes on multiple games all at once. But really, Thirst at the end there, fantastic clutch from them. You can see the way that they edged out. Now we've got the Cold Metal lads. You can see the despair on their faces after, with only a 1-minute time bank being pushed that far. Absolutely brutal for them. Again, to credit Thirst, great positioning there at the end, jumping up on a high ground out of range of the Brigitte on the cart and clutching up from high ground.
Seeing First here with a backwards cap, maybe trying to inspire some of Quartz, who last wore his backwards cap when TM were able to beat OWCS in the Saudi E-League. So there is precedent. And he did clean up on that second point. For those who don't know, we'll talk about Cold Metal a little bit more as we go through, because we're also going to watch them, well, hopefully in the upper bracket if they can get this one through. But Cold Metal, a team coming over from Pacific, very much struggling to get one of their players out, actually. So they needed to get First in, a Norwegian player, as an emergency sub. Recommended by Mr. Manager himself, Cointree. He was able to make the trip last minute. He turns up here, but stuff not as easy for Cold Metal as maybe they would have hoped.
That's a classic case of Cointree magic there. The man that manages 33% of all teams present at the Esports World Cup main event. Many such cases of Cointree clutching up when a team needs it most, but enough about Cointree because we're back into the game. You can see Cold Metal, they're going for a Winston composition here on the offense. No more Diva for Kyron as Cold Metal, they want to play it a little bit slower, play the monkey, snowball in with some nano boosts and whatnot. We're in the free push zone right now, but a dive up onto the high ground from Cold Metal immediately bears fruit as Margit goes down to Thirst.
Big opening pick, and this payload can keep moving. They can clear this venture, and Cloud has to be careful not to die late. They're trying to hold some of this space as Nawaf flies back to the high ground, but they are very much pinned in the corner. Now the Winston is above them. Hilarious. They have no space. They're going to try and repush now. Clear this bubble. Successfully clear the bubble, but this Nano is getting ever closer for MSCG.
Oh, this is a very dangerous position to be in for Hilarious. All of their members boxed into a corner, and that is a playground for Kyron, who blocks the backline, goes deep, takes down Karom, same timing, Margit has fallen. A trade onto Speed 75 is just not going to be enough for Hilarious. As you can see, Cold Metal, they clean up these kills with their Arna Brig backline, with their Winston on the payload, and they've capped without any resistance here.
All about the nade so far for Cold Metal. MSCG hits that opening nade on the first fight to catch for Diva, force him on the back foot, then hits another crucial nade to help them clean that one up at the end. Nano ready to go, expect this to probably go the way of Kyron, can even snowball that into a Primal Rage as well, onto the back. The nade is perfect again from MSG, and this is easy for Cold Metal all of a sudden. Suddenly they have locked in, but Winston seems to be the key, but a trade from the WAF means it's not quite over yet. Primal Rage is available, but Kyron wants to save this one if he can, maybe not. He's just going to go for it. Hands coming out now. Suzu has been forced, targeting Makiri. TP forced as well, but he's lost for Kiriko. Nothing to trade. The whip shot makes it hard. One more jump into the backline. Has to be careful. Commits all the way through. Kyron deep behind enemy lines. Have they lost their Anna?
This might be a little bit greedy here for Cold Metal. Kyron pulling out the hands there when already down a man. You can see Cold Metal, they're still scrapping it out because Kyron is behind, because they do have the cart so close to the finish line. But Hilarious, they've managed to win that fight without using anything. Cold Metal, now they've burned 2. There's a minute on the clock, and Kyron, he's running around trying to chase out the Brigitte, but there is a rally in play right now. There's not going to be any more easy kills for Cold Metal.
Speed in position with this Pulse Bomb, looking for the backline. Pulse Bomb is out, no connection though. Bob is out on point towards the objective. Koala, High Noon's next. Pressure now, Rally coming through. Bob comes out, Caron does find the kill onto Speed, grouping up, looking after their backline here. Mean Machine, Rally will keep them all safe. Counter bash onto the Venture, can they confirm the kill? No! They stabilize around it. Kyron trying to get back to their team defensive bubble, but it's not enough to save the Ana. Nawaf trying to hold on to this self-destruct as well, and the hold is good. 30 seconds max, one more chance.
This is so brutal now for Cold Metal. You can see Thirst being staggered out a little bit, a late death, and even Mean Machine threatening a stagger here as Nawaf chases him down to Speed. Easy in a corner has at least a chance to give some shots into the behind of the Diva, but Cold Metal, they're going to have to scramble for the touch here as Speed is being marked on the low ground. No ultimates in the bank.
No ultimates in the bank. They need Thirst, they need Speed, they need a big nade from MSGCG. Kyron now staging on the right-hand side. Need a touch as well. They're forced to keep committing to the point. Tectonic Shock on that as well. Bubble drop. Kyron is solo. Has to jump back. Speed's going to take over the touch. Doesn't take any damage from that Tectonic Shock, crucially. Can keep juggling this like Anthony Gatto for a while. Cold Metal still trying to get into position. But now the bomb out on point. They need to kill the Baby Diva. The remake goes through. Cloud has found 2 kills off screen. And that's just going to be the hold. LOL Areas with a shocking map victory here. I don't think anyone predicted this.
Nobody predicted it except for, of course, the Attackers Advantage heads in the chat who could have seen this one coming from a mile away. If you had to put it down to a fight, surely it was the one when the hands were pulled, when it was a 4 versus 5 situation and the Winston pulled out the Primal Rage in a situation where perhaps the defender's respawn is just that little bit too great. It's very difficult to Primal Rage a Kiri with the double TP. We are in overtime right now. Everybody has a full set of perks, and that means that the Kiri is so difficult to catch with the Primal Rage. Not just 1, but 2 charges of the TP. That means that if the Kiri hasn't already double TP'd in your face, they are going to give you the slip when you pull out the hands. And then that ult deficit ultimately came to very much punish Cold Metal in the final turn. I thought they were going to build up the nano boost in the final turn. Looked like their ping pong was very good on the cart. Shades of Anthony Gatto with the juggle, but just not enough of a juggle to get them over the line.
This Winston version of a comp for Winston Ana Prig, it relies so much on the nades, it relies so much on the nanos, and on first point there was so much of that. It was clean. They had the territorial advantage almost throughout that point. But then once we got over to second, blowing these forward positions, so punishing on these big vertical maps. Any hybrid, any escort really, it's all the same. We talk about it on Circuit Royale. It's true here. And really, I have to say, we were on the cams there for Lolarius at the end, and they were buzzing. They should be very happy with themselves. You can see how they maybe weren't expecting it from themselves. They knew it was going to be a tough game against an experienced Pacific team. But they come out here, and this is a potential huge momentum swing here. Really big boost of confidence for the Lolarius guys.
Interested to see whether or not Cold Metal's mentals can hold up against this one, because yes, of course, you can see Lolarius just chuffed, well chuffed to have won that one there. Really surprising even themselves, perhaps not even believing in the attacker's advantage that they possessed. But a fantastic turnaround here for Lolarius, and now with the scoreline going 1-1, we've got a reasonably long series on our hands. This is the first 1-1 series that we've seen of the day, I believe, actually, and we have Lolarius to thank for it.
Great result for Lolarius, and this is what can happen. You know, you go into these tournaments, you look at the LCQ, the Esports World Cup, everyone always will, you know, draw lines in the sand. These teams are the favourite, these teams are definitely getting out of groups, but anything can happen once you get in the server, and Lolarius now doing what not a lot of people expected, getting that map, and who knows what to expect now. Cold Metal have to reassess. They've not been without their own problems, the visa issues that required for last minute substitution, lots of things they've had to deal with on their path to the LCQ, but another tough test here.
It is classic adversity theory, of course, as Cold Metal have travelled halfway around the world, incurred a couple of visa issues, incurred an emergency substitution. Not to sleep on Thirst, though, who, for an emergency sub, seem to be absolutely putting in the work. Exactly right. May not be a Pacific representative in the server, but representing Cold Metal very well all the same. Does feel as if these are two relatively evenly matched teams right now, but perhaps Cold Metal, maybe they have a little bit more depth in their roster. Maybe they will be be able to get a few different compositions online. We already saw Kyron, the tank for Cold Metal, not only playing the D.Va and very nearly clutching the first point defense, but also playing the Winston and executing some very solid dives on the offense. And if that's a show for Kyron's depth of hero pool, could be that Cold Metal have a few different options up their sleeve going into the next map.
Did see quite a few examples over in OWCS Pacific where Cold Metal did play a wide variety of comps. Happy to play the Orisa, but didn't mind throwing in a Zarya, throwing in the Winston on the map's Nat favourite here. And we should remember, now we've come in at map 2 in this series, so that was, of course, actually Lolarius' choice of map, choice of bans, everything like that. So that, in theory, should have been the situation that favoured them. Now Cold Metal are going to pick our next mode, map, and who bans first and second. Elsewhere, it is worth noting, Vision haven't fallen to any upsets or anything like that. They have closed out their opening fixture against Shock, not the Shock you're thinking of, 3-0, and they will find themselves in that upper final of Group C, obviously up against Bright Future, and that we saw win earlier today.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cold Metal take us to a more flat map going forward. Kyron, despite showing proficiency on both the Winston and the D.Va, seems to favour the Orisa in many a matchup. So being taken back to a flat map, perhaps to any of the flashpoints in New Junk City, wouldn't go astray. That would probably allow Kyron to play their Orisa to the best of their ability. This seems like a wise choice from Lolarius to take us to Gibraltar, now that we think about it, as if you have an Orisa player on the enemy team, no better place to counter out an Orisa player without wasting a ban on Orisa than Watchpoint Gibraltar, the most vertical map in the game.
Worth noting as well, Meme Machine, probably best known for their Brig, but also likes to play a lot of Lifeweaver. And when you play Lifeweaver, you need the map to have a certain topography, certain architecture that means your backline can play safe. A map like Circuit Royale is very good for that. But obviously by picking Gibraltar, Lolarius have taken Escort out of the map pool. They've gotten rid of one of the best Lifeweaver maps, which also takes an option away from Cold Metal. In terms of other Lifeweaver friendly maps, I don't really know what ideal options they have. We've seen them do it on Saravasa in Pacific, but no Saravasa in this map pool. So took away a key option. Maybe Midtown is an option for them?
Yeah, I would say, Xavier, me personally, after a stage of North American OWCS, let me tell you, I have lost enough hybrid maps to BAP Weaver compositions. I'd say that any hybrid map is open season right now for the side of Cold Metal. Hybrid is a fantastic game type for the BAP Weaver compositions. What's really important for the BAP Weaver is that you can get your Weavers back either to a wall or to somewhere where it's a little bit difficult to execute a dive. The first point of many hybrid maps, and the second points too for a map like Midtown, you can have your backline playing very far and very safe. So then you can just leave your Lifeweaver all the way in the back somewhere very far away from everybody else and just let them do the work, heal, grip somebody out in the clutch. It's perfect. It's so difficult to execute a dive. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a hybrid big coming out here from Cold Metal.
I think it would be a great option for him as well. Forces Lolarius to try and play something different. We talk about a lot of these weaker teams or teams that come in with much less reputation. These are, of course, the teams that don't always have the same level of flexibility as these more experienced, more established teams. So this is where the test is potentially going to come in for a team like Lolarius.
Now, I do think we're just going to have to wait and see what the next picks are. Oh, and apparently we've been surprised with the picks. Not a hybrid at all, going for a completely different approach as Cold Metal have actually taken us over to Colosseo.
Going to be taking us over to Colosseo. In terms of bans, we're going to see a Venture ban in play. Obviously, Cloud was getting through a lot of that work, and Lolarius are going to ban the Ana in response. Obviously, we saw MSCG causing them all sorts of problems on the Ana there as well. So very much feel like these teams are now getting a feel for each other, playing up against each other. But hold your horses, Max, because we're not going into that one just yet. We're going to go to a short 2-minute break, and then we will be back with that Colosseo.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to this match that is only getting hotter and hotter between Lolarius and Cold Metal. Tied up 1-1, and we are heading on to Colosseo. Ban-wise, Cold Metal got to pick as they lost at Gibraltar. They have banned Venture, and Lolarius have banned Ana in response, Max.
Seems a very reasonable take from them, as the Venture was giving them oh so much trouble. But over on Colosseo, interested to see how it all plays out. Ana is also a very good hero on Colosseo, and taking that away from Cold Metal, preventing them from playing far back, taking away one of the best synergies with the Brigitte, feels like a good choice again from Lolarius after going to a Gibraltar, which again removes the ability to play ground tanks, playing the Orisa, which is a strength for Cold Metal.
We can jump into the game here as they are getting Colosseo underway. Very interested to see what direction they're going to go compositionally. We talked a lot about the Lifeweaver option for Cold Metal. It's potentially possible here, and this Colosseo corridor is quite long, but instead, looks like it might be a little bit back to basics for Cold Metal. Orisa, Tracer, Cass, Bap, Lucio, very much well within the constraints of the meta right now.
Exactly right. This does feel like a pretty standard matchup overall. All we need to do is throw a Symmetra into the mix, and we'd be watching any other match in terms of comps. Interested to see that at least we've got a little bit of variety in that these are two staple comps, but two very different approaches nonetheless. D.Va versus Orisa. I think the D.Va matches up very well into the Baptiste and the Cassidy both. So Lolarius, I think they might even have a little bit of an edge here.
I can really get behind this. Pressure is going to be all on MSCG, and particularly first as well. Nawaf and Cloud, if they can find it, but maybe they don't need to do anything. Koala with an early opening pick, and Cold Metal, they have to disengage before they even get really a chance. But Kyron might be stranded on point here. Still has 4 to 5, but a lot of pressure. Dive in from Cloud, really chasing this kill. This Orisa is in so much danger of dying late. But first, an important trade, and they stabilize. Kyron lives.
Potentially game-winning trade here for Thirst. Otherwise, Lolarius would have been able to keep on pressing that advantage for a very long distance. But Cold Metal, they've swung right back into it, and Lolarius, they need to be careful not to get themselves traded. But instead, it's going to be Thirst going down a bit too close to the sun, and Margin capitalizes, trades back and forth, though, as Nawaf will lose suit. And Cold Metal, they've got their tank on the payload, so you've got to be so careful if you're Lolarius.
Kyron going to take care of the baby now, and with tank advantage, they can all just stabilize around Kyron, clean up the remainder of these kills. Cloud's actually going to try and back it out. Bit of a long kite, this one, Lolarius. They have to be careful as they try and pick up their D.Va. Speed blinks in looking for something, but looks like Lolarius have got out successfully. But now they have this Kitsune Rush turn. They need to play this one aggressively. They need to connect with the Baptiste with this Kitsune Rush.
Exactly right. If they don't connect with the Baptiste is going to throw down a counter window and tear them to shreds. Speed 75 goes deep, has the recall forced out very early on in the piece though, and Margin has popped the Kitsune Rush. It looks like Cold Metal, they're not going to counter window, they're going to try and kite this one early on. 4 to 5 forced out from Kyron, but they're not going to run out of steam as they will use the Terror Surge. Thirst finds a kill onto Koala, same timing, and it's looking like Cold Metal all the way here as their disengage was clean and their re-engage was perfect.
Well-managed disengage means they can just sucker them into that Terror Surge. Kyron gets to convert big value. Now, they can not only take the lead, but a chance to even set up a little bit forward. Maybe even window or hind in early, just to try and get the payload underneath. This part of Colosseo can be so difficult when it moves underneath if you don't have control of the high ground. You can see Kyron looking for it now, but the pressure's coming back, and they need to be careful because Kyron does have a slight beat advantage.
This speed advantage could be clutch, but a pulse bomb from Speed 75 is going to even everything out now. No connection on that one. Window comes out back of main from MSCG. The cart continues to roll for Cold Metal throughout this whole time. And Lolarius, they're choosing to take the kite rather than go over the window, but it's costing them meters. This is not a favorable trade for them, Xavier.
They gain control of the robot for now, but this Orisa is going to slow them down. Speed marking that Genji. Magid looking for a bit of an opening. That beat's still available for both, but Mean Machine has died. Magid with another crucial opening pick, and now they can't take an assault trade. Nawaf trying to live, but first, for High Noon, they take down it. No beats for anybody, and now they are all so low, Lolarius. They're going to get cleaned up here, and first really bails them out of that early Lucio death.
Oh, huge clutch there from the DPS of Cold Metal. Mean Machine losing the beat drop, dying first in such a crucial moment. But Lolarius' Lucio Karam goes down in exactly the same way to Cold Metal's DPS. And now Cold Metal, they're going to secure the checkpoint off the back of this. The cart is rolling in their favor. We're going to see a swap for Lolarius. Cloud over to the Torbjorn. A little bit of an unconventional pick here. We'll have to wait and see whether he can make it work as the High Noon comes out from Koala in main.
Looking for it, not found anything. Pulled in, beat goes off for Karam. It was a scary one. Mean Machine has used that one in response as well. Lamp's going to be traded. Kyron out of skills, long way from that spin, won't get to it. Falls, player advantage, but again, first cleaning this one up, 2 for him. And last minute substitution, but potentially their star player.
Star of the show. Turns out the best player in Pacific is an emergency Pacific player, as it will be Thirst, who is not from the Pacific region at all. Now we've got MSCG with a window and a perfect position to use it. This sideline up on the high ground is very, very long, but maybe Cold Metal are just going to have to take a disengage here, actually, as Kyron is being taxied back. Kitsune rush from Margin. MSCG caught out, but somehow escapes over the wall, and that's a 1-for-0 trade.
How on earth did he get out of that one? The wall looked perfect for Nawaf, but manages to have those boots charged up just in time, makes it over the wall, and another Kitsune rush disengaged for Cold Metal. Window of their own to turn back with here. Hilarious. They've got no ults. They're either going to have to just crash out, go aggressive through this window, or just play for a disengage of their own.
Disengage on the cards as a window comes out from MSCG, but Nawaf goes down, the hazard falls, and Thirst, the Norwegian superstar, swinging in from the side, will start cleaning house. Not only good for a kill on the tank, but also for Torb, and Cold Metal well and truly in the driver's seat ever since this first fight.
Still 5 minutes left on the clock. They've made a lot of progress pretty quickly. We're coming up to basically no ults for anyone. Majid making that swap onto Baptiste. Nawaf not swapping either. Nawaf really the player who was caught out the most between being aggressive and kiting in that previous fight. Spear's going to hit him as well. The Cold Metal, they can slow it down, get a few more meters, about to have Terror Surge, about to have B.
Eyes on the meterage, Xavier, because a wise man once told me that when you get over 100-meter lead on push, the series is essentially done and dusted. We've got to be so careful, as we're only 9 meters away from that now. Kyron's in incredibly deep, forces out the lamp, pops the Terror Surge in response, but he didn't actually break the lamp before pulling it. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as Speed and Kyron are both good to clean up kills. A trade onto Thirst, just not going to be enough, as Valerius continue to bleed out. Keep your eyes on the meterage, Xavier.
Beat? Mia getting really close. Beat comes through from Mean Machine. It was just a Torb and a Baptiste. Overinvestment from Cold Metal might cost them long term, but it does let them get to that crucial magic 100-meter lead.
The magic number. Mean Machine knew what he was chasing after all. Maybe not a waste at the end of the day. This next fight not going to favour Cold Metal as the High Noon comes out from Koala, but again, it's another kite for them. Cold Metal, they're so good at baiting these ultimates out of Hilarious, then swinging back with their own. Kyron's in deep in the back. They forced out the beat drop in response to MSCG's window, but this time around it's Hilarious cleaning house in the feed. They used the downpour in all of that too. That means they've used 3 ultimates just to regain the card control here, and they're not even turned off close spawns yet.
No, they've had to scrap for everything just to get themselves out of spawn. Now, Cold Metal, they're in the driving seat for sure. With this big lead, they can start to manage fights. They can just make it expensive for Hilarious, make it so they can never have continuous ult advantage. So Cold Metal a chance to slow the game down, use some game management tactics to really just bleed out ults, bleed out time from Hilarious. For Hilarious, though, they just need every ult to find value. They need maybe a few of those magic picks they were getting at the start. Magic has this window to go, but asking a lot because Cold Metal's kites have been on point.
Window comes out very early from Margin, and you can see Cold Metal once again attempting to kite this one out. They're just deep peeking over on the sides, and it looks like Hilarious might have used that window a bit early. Kyron now pushes back in with the surge, and it is massive. High Noon combination, and that is going to be every member of Hilarious being wiped right now. No trades as well. Cold Metal so good at the macro game. Ults used for Hilarious, and never do Cold Metal try to push over the ultimates. They always try to take a little bit of a back step, counter out the ultimate, wait it out, and then push back in as Hilarious have overstayed their welcome.
Twice in a row now they've used that Terror Surge after a good kite, and you see Kyron holding us right-hand side early on. MSCG about to have that window. Cloud swapping onto the Freya. Double hit scam, but just been left stranded. Speed going to pick that one off. An opening pick. Now pressure onto the Lucio. Nowhere for Karom to go. The Ram swap from the WAF is not changing the outcome. Pushed into a corner. A trade. It would go a long way for Hilarious, but it is not looking at all possible.
brutal situation now for Lolarius. They've only got the high noon for the recontest, but there are ults to match for Cold Metal. MSCG once again has a window, and Mean Machine a beat drop. This time, not a beat drop to secure a 100-meter lead, but to secure the series. Touch is so close right now. High noon from Koala and Mean Machine with the beat in response. Koala first to fall. Already a one-player lead for Cold Metal. Lolarius need to keep touching the cup, but with 3 members going down, a 4th soon to follow. It's going to be Cold Metal taking Colosseo in style.
Strong response from Cold Metal, and if you have a team that gets upset, you drop a map that you don't expect to lose, coming back and responding immediately with a dominant performance is key, and we can see that from Cold Metal here. They were dominant on that Colosseo. Now, early back and forth lasted for what, all of a minute, and then once Cold Metal got going, they were just in charge of the macro. Every kite is good, every punish is good. You could see maybe elements of inexperience in the macro coming in, where there was just this sort of over pushing coming through from Lolarius. They would sort of go with an ult, the kite would happen, and then at that juncture, you have to make a decision if you're Lolarius. We are doubling down and we are chasing because they are low on skills or low on HP, or we are just resetting the fight, playing another neutral, another chance for us to either be aggressive or disengage. And it was just that indecision in those key moments that cost them.
Honestly, I do feel like now we're getting into the territory of Cold Metal, where the Gibraltar pick has already been used. The high ground, essentially the maps where ground tanks can be completely taken out of the pool, that's been removed. And now you're always going to have to contend with an Orisa, with a Ramatra, with a ground tank. And it does look like Kyron is incredibly strong on these ground tanks, really putting up a carry performance, constantly taking tempo here on Colosseo. And it's going to be a real uphill battle for Lolarius going forward, because it appears that Hybrid is still in the pool where you can play Orisa very easily. You can potentially play those Weaver compositions that we were talking about earlier, where Mean Machine might be able to pull out a little bit of Life Weaver as well. Mean Machine is someone that was heralded as having a strong Brigitte, but we've seen them here dominating on Colosseo with the Lucio. So it feels like there is a lot of depth to the roster of Cold Metal right now, and that could play a pretty significant factor as we get deeper into the series.
Problem for Lolarius is where they've had their success has been dive composition. So we need to look at the map pool and decide where is it most possible. Flashpoint, not feeling all that possible. Even with Atlas, which is maybe a bit more friendly, not looking as possible. Maybe something like Blizzard World or even Icon World could be the best option. Blizzard World, not a map we've seen in a while, but I think it could really be on the cards if they want to lean back into these diva compositions that Nawaf really was having that success on back on Gibraltar.
A little bit of bad news for Lolarius though. Not news to them, of course, but they used their Orisa ban on map 1. That means that they're not going to be able to block Orisa for the remainder of the series. The tank pick that has looked so incredibly strong here on Colosseo for the side of Cold Metal, that's going to be the pick that they're able to make throughout the remainder of the series here. So looking forward to Hybrid, it's going to be a very uphill battle indeed for Lolarius. As you could see, there was a real shift in the level of competition when they were able to step out on the Orisa.
Other potential options would be if you go Blizzard World and then you maybe take it to some sort of dive mirror, maybe you can even target something that makes the dive for Winston more possible. But they did use that Ana ban obviously on Colosseo as well. So Lolarius, a lot of their key tools used already.
Exactly right. And as you get deeper into a series, as you have your tools burned, it becomes harder and harder to win. You need to dig deeper into your roster. But we're going to throw to a short break now, and we'll be back with you shortly to see where we take us next.
This land is calling. Wasteland is calling.
Welcome back, everyone. Weir's series is heating up. Cold Metal dominant on that Colosseo, but we are going to cast our eyes forward, see what Lolarius are going to try and pick. Their success came back on that Gibraltar, so maybe leaning into something a little bit more dive-friendly, like a Blizzard World. One thing they need to bear in mind for Lolarius is currently Cold Metal haven't used a Diva ban, one of Nawaf's preferred heroes, for when he won that Gibraltar on as well. So potentially need to consider protecting that Diva as they go into this map 4.
It's a very difficult situation to find yourself in as you get deeper into a series where you feel that you need to continually protect your best hero. So there really is no perfect solution to that, because if they win this next pick, even if they can protect Diva, take it to Blizzard World, they're ultimately going to have to play that map 5 against a first ban where Diva could potentially be taken away from them. Ultimately, though, it makes sense at this stage in the series to just pick what you have the highest win rate at and then play for the map 5 when it comes down to it. If you want to keep saving a ban for an ideal situation, you often wind up not being able to use it at all. So it does seem sensible that they take us to a Blizzard World. Alternatively, what do we have in the pool? We have Flashpoint remaining. Maybe we could see a little bit of a change of pace, maybe get some Morocco in there, but I don't think anybody has had the goal to pick Morocco as of yet.
No, it can be a particularly difficult one. The nature of any new map that comes into the pool is, especially at the start, and we are at the start of this map coming into the pool, there's more freedom. The rules haven't been set yet. The meta, the comps that are good there haven't quite been defined, so there's a little bit more room as we do see Mean Machine with his sign trying to keep his team's spirits up.
There's no better way to keep your team's spirits up than a prop. Let me tell you that, Xavier. When you show up to LAN with some sort of comical prop in hand, it will at least help your team win the first match in the bracket. Or at least that's my personal experience of showing up to a LAN with a prop. The second game, it starts to lose its power. But in the first, it can be very, very useful indeed. Looking over, though, if we still are waiting on a map pick here for the side of Lolarius, and really I'm interested to see what they've chosen. I suspect they may have chosen at this point, but they will probably be protect banning for their Diva.
I think so. If people want a little bit of background on Cold Metal and why they have been called Cold Metal, it is a tribute, or maybe a bit of a fun poke at a situation that happened to them over in OWCS Pacific, where one of their players had some internet issues and their manager had to sub in for them. But unfortunately, the manager, he was only Plat Max. So the Plat manager comes in, and the 159 on the sign, that is how many games of ranked the manager had played while remaining Plat. So is it a tribute? Is it a joke? I'll let you decide.
I'm going to go with a tribute in the spirit of keeping things respectful here. You can see right now the Cold Metal boys remain in good spirits, loving spirits as well. We've got a little heart hands coming out, and you'd have to imagine that this is a roster that would only do something respectful in this scenario. This has to be a positive tribute.
Over on the side, Lolarius, we saw the big celebrations after map 2, looking a little bit more serious now. I think in many ways, when you come into this tournament as a bit of an unknown team, a big underdog, you can come in pretty free of stress because no one has any expectations. You don't have to try. If you want to exceed expectations, you don't have to try that hard because there are no expectations. So you can just come in, give it your best. But what happens once you start to win a map, like Lolarius have done, all of a sudden, it feels way more possible than it might have done at the start of the day. But that's an increase in pressure, an increase in having to lock in. And I think Lolarius now looking a whole lot more serious than we've seen them so far.
It's exactly right. The more you succeed, the more you feel the pressure to not begin failing. If you show up and there are no expectations whatsoever, you're essentially immune to the pressure. You're just there to have some fun with your friends and enjoy the games. But as soon as you start to believe that you can win, you also start to fear the outcome of the defeat. And maybe that's what we're witnessing here for the Lolarius lads, as it does feel like there's been a little bit of a shift in their mental going into this fourth map. A little bit more sad across the board.
Yeah, a bit sad. They were really blown out on that Coliseum. The big problem they have to solve is these kites coming out from Cold Metal. They have to make these decisions. Either do they need to take more of a neutral first, try and ult a little bit later. Lots of teams also just play more aggressive. Often, if you use a Kitsune Rush or you use some kind of push ult like a beat, and then the other team kites, okay, they've kited, they've got away, but they've probably used a lot of their defensive cooldowns. If that Orisa's used 2 cooldowns, maybe you can just keep going, keep chasing, punish that cooldown advantage, and we see a lot of the best teams, we talked about it earlier, right? The best players, the best teams, they see more advantages than players that are worse than them, and they take more advantages than the players that are worse than them.
Exactly right. Perhaps the solution isn't to be more patient with their ultimate usage, but to commit deeper when they do use an ultimate. When a support ult comes out, keep pushing over, keep the pressure up. Don't take things too slowly, or perhaps you're just falling victim to being caught out in the middle. There is another side to that coin, of course, where they could slow things down a little bit more, try and ensure that more of a neutral fight has taken place. There's always 2 opposing forces at play in Overwatch where you need to decide, do we want to force cooldowns out before we take our engagement properly and before we commit our own skills, or do we want to try and play as quickly as possible and win through tempo, win through the element of surprise?
I think when you look at the comps that Lilarius have been playing as well, D.Va, Hazard comps, these are comps that they want to push, they want to get kills. You want these D.Va, your Hazard, into these key situations. We saw Chaos playing it earlier, right? And he is on that backline, looking for these one-shots with the slash, getting them, and it led to their success. We got confirmation now of the map. It is going to be Icon World. So dive friendly, maybe especially on second. Options here, D.Va very viable on most of these points, and Lilarius have banned the Tracer coming into this.
This is a really interesting approach, a true testament to our analytical minds as we were able to incorrectly predict both the bans and the map rolling in here. The Tracer ban from Lilarius, I suppose we saw Tracer running amok on Watchpoint Gibraltar a little bit, but I'm not sure how valuable it will be because, again, they want to play the D.Va. They want something that can follow up with that D.Va, and Tracer is really strong for that. We are here on Icon Mold now, though, and we'll have to wait and see what they want to pull out. Have to imagine there's going to be more D.Va in play for Lilarius, and for Cold Metal, probably some more Orisa. The second point, a little bit of a sticking point for Orisa, but you can snowball it with ultimates.
Interested to see what Speed picks with this Tracer ban coming through, because we've seen him exclusively play Tracer so far. Even back in OWCS Pacific, very much the hero he would lean into the most. We're actually going to get maybe something slightly different than what we expected. Cloud is back on that venture after it is now the ban has been burnt and used by Cold Metal. Was the hero he did the most on Gibraltar, so back on a stronger hero. But Lilarius, the nature of Icon World can be that first and third point, very ground tank favoured. Second point, more D.Va, Winston dive favoured. So Lilarius seems to be really leaning into heroes that are good on this first point.
That does seem sensible for Lilarius. I think that sometimes you can fall into a little bit of a trap on Icon World where you play a comp that is too generally applicable. It's good on second point, okay on first, but then you cost yourself your second point as a result. Lilarius here, they're going all in on a successful recipe right from the beginning, and they're picking a defensive comp that will not immediately be shattered by anything, that plays well to the conditions of first point defense.
You can see Cloud trying to keep his eyes open, worried about a D.Va or Pharah coming round. They're going to back up to the point, and it is an immediate D-Mech for Kyron. This is a disaster start. This version of the comp for Cold Metal, asking a lot of your D.Va in this situation. There's no Tracer to work with, having to take this space on their own while avoiding taking too much damage. Kyron couldn't do that, and it should be easy cleanup, but a trade onto Karam is going to be painful.
I think this is a very wise swap here for Cold Metal. I can't really rationalize the rollout on the D.Va. I see the vision of trying to contest a Baptiste, but ultimately, when you're going up against a Mei, you are so aggressively counted out on D.Va, you'd be better served on a ground tank, and you can see that the ground tank pick has been made. In fact, the supports of Lilarius have disappeared. Cold Metal on the Orisa, they've run it straight through the choke. Lilarius got a little bit sidetracked, stopped holding forward, and they've lost it all here on first. A very quick turnaround here for Cold Metal.
We asked what Speed would play with the Tracer being banned, but when you see a Mei, when you see a Venture, when you see no D.Va, maybe get on Pharah. Really hard to mark that angle when we see Speed reaping the rewards of that. Now swaps will come through, D.Va and Cass from Lilarius now better equipped to deal with this Pharah and better equipped to deal with this greater verticality on second.
Oh, Speed flying a little bit too close to the sun there. Skylining on the fire will be taken out very early on. This means that Cold Metal really need to slow things down and be careful, but you can see Kyron is actually stuck in towards the Mega Room, which means that Valerius, they can either choose to force out that Orisa or just play to keep poking in main. As it stands, Cold Metal, they're continuing to get free cart push. Even though Speed 75 went down on the Fire, at no point has the cart been blocked. And instead, Cold Metal are rotating up onto the high ground, forcing position.
Trying to mark that high noon, but it costs him the mech. Nawaf going to try and live now on the baby window, and Lamp come out, but Kyron is all up in through that window, so no chance to turn with that one. And Hilarious, we saw the rotation come through from Cold Metal, and Hilarious, they didn't have what seemed like a clear idea of where they wanted to counter-rotate to. Instead, Cold Metal get all the position, all the high ground.
Already now, Cold Metal, they've got through the most difficult part of the map. That is truly where their composition struggles, when Hilarious have high ground control, when Cold Metal are stuck on the ground. Now Cold Metal, they get to hold forward. They're crushing out onto Kyron right now, trying to force him, but all of his cooldowns have been forced. Beat forced out from Meme Machine, but still, second beat from Karom. Cold Metal on the kite. It does look like an aggressive push here for the side of Hilarious, and they're getting the better end of this trade as Kyron and Thirst both go down.
Later be all the difference maker there, and Cold Metal will be forced to fully reset. And now Hilarious, they can take over high ground. Eyes onto Kyron actually in case they want to make a swap here. We'll be swapping onto the Winston. Hero they've had a lot of success in the past, but Winston in general right now, just in a pretty tough spot as a hero. So we'll see how it works as we're in a Kiri Lucio mirror with it now.
This is actually a very difficult position for Kyron to be in. Not so much because Winston is bad on Icon World's second point, but because Winston is a very difficult hero to play in this day and age, even without Freya in the server. High Noon comes out from Koala over in main. Cloud giving a pinch from the side, and will find the first kill. Good for a second as well, as Thirst is actually going to be staggered out a little bit here in main. Kyron on the Winston, looking for a late kill. Somehow finds a late trade onto Cloud. A 5v1 trade from the Winston of Cold Metal. Couldn't ask for a better one.
Really annoying for Hilarious there to have to get their Venture, one of the heroes that benefits the most from being able to set up early, get themselves in a good position, and look for those 1v1s on the flank. Now Cloud having to re-roll out, get back in position. See already looking for that flank angle, but Cold Metal, they've got ult ready to go. Blade from Speed to start it off. They delete it as well. Kitsune Rush comes out over top as well, and they've invested heavy, but it's only a 2-for-1 trade. Bomb comes out from Nawaf, wants to try and turn this, can't get back into mech, no kills. Tectonic Shock. Oh, they've spent a lot of the end Hilarious here.
This is a very, very difficult fight for Hilarious. Not wanting to let it go, investing heavily on the back end of it, and now Cold Metal, they get to laugh themselves all the way to the bank. They're holding close. Speed 75 up above with Kyron to reinforce. Kitsune Rush from Marjed in the choke just to buy them some space. You can see Cold Metal, again, a classic Cold Metal kite situation as they've backed up. Speed 75 hiding behind, and now here comes the swing back in. High Noon in main from Thirst. Primal Rage from Kyron, same timing, giving them the old left, right, as everybody from Hilarious is forced to tap cart, forced to peek into that High Noon. And Cold Metal are going to clean up second point.
Really nice combo from Cold Metal. Drop a High Noon, force for point, a classic. Combine that with the Primal Rage, and all of a sudden, all of these people cowering behind cover, trying to not let their headshots get charged up, are just going to get juggled into a kill zone. Taken down, and now Cold Metal in a pretty good position, but this is where Winston's going to get particularly difficult. You can see Nawaf already back onto Ramatra. Cold Metal might be wise to look for a Winston swap when it's available, but for now they're just going to take this fight. Beat disadvantage for him here, so they have to be careful about Karom's beat.
This third point is so difficult to make the Winston work. Kyron jumps deep, but again, early kill onto Cloud. The Venture seemingly having a very hard time against the Winston specialist. Meme Machine pops the beat, catches all 5 members of Cold Metal. Better beat for Karam, but it's not really better if your Ram dies before it goes off. At least 2 trades come out as Meme Machine and Thirst will fall. Kyron good for another. Kyron seemingly good for trades left, right, and center. Speed slicing and dicing through, but Cold Metal, these trades, they may not win them the game because the Hilarious have such a respawn advantage here.
Trades are crucial. Don't need to beat your Ram if you're going to do the job yourself. Cloud does go down late, actually. So a chance with a small player advantage for Cold Metal to move here. Kitsune Rush over the top. Speed has the Blade as a potential finisher all over them here. Can't find the connect. TP away, slashing at nothing. Turns instead to Marcha, just looking for that easy kill. High Noon over the top, confirms one as well. Flashbang perfectly timed to get the Venture out of the ground. And that will be a full cap in the end for Cold Metal.
So brutal there for Lilarius, even when they secure crucial trades, even when the beat trade doesn't go their way and they get 2 trades with a massive respawn advantage, still it manages to slip through their fingers. Insane clutches coming out from the Winston, from the Genji. Speed and Chiron working in tandem to clutch up. Even when Speed looks half a troglodyte, pulling out the blade and catching absolutely nothing, still, somehow, someway, Cold Metal, they clean house when push comes to shove.
Refusing their drinks now as well, Lilarius. No first required on their side. And I mean, they're called Lilarius Max, but it's all serious at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem that there is no laughter left for Lilarius as they're being pushed to the limit right now, full pushed over on Eichenwald, an incredibly difficult situation for them to be in at this stage in the series. This is match point. Everything is on the line for them right now. What may have started as a little bit of a fun competition for them, now that they started to show some signs of life, it's starting to look a bit more serious for them. And, Mean Machine, he's pulling it out, Xavier.
Life Weaver, a hero that he has gone to time and time again, and will be trying to do it here. Normally you expect this on your Circuit Royale first points, your Surabasa first points, these big, long, open ones. Eichenwald, probably one of the smaller ones to try and get away with it. You can see Cold Metal, they want to play quite a slow comp in general. Mean Machine at the back of the map, Chiron to anchor one of these corners, and then MSCG, first Speed, playing these angles with a lot of pocket, with a lot of resources, and just trying to pepper them from all sides to bleed off these Lilarius players as they come in.
Already now you can see Mean Machine on the petal playing high ground. We get a nice panoramic top-down view of the fight as Thirst swings back in. Form is already burned for Nawaf. Lilarius, they've tried to take positioning with this form timing, but their hit scan is stuck in the back of main. Cassidy not going to have much effect at that range. But Cold Metal, they've conceded valuable space. They need to be careful. So much damage coming out onto Lilarius, but no kills yet.
Also low on HP, Lilarius, just trying to stabilise it here. They swing onto point, but Koala, a little bit lost from the rest of the team, isolated, and Speed capitalises. Now 4 players alive behind. Lilarius are going to try and stabilise. Magic is getting a very quick support ult, but they need to be careful not to bleed. Barrage available, but they don't think they need it just yet. Cold Metal looking for these late kills, but Karom and Majid going to try and take the long way out. But Speed keen for all these cleanup kills.
Speed cleaning house now on the Pharah, making it look relatively easy as Lilarius, they have to go back to the drawing board. You can see now Nawaf is over to the Diva. Cloud making the swap over to the Pharah as well. Wholesale changes actually for Lilarius here. But Cold Metal, they're closing in on 2 more ultimates. They've already got 2 online. It's going to be a really difficult ask here for Lilarius.
Koala dies early to Speed, just completely unchecked. In theory, Lilarius should now have the advantage in the Pharah battle. A Pharah to mirror, Nawaf to try and overload, but it's not actually coming to play, and Speed, 2 in a row, barrage onto Majid as well. Didn't seem necessary, but when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Going to be a stagger onto the baby Diva, and Cold Metal comfortable so far on the hold.
Looking very comfortable indeed, and only needing to use 1 ultimate to consolidate their hold. So it's really looking tough for Lilarius. Mean Machine with the tree. The tree is a very difficult, very underrated ultimate. Life Weaver, a surprisingly good character in these hybrid defense holds. When you're safe in the back, when you've got the optionality to pull anybody out of danger, really valuable. And the tree can completely mess up some of the more aggressive pushes. You can see Lilarius trying to take it fast right now. Chiron gonna pull the Terror Surge. Thirst with the high noon's going to catch one on the chin though, and Lilarius, they're just going to keep it going. Mean Machine goes down without even using the tree. Speed finds a trade, but not before Lilarius have almost completely wiped the floor with Cold Metal.
Kitsune rush to try and turn it from MSCG, and maybe Chiron's got a couple. Pharah still in, Speed is low. The cleanup will go through for Lilarius. You saw the combo that Cold Metal were trying at the start. Terror Surge with High Noon. But what happens when you press the High Noon button is everyone will try and kill you, cancel your ultimate. And First just didn't seem to have the pocket there, especially when we've got a Suzu, we've got a grip. These tools that you need to keep your cast alive didn't come through in time for First, and the combo doesn't work. Lilarius with an opening and even a pick onto Speed, but it's only 1 for 1.
1-for-1 trades, but it's better than a kick in the teeth. Mean Machine playing up on the high ground right now. He's still got this tree to counter out any aggression from Lilarius, but the problem for Cold Metal is that sometimes with these BAP comps, especially with a Kiri or with a Weaver comp, it is very difficult to actually get the push. You can see now, Lilarius, they've tried to push deep onto the high ground, but they're playing into the tree. The tree will be broken by the bomb from Nawaf, but already there's a kill for the side of Cold Metal. Make that 2 as Karom will fall. brutal.
Aggressive drop after that tree was counted out by the bomb, but they turn that disengage off the bomb into an aggressive push. They capitalize, they clean everyone up, and Cold Metal now a chance to set up. And again, Cold Metal's comp, like Weaver comps in general, do better when they have the chance to set up, play in these big, more open spaces. So Lilarius now, challenge for them to get in, especially in this BAP and this Cass. Especially this BAP, if hit by the Pharaoh early, are going to have a really hard time getting into meaningful positions where they can affect the game.
Speed has such a power position here up on top of the choke as well. You can see he's fully perked up now. He's got the shields. He's got the pull on his E as well. And it's just so difficult for Lilarius to even leave spawn. You can see how aggressive Speed is being. Pressuring Margit. That's already the lamp out. With the lamp gone, that means that the Terror Surge can come in from Kyron. Barrage from Speed and Cloud. Both Virus apparently really wanting to make justice rain from above. But Cold Metal, once again, they're going to clean up this fight. 2-1 trade.
Looking for a late kill here, but the D.Va should be able to get away, and Cold Metal will be forced to set up again. Still a Kitsune Rush, still a High Noon, difficult tools, hilarious. Key timings for them, really for any Kirilucio comp, will often be this Kitsune Rush and this beat timing. Beat advantage now, great option for them. They can use a High Noon to start it, but Cold Metal have disengaged one, no problem. Eyes on this beat push now.
Beat push available, but not before Margit goes down. Kyron good not only for one, but for two. So much damage coming into this Kitsune Rush as well, as we've got Thirst just pounding inside of it. And it's going to be a clean wipe here for Cold Metal. No beat coming out from Kyron in the end.
No beat in that previous fight does mean beat advantage for the next fight. There's always a silver lining. But they are running out of time. Just over a minute left on the clock. They have to take this next ult fight. They really have to invest this beat. The problem is Mean Machine, 2% away from the tree, will have that in time. And if they can all just play around that tree, a great chance just to soak up all that aggression from the beat.
Honestly, the tree is the perfect counter to a beat push, but apparently Mean Machine is going to use it before any ultimates have been invested. Looks like Lilarius were very aggressive up on the high ground, but there's two battles taking place at once as Kyron pushes deep in main, takes down Koala. Bomb on the high ground will once again counter out the tree, but Kyron's cleaning house down below. Good for two. Speed on the run as Cloud chases him mid-air, but no kill converted. And it's looking like another easy one for Cold Metal. 30 seconds on the clock on match point, Xavier.
TP in from Majid is how I was putting him into a precarious situation. Hilarious though, they nearly have these two support ults. Now there is no tree to respond. They have a significant ult advantage, but they lose their Genji late. They can't afford to lose anyone else late here. They need to capitalize on these support ults, Hilarious.
Support ultimate's so important right now, but Cloud is already dead for the final turn. Kitsune Rush from Margit on the cut, but a massive High Noon to follow up. Barrage as well. Maybe there's been an overinvestment here from Cold Metal as they've used everything into these support ultimates. Nawaf actually finds a kill onto speed 75. You can see the Cold Metal, they're on the run now as everybody is being chopped to pieces by Cloud, by Nawaf. Crucially though, the D.Va has lost suit. MSCG looking for a trade, not going to find it. But there's no D.Va suit, and Nawaf's gone, actually resetting off the map.
Gonna reset, desperate for that mech back, and we're into overtime now. Lilarius fighting to keep themselves alive in this series, in this upper bracket semi-final. They've got double DPS ult to do it with, but now they have to stay on point, and they just need to buy a little bit of time to get their D.Va back into position.
Oh, the D.Va so far away from the fight. Lilarius, they're waiting on their D.Va. They're trying to ping-pong the cart. They pop double DPS ultimate. High Noon cancelled by Kyron's spear. Cloud pulls the blade, but good for two. Thirst, Mean Machine, they both fall down. MSCG worse still manages to pop the Kitsune Rush, but Kyron kills two in the back. The one-man army 3 versus 5 turns into a 3v3. Lilarius need to keep touching. Looks like Margit is in a spot of bother as Kyron kills a third. And Cold Metal, they clutch it out. Kyron 3v5 manages to get 3 consecutive kills, closing out the series for Cold Metal 3-1.
Factor in that cancel on the High Noon as well. Really cannot ask more from Kyron in that situation. Talks about how good they looked on this Orisa comp, and even on a point like Iconwell second, which is one of the more difficult ones for it. Whoa, chill out first. Even one of the points that's more difficult for it, still finding a way to make the Orisa work, using the petal and the grip in a lot of these situations to make all that verticality not as much of a problem for the Orisa as it sometimes can be.
That is the power of the Lifeweaver, even on hybrid, where sometimes verticality becomes a little bit of a problem. It seems that the Lifeweaver was the perfect solution to that. Kyron, again and again, anytime Lolarius tried to push high ground, you could see Kyron wasn't just trying to play AFK, low ground in main, taking things very slowly, instead opting to push deep, go and take Lolarius's backline to the cleaners. So now Cold Metal, they should be advancing through the bracket, and it is going to be, what's going to be up next for us, Xavier?
It's going to be TFW. You saw a row of desks behind, players eagerly waiting. That is TFW waiting for the winner of this game, which will be Cold Metal, which is going to be our next fixture. And that one is, of course, an upper bracket final. So the winner of this next game will be qualifying for Phase 2. That'll be happening all on Saturday. So plenty to play for, plenty at stake for both teams. Cold Metal, especially after this scare, do need to maybe just reevaluate, because TFW is expected to be a much firmer test. But before we move on, I do want to take a moment to actually praise Lolarius. As much as it maybe didn't end the way they wanted it to, they're the team that have had the most fight back today. They're the team that threatened one of these more established, more experienced OWCS teams, put them on the back foot, put them into uncomfortable position, and they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Exactly right. Lolarius, they're the local warriors going up against a team that flew halfway across the world to be here. A team that has some more storied Pacific talents on it. So really, a respectable performance here from Lolarius, and perhaps a little bit of a concern for the side of Cold Metal as well. As you say, their next matchup, formidable players, a more established roster again in the EMEA region, and they're going to have to be careful, because if their performance here versus Lolarius is anything to show for it, they could be up for a much more challenging match in the next round.
Remember as well, depending on how you qualify out of these GSL brackets, if you go through the upper bracket, you get a much more favourable seed, obviously in that Phase 2 bracket. So big difference maker in terms of qualifying first or second in your group, because remember, if you qualify second in your group, as we take a look at Group A here, if you finish second in your group, you're going to end up playing against one of the big dogs, the Zeta Divisions, the Falcons, the Team Visions. You do not want to finish second in this group. Finishing first, so important.
Finishing first is incredibly important, not just in order to avoid a team like Falcons, because ultimately you are going to have to play against these rosters, but you also want the advantage of first map pick, first ban, optionality here. With the current format of Overwatch, it is so important to be able to pick a map. You can see here in Group C, Vision Esports is going to be going up against Bright Future Next Vision, one of the top dogs in the bracket that we've expected good results here from, Xavier.
Yeah, done very well. This is Group D. This is the action we've been following most closely. TFW did make short work of Zone X off stream, so they have been waiting very patiently for Cold Metal. Sometimes waiting a long time between games gives you a chance to reset. Sometimes it can be too long of a wait, and you end up overthinking, not a lot to do in between, and you end up getting into your own head a little bit. But TFW, well, they've been waiting a long time. They will be expectant that Cold Metal will come through. And I guess the nice thing, they just got to sit back and watch this Cold Metal series as well. Get a little bit of an early peep on what to expect out of their opposition.
That's always very helpful when you get a bit of scouting in against your enemy, and because Cold Metal's game went so long, TFW were able to sit in the wings, relax, and watch the whole thing unfold. Cold Metal, they get to be, paradoxically, quite warm going into the next match, but they will not have that advantage of preparation.
We're going to take a break now as we give Cold Metal a little bit of time.
Built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, and things are starting to heat up. We told you Group C and Group D would be closer than maybe how we started the day, but I don't think anyone could have foreseen this. Playing off stream right now are Bright Future that we saw earlier, and of course Team Vision, who a lot of you will be more familiar with. It's Violet's team, you know that guy. But apparently, Team Vision, they've lost the first map, Max. How has this happened?
That is a truly fantastic question, Xavier, because I don't think anybody could have seen this coming. People were largely heralding Team Vision as a Team Falcons Zeta Division type team where they would struggle to no extent whatsoever in the early stages of these brackets. And dropping a map 1, that is unprecedented in this situation. They would have come into this tournament with a high seed. First map pick, first ban available to them, no matter the matchup that they're in until they play against Falcons and Zeta. And somehow they've managed to let it slip.
A lot of the narrative coming into this was with Team Vision being, for pretty much everyone's money, the third strongest team in this tournament. It was more about, could they get close to Falcons? Could they get close to Zeta Division? There's certain comps that Vision are really good at when they can play double flex support. Could they take some maps off some of these big dogs from Korea? But put that all out of your mind for now, because they're scrapping it out against Bright Future. And we talked about the importance of seeding. If you come out second in this group compared to first, you might be running into one of those big Korean teams straight away.
You would hate to have that as your outcome. Nobody wants to go up against a Falcons or a Zeta in their early round. You want to save that as far as you possibly can. And I really would love to see what the ban scenario was for that first map of Bright Future versus Vision, because we know they have integrated a Lucio player into their lineup. They're no longer forced to always play 1 plus Violet together. We saw in qualification to this event, Violet was playing a mixture of both flex support and main support, depending on which situation required it. But now he should be playing flex support for the most part.
Yeah, during the promotion relegation, as well as FACEIT playoffs that a few of you would have caught the action of, you would have seen Violet and One basically in the roster permanently in every situation, whether they were playing double flex support or whether they were playing Kiri Lucio, with Violet swapping between the Lucio role and the flex support role. Now, Alba is back and available for this team, which means when Alba is in the roster, they can have Violet play the Kiriko, one of Violet's strongest heroes, if we're being honest, and Alba play the Lucio, and then if it's a map where they want to play double flex support, they can bring one back into the lineup and they can play both of those.
It seems that you've got your finger on the pulse with this one, Xavier, because for map 2 of Vision versus Bright Future, we are going to be heading at Vision's choice over the Circuit Royale. Perhaps not a surprise, as this is arguably their strongest map, where they can play the double flex support, they can pick the map, and then they can also get the first ban to protect double flex support as well. You can see that Alba is being subbed out, so Alba was in for map 1, potentially for some Lucio. Interested as to whether or not they protected support in map 1 as well, though, or if Alba had the Lucio banned out. Surely they won't make the same mistake if they ever did make that mistake on Circuit, though. As they're subbing in 1, they're going to play Violet and 1 together, and with the bans, look at that. Vision have banned Kiriko first, protecting support.
Heading into Circuit Royale, a Kiriko ban means Violet will just probably be playing Alari, a hero where he can really excel on. One where his ability, his mechanical skill can really come into play, much more than on roles like a Lucio or a Brigitte. Great map for Violet, great map for Vision. These are the sort of maps where we've seen them get results against Twisted Minds, against Al-Qadsiya. These are huge teams, the 2 most successful teams in Stage 2 of EMEA, and Vision have taken maps off both of them on Circuit Royale. Now, they are going back to that comfort zone because they need to get this series back on track.
Something worth considering is the fact that when we saw Bright Future play earlier, this admittedly is one of Vision's greatest strengths, but at the same time, this is where Faketa and Demi looked so good. Bright Future were actually quite good in the double flex support matchups as well. So even though this is Vision's strength, this is also something where Bright Future is very comfortable.
Very comfortable, and going to be starting on the Ramatra on the defense is Chaos alongside Fizz. Khaled is playing that Genji, allowed to play his strongest role. Genji was obviously banned on map 1 out of the side of Vision, so Khaled is free to play Genji for the rest of the series, and pretty effective into this type of matchup. Vision, on the other hand, they've gone Mei Orisa, so they are looking to play a little bit more through frontline, as well as giving slow dive opportunities.
Already you can see Anbu up on the high ground, but Khaled goes down. Champ 3, Genji Superstar taken early by Choice A1. Vision Esports pressing this advantage too. No brakes on this train as they keep stepping forward. Maywall comes out from Choice A1, and even though he didn't catch anybody out, Anbu's going to fall regardless. So Vision Esports, they are stomping on the gas right now as they walk through this first point.
Back-to-back picks, and they're going to have to scrap their way out of this one, Bright Future. You can see Chaos had to drop that shield already, so can contest payload, but could really do with that shield cooldown back. Ambu about to be in play again from this high ground, but needs to get that rail charge going. Vision Esports, they're going to lose slow dive early. Khaled makes the pick. Now he gets back to the team, but lamp for shield, it's all been used. Window comes around the corner from one, back up, Spear comes through, Chaos is de-peeking, they're looking for more, trying to go through the window, it's scary though, and Violet's found another kill. Javelin to break that form open, Captive Sun over the top from Violet, and this should finish the job. 2 for Violet in the end, and Vision do capture first point, plenty of time to spare.
That was such a good opening from Khaled, gets that early pick-off, but Vision Esports, both supports had their ultimates, and if you put a Captive Sun in Violet's hands, he will fly above your head and wipe half of your roster immediately. Bright Future now, they're on retake, but they have to retake into a very awkward position. As you can see, Vision are playing forward, poking heavily, charging up these ultimates, and applying pressure all the way along, making sure the Bright Future don't have any angles to easily push out. You can see they're already taking a beating on their walk, but the ult exchange is about to hit.
Combo, Terror Surge Blizzard thrown in. It is going to freeze everyone up. Chaos down. No chance to respond with ultimates. That is a clean combo and a near full wipe for Vision. Ambu is left, but he's been forced all the way out of spawn. And again, Bright Future, they've got the ults to work with now, but it is such a difficult retake.
Really hard retake now, bordering on impossible as Fakata goes down before the fight can even begin. Tama, he's posted up so aggressively. Bright Future, they have all of the ultimates in the world to retake this, but none of the positioning. No Baptiste to pocket them through it. Tama keeps on poking. Maywall comes up from Choice A1. Captive Sun thrown in. Anbu is out. Slow dive, overclocking as well, but Khaled goes down with the clock. What a disaster. Now we've got annihilation from Chaos on the cart, but it's looking incredibly difficult for Bright Future here, Xavier.
Keeps interrupting that block with the spear timing Tama, and that has provided them opportunities to chunk down what is normally one of the hardest heroes to kill in the game. Snowball complete, and despite having 4 ults in the bank, Bright Future are going to burn all of them and get no value. Slow dive. Crucial kill on that blading Genji to avoid any chances of that becoming a messy situation for Vision.
Vision seemingly averse to a mess as they have 4 minutes and 44 seconds to push through this third point now, and ultimates to reinforce that engagement. You can see Tama up here on the high ground poking from one of the more aggressive angles on the map right now, and double support ultimate in the back pocket where One and Violet are both threatening a clutch. Now we've got Afara coming in from the top ropes, but Vision, they're actually happy to kite the early phases of this.
They try to kite and respond with a later window, but Ambu finds the shot. Terror Surge looking for follow-up damage, but the kite, oh no, not good. Tama still finds a kill and gets himself into this corner. And that allows for Payload to keep walking forward. 4v4, Vision have a chance to slow it down, get back to 5 before they fully commit. But when they do, they're going to have his Captive Sun to open up a bit of space and a Blizzard to finish the point.
The Blizzard would be a absolutely brutal closer right now. As Bright Future, they need something special. Khaled up on the high ground, perhaps needs to close the gap on backliners, but instead he's fallen all the way to the ground. He's used his mobility already. It's going to be so difficult for him to flank. You can see Vision continually pressuring main. Spear comes out from Tama. Spear back in response onto One, but no kills as of yet. There's a Captive Sun in the back pocket for Violet, and you can see Vision, they want to push forward. Maybe they're going to wait for slow dives overclock at this point as Anbu pulls his own overclock, and everybody from Bright Future steps forward. Barrage in main, 1-for-1 exchanges. It's so difficult to see who will close this one out right now as Choice A1, he's actually going to go down with the Blizzard, and it looks like Bright Future should be good to hold on here.
Terror Surge to finish the job from Chaos, but have to ask the question if that was one too many at the end, because Vision Esports, after losing a player early to that barrage, they just chose not to invest anything. So now a huge ult advantage. Window and Captive Sun needs ults to take a lot of space, overclock as well, and again a Blizzard. If Chaos uses that Fortify, he is going to be the primary target for that Blizzard. So they're trying to hold forward now, Bright Future, trying to squeeze another fight out. Even an early window thrown in forces a lamp, but not a lot more. Captive Sun is going to be their next tool, but Bright Future, they need Demi to find something with this.
This is such a tough situation now for Bright Future. You can see that their bank has been bled incredibly dry. Slow Dive now pulls out the overclock in main, and it's Chaos that goes down first. Not a great start. Overclock not going to stop this, as now FACEIT goes down. Violet pulls the Captive Sun up in main. Vision did spend 3 ultimates there in an attempt to close this out, but it's going to be a staggered touch from Bright Future.
Look at the combo, it's available again. Choi's held onto this Blizzard the entire time. So Terra Surge Blizzard on point, pull him in, freeze him up. Chaos has to be so careful with his cooldowns. Nares for Terra Surge Blizzard over the top, pulls for Baptiste in. Captive Sun in maid, needs a kill. Doesn't find it, forces for Lamp, but nothing more. Trying to get the explosion, but the point is gone in underneath Demi there.
Vision Esports, they played the economic game very well there. They bled ults from Bright Future. They were patient. Even though they had that massive time bank in the pocket, they didn't over-aggress. They didn't waste ultimates at a deficit. Instead, they allowed Bright Future to play right into their hands, to burn ultimate after ultimate after ultimate, until eventually it was a 5v1 situation. It was an insurmountable advantage for Team Vision. You can see Team Vision, they've got a plethora of staff waiting in the wings, hanging over their shoulders to ensure that they can make it through this part of the bracket. Mind you, Team Vision, they lost the first map. The pressure is well and truly on for them. Even if they're having a solid, rock-solid performance here on Circuit Royale, you've got to think further ahead. You've got to think against more than just the double flex map, Xavier.
You really do, because if you're Bright Future here, you know this is going to be the strongest map for Team Vision. This is a map that some of the best in EMEA have struggled to beat Team Vision on. So losing this one here may be par of the course. But because of their success on that first map, now you know there's a solution. There's a way to beat this team, put them under more pressure. So I think if you're Bright Future, obviously it sucks. 2 minutes, 2 minute time bank. They look pretty dominant with this. The Terra Surge Blizzard combos are finding the conversions and the value where they need it. But do your best on this map. Don't need to worry about it too much. You'll get another chance to pick maps and pick bans. Just don't lose your spirit too much. But saying all that, still got their entire attack time bank to work with. Going to be playing the Ana here instead.
I like the change up from Bright Future. It wasn't working for them with the Baptiste. Get over to the Ana. Maybe play through Kali that little bit more. A nano boost for the Genji. We all know that that is an incredibly potent combo, but already Chaos actually doing some work up on the high ground. Takes a lot of space, gets a spear to force back Slow Dive early on, but right now we are just going to see Team Vision waiting, allowing the cart to push until we're on the corner, and Khaled over-aggressive, picked by Violet early on.
Vision going to re-swing, look for more here. Violet's awfully low, and a nade catches Tama, but plenty of HP. That Fortify will keep him safe, and they can get all the cleanup kills. Bright Future, this version of the comp, it has powerful ult combos and Nano Blade, a classic. What Bright Future need in this comp is they need Khaled to carry. Lots of resources are going to go his way. He's going to be putting a lot of jewels where he's taking on Slow Dive or Violet or One. They need him to be their star man. They need him to lift this team up. And there's nearly a nano with which to do it.
Absolutely itching to be lifted off this first corner right now, as One has the window, FACEIT has the nano boost. This is going to be a very brutal combo for one of two teams right now, as FACEIT could potentially throw out that nano boost onto Khaled and open things up, but it looks like right now Team Vision, they're pushing forward very aggressively. They have so much positioning. Nano. Captive Sun comes out from Violet as the nano comes out from Khaled, but Khaled's going to get the better of Violet. He's actually going to win that exchange versus the Captive Sunning Ilari, and that's all Bright Future need, really. Tama, One, Violet, they've all invested their ultimates here, but Khaled, the champion 3, Genji who could, he's going to clutch it out, and he's going to cap first point for his team here. One's going to go down hysterically late, and Team Vision are on the back foot.
All exactly what they need, Bright Future. We talked about Khaled having to carry, takes down the Captive Sun, dies here. It's a bit of feast or famine with Khaled. He does the difficult play. He goes in with the nano kills for Captive Sun, but a couple of times now he has just been caught before the fight's even really begun. But coming back, it's going to be Overclock and Blade. Expect Bright Future to maybe use the Overclock of a Captive Sun early, create a bit of space, set up that opportunity. Captive Sun comes out first from Demi, looking for it, and they don't even need to take the space. They're just finding kills. Choi's found a trait in main. They're looking for a little bit more, but Choi has to consider dying on point. Tama is going to stay and anchor that one, walking onto the Sojourn, but no HP. Easy kill for Khaled, and this snowball keeps going. And look at the combos available here for Bright Future.
This is a perfect situation for Bright Future right now. Vision Esports really staggering themselves out quite heavily. Got to be careful that Khaled doesn't bring us into yet another series of famine, though. as he swings quite aggressively towards Vision's spawn. Bright Future, I would really like to see them hold aggressive positioning here. Don't allow One and Violet to swing all too much. Hold up, combo Chaos's Terror Surge with Khaled's Blade, but instead they're playing quite far behind. Overclock comes out from Anbu, from behind in fact, and they're not really able to swing with it. You can see Khaled though over to the flank, slow dive with the later Overclock. So many ultimates being thrown inside right now. Terror Surge Blade, Khaled's going to get the better of Choice A1, looking for more, finds more, he takes down Violet as well. It's a 5v3, and nobody from Vision Esports seems to have a chance of clutching this out. Look at Tama's position, Xavier.
Tama's stuck in there. He's walking forward looking for a kill. He's going to get naded and finished off. And this recontest is so difficult / impossible now without the tank. They're pushing forward for the cleanup kills, and Khaled gets it done again.
Khaled absolutely dominating here, doing so much work. Vision Esports, even though they weren't choked close, they still lost the exchange in the end. Very nice combo from Chaos and Khaled. Out of line of sight of their own backline, around the corner for the Surge Blade, but they get it done, and that's what's important. Vision Esports, this is a crucial fight for them. They need to stop Bright Future's momentum. They need to plant the flag right this second. And it does look like, oh no, 1-for-1 trades. Violet and Slowdive both going down. Nano comes out, but one's dead as well. Violet's in a spot of bother. This is really back and forth right now, Xavier, but Bright Future, they keep pushing the cart.
Sleep now onto Tama, going to make him a really awful position. He Terror Surges to live, but can he live? Just about. Somehow Tama survives the entire ordeal there. Terror Surge just about doing enough. Choi onto a Genji to match Khaled now, and they have found their stabilization here, Vision. They were desperate for it, but now this snowball from Bright Future, they've got this really sort of nice pace. Go with a Nano onto the Genji, then have the Genji Blade and maybe even a Terror Surge to work with. The ult cycling is working out perfectly for Bright Future so far.
Bright Future, there are shades of Vision's defense here, as now it's Bright Future that have the opportunity to swing with an ult advantage. One pops the window. Now the only ult remaining for Vision is the Blade for Choice A1. But Bright Future, they have a huge bank just around the corner. Another combo, Chaos and Khaled, Anbu and Demi, they can all pop these ultimates right now. And Vision, they really are heavily reliant on this positional advantage on Choice A1's Blade to clutch this one out. Chaos swings forward, looking for an engagement, and Tama's there with the spear.
Blade over the top, Khaled looking for the backline now. Overclock in the front, Khaled takes down Violet. Another one onto Slowdive as well. Looking for a third for Baptiste is low. All three for Khaled now. And the map is wide open. They still need to move for payload. But Nano, Captive Sun, Terror Surge, Bright Future, they've got all the tools they need.
These are crucial fight wins for Bright Future right now. Huge ult bank for the final turn. DPS for Vision Esports need to come in clutch. Anbu takes right side high ground, slithering on in from the right-hand side. For Keita and Demi, they both have ultimates. Nanobreeze comes out onto Khaled. Swing from Anbu looks good. Manages to connect the rail, but the lamp is good to keep him alive. But Keita takes down Tama. That is a crucial kill, but Khaled is traded at the spawn door. Choice A1 blading, but taken down by Chaos's Terror Surge. One player advantage right now for Bright Future. Demi pops the Captive Sun. Doesn't seem to have converted a kill. Violet swinging in with his own Captive Sun, but can't find a kill. 26 HP in a dream, but he's being pocketed back by one in the spawn. And it looks like Vision, they've survived. Crucially, their respawn is so much closer. Choice A1's back on the Tracer, but Vision, they're still trying to stem this bleed.
Such an important fight for Vision. That has bled the ult out of Bright Future. Surviving that means they might be in a great position even for the entire hold now. 1 minute 30 seconds left. An early pick from that window onto Anbu, and this will be another reset for Bright Future, who with the time left on the clock are going to get one more good shot at their ult trades. Khaled does dive in and get a trade. Won't be worth all that much as Vision can respond with a stagger onto Miss Anna.
Vision fighting tooth and nail on this defense to keep it going. Bright Future, such a tough one when they had that ult advantage fight. But Keita will go down eventually. Not going to be able to escape on the Ana. Just a brutal stagger for him. With Bright Future now, they're running out of time. Only a minute remains on the clock. They've got another Nano turn around the corner. They might want to save for a Nano Blade this time around. We haven't seen any of those yet. Tama has the Terror Surge in the back pocket, but you can see Vision Esports, they're playing forward. They're poking as much as they possibly can. Violet has been deadly with these Captive Suns, and he's got one right now. Chaos swings. Khaled receives the Nano. No Nano Blade, but Tama's naded.
He's low, he's looking for the backline. Terror Surge pulls them all in, looking for the combat, finds two with it. Spear won't stop him getting any more. They wipe that one completely. Decision from Bright Future there was to spend the Nano, keep the cycle vaping going on, but with only one fight left, maybe Nano Blade would have been a better investment. Now they need Khaled to do it dry, but they have the Overclock, they have the Captive Sun, more tools to help their Genji get value here still.
there are tools in the bank right now for Bright Future to close out this attack. Overclock comes in early from Anbu, forces a retreat from Vision Esports, but we need more than a retreat. We need kills. Khaled looks to deliver those kills, pulls the blade, but he's blading versus Violet, who's flown away with the captive sun. Khaled, a disaster for him. He falls, and it looks as if Vision Esports are closing this one out. 3 kills for Vision. Chaos on the cart with the Terror Surge, but it's just not going to be enough.
Not quite enough. Violet gets it all done in the end. Not only survives the blade using the captive sun as a movement ability to fly away, but also then even holds that captive sun, uses it late, manages to find the kill on his counterpart, saves the defense snare for Vision. But all things considered, one of Vision's best maps didn't look quite as comfortable as it first thought when we saw their attack. Really, really respectable effort from Bright Future, and this series feels so far from over for Vision.
Exactly right. One thing worthy of note is that here, double flex support map, where we're, I suppose, expecting a win for Vision Esports, where they really get to put a world champion on some of his best. No surprises here. Map 1, when Bright Future were able to edge out a win, it was off the back of a Lucio ban. Bright Future, they actually were able to identify Vision Esports. They subbed in their Lucio player, and Bright Future capitalized on that. That means with no Lucio ban remaining in the series for Bright Future, Vision Esports, it's not going to be possible to block their Lucio lineup any longer. That means Lucio Kiri will be possible. Lucio Bat will be possible for Vision for the remainder of the series, and there's nothing Bright Future can do about it.
Important to remember on the flip side, Vision have also used their Genji ban, which means Khaled, who got so much done on this Circuit Royale despite losing, will just be free to keep playing Genji throughout this series. So going both ways here. As we get deeper and deeper into a series, the nature of it is all the big bans are used and the teams can just lean more and more into their strengths.
Very much interested to see how the series goes as we progress. I think a Kiri ban could potentially be quite valuable from Bright Future. Force Violet to play the BAP with the Lucio, and then when he's on the Baptiste, he's a bit more of a victim versus Khaled. Khaled on the Genji can really chop up a Baptiste if they get out of position. And Violet, while he is a player that is known for superstar performances, he's also known as a player that tends to fly rather close to the sun in order to have these superstar performances. If he's taking a lot of risk on the Baptiste, getting far forward, could be putting himself at risk of being taken down by Khaled on the Genji.
We talked about Khaled being a bit of a feast or famine player, but really, Violet invented feast or famine before Khaled was even born. So both players, high peaks, some low lows as well. But now we've had Vision win their map pick, and it could be a situation now as we go back and forth between the two teams, we might be in a bit of a tennis situation with both teams trying to hold their serve as they take it to these important map picks. Maps for Vision that I think will be the most powerful, or modes maybe more accurately, will be stuff like the hybrids, where you can play these greedier backlines similar to what they played on Circuit Royale. So there is a consideration for Bright Future. Do we try and pick a hybrid, pick one that we think is favorable for us, maybe use one of our more powerful bans, and take away one of the strongest modes for Vision?
I feel as if that is a reasonable approach. Overall, Bright Future, it is a question of whether they want to play through their Genji or through their own ability to play the double flex lineup. You can see Vision, when they have One and Violet in the server, when they're playing for double flex, it is clear that they have very high levels of power on it. But if Bright Future can bait it into a Lucio map where potentially Vision subs in their Lucio player, and then Bright Future actually goes ahead and continues to play double flex, because as you can see, they are more than adept at it too, that could also be a solution for them. Try and force a little bit of an equal matchup with different backlines.
In terms of the maps available, Eichenwald may be seen for most possible in terms of a hybrids, or just something a bit more comfortable like a New Junk City where you can almost guarantee that Kiri Lucio. We're going to take a quick break, tied up 1-1, so be sure to come back after.
This land is calling.
It's decision time for Bright Future. What map are they going to pick? What mode are they going to pick? They might choose to block Hybrid, but instead, they've actually just gone Comfort. We are playing New Junk City, and we expect to see Kiri Lucio in all of this. And Alba has been subbed in, Max, so it feels like they are going to get that Kiri Lucio or potentially Bat Lucio matchup that they want.
Yeah, no surprises here really, as we do see the matchup taken away from Double Flex and to a more traditional Lucio map. Straight away Vision, they make the substitution, they take out one, they put in Alba. That means that Violet can continue to play the Flex Sport characters and Alba can play the Lucio, no longer blockable through bans. What about the hero bans here, Xavier? Do you have any feelings?
Bright Future have come in with a Tracer ban, and I think it makes a reasonable amount of sense. I think Tracer is Choi's best hero, while on the flip side, maybe forces him to play Genji, which is Khaled's best hero. He wasn't going to play the Tracer anyway. So enables Khaled even more, maybe kneecaps Choi a little bit, but it's not like Choi hasn't played Genji at all before. Vision, on the other hand, they are banning Orisa, obviously something Chaos has had a lot of success with so far in his tournament, but we saw earlier today, Chaos has got a few more tricks in his locker, so a Ram, a Hazard, even a Zarya, if he's feeling it, are all on the cards.
I'm honestly quite surprised to see Vision using an Orisa ban. Watching Tama, at least on Circuit Royale and throughout the entire promo relegation tournament that we saw just last week, Tama really seemed like a tank that very heavily leans into picking the Orisa. So seeing Vision actually opt to use the Orisa ban in any situation, I'm rather surprised to see it overall. I suppose we're going to see Ramatra in response. Is that going to be what Tama actually picks now that it's out of play?
Could be Ramatra potentially as well. One thing we did see Choi do is play Mei on that Circuit Royale, and what's important to remember about Mei in particular is Mei is a decent matchup into Genji, but especially as we get later into the map and everyone becomes fully perked up, Nat Mei matches up so well into some kind of Ramatra mirror here. So potential Nat they could actually be looking to lean into the Mei instead here, rather than just matching the Genji.
Yeah, once Mei is fully perked up, once you can left-click freeze people, that is a whole nother level for the Mei as well. Wondering whether we'll see any Symmetra come out. Failing to recall whether or not Vision actually like to play the Symmetra in any context, because again, when you move over to the Flashpoint, Sim becomes incredibly potent. You get more fights, you get lots of free flips on the objective during the Sim Wall ultimate fights as well. One of the best, if not the best game types for the Symmetra.
Is a really strong mode for it. I don't think it's Troy's particular strength, though. He's always looked a little bit weaker on that hero compared to the Mei or the Tracer, so maybe they're choosing comfort. I think one thing that can't be underrated at all, especially when you go over to Symmetra comps, is what is important is communication. You need to have a clear idea of which TPs are we using, which ones are fakes. Are we using it? Are we taking it back? Are only 2 people taking it? Are we all taking it? Everything like this. Things that get substantially harder if you don't have a full roster and that all natively speak the same language, which is of course the situation Vision are in.
This is a classic plight of the mixed roster situation where certain compositions that require very, very rapid communication, as you said, fake versus take. This sounds simple, but when you're saying it in the clutch and you have to speak English as your second language, things get so much more difficult. So maybe this is a reason why Vision does quite literally never pick the Symmetra, but you know, I'm happy to be proven wrong as well. I'm a real sim head when it comes down to it, so would like to see it. But you are right that, you know, when you come into a mixed roster scenario, it becomes a little bit more difficult to play comps like this, where you have to make these very fast team-wide judgments.
Especially when the Korean player ends up being the one who is playing the Symmetra and therefore has to take a lead in a lot of this decision-making and calling. Obviously, Checkmate is the exception that proves the rule in all of this. He is the one who can just do it all. But for Team Vision here, not surprised if they just lean into something a little bit more comfortable, either matching the Genji or playing the Mei. But if I'm Bright Future, I'm really happy with this. We didn't get to see the first map and how they matched up in these more even matchups. So this Kiryu-Lucian mirror is Bright Future's best shot. And remember, if they win this one, it would be a 2-1 lead, puts them on match point, and now that is real pressure on Vision.
Vision would well and truly be feeling it even after winning that Circuit Royale. I do feel as if they must be experiencing some iota of pressure right now. They are coming in as a massive overdog in this series. Extremely high expectations that they run deep into the bracket. This is a team that just came through promo relegation in EMEA, and they essentially dominated all the way through. They had one ropey series and then they closed it out in style towards the end. This is the overdog favorite with the superstar imports. So losing anything here in the early stages of the last chance qualifier bracket, not a great sign for them, and definitely going to have them feeling more pressure as they move through the match.
Ends up being a big indictment. Even if they are still able to recover, get through the bracket from the lower side, everything like this, it does just feel like a really poor result given the expectations for this team. On the other side, Bright Future, not really anything to lose. It's all to gain for these guys. Much like the series earlier where we saw Lilarius taking maps of Cold Metal, the underdog team plays with an advantage here. They play with a chance just to cause stress and anxiety onto the other side, inflict mental damage rather than receive it. So as we get into this New Junk City, I think start aggressively, start fast, keep playing confidently. You've shown you can beat them already on this one. Vision of a team under pressure. They're the ones with the weight of expectations. Take the game to them, make them panic, make them work for it.
The upshot here as well for Bright Future is the fact that this is a roster that is full of LAN experienced seasoned players. This is a roster where many faces on the team are Saudi E-League's veterans, people that have lots of experience playing in environments just like where they are right this second. This time around, obviously the stakes might be a little bit higher. They have the opportunity to take down a huge overdog in a tournament that could qualify them all the way through to the Esports World Cup.
There it is as well, that final key that is waiting for the winner of this LCQ and will secure themselves a spot in the Esports World Cup main event for Overwatch in 2 weeks' time. New Junk City, and maybe not too many surprises here. Orisa banned, of course, so Chaos just going to pivot onto Ramatra. Very much like for like in that. Tama, though, hovering the Hazard for now to kick this one off.
I really like this Hazard pick from Tama, allowing them to go quite aggressively. That being said, you need to be careful on the first point of New Junk City in particular. Hazard really relies on coming in from the side, getting an off angle. If you find yourself fighting face to face with a Ramatra, with an Orisa, obviously Orisa's been banned out here, it's very difficult to play the Hazard. And on this first point, Tama has already been hammed up by the Ramatra. You can see Chaos blocking Tama, preventing him from taking a turn, preventing him from flanking. We've got to see whether Tama can sneak on over to the side, get over the point, and get behind.
Khaled looking to press the advantage now, trading cooldowns win for Genji, just trying to keep Vision on the back foot. Vision, they want to play their Hazard aggressively onto these backliners. But what they're doing now is just stopping Vision having a turn. He's stuck in here. Ambu, can he find the finishing blow? No. Tama is slowed and still a little bit hammed up in main. Backed up Vision, but not falling over. The cap will go the way of Bright Future, but the fight is far from over.
Flip will go Bright Future's way, but the fight just keeps on going. Choice A1, sliver of HP will go down to FACEIT in the end. Tama, he's taking so much damage up in main as well. He's got eyes on Khaled, who's taking a beating. Violet pops the Kitsune Rush, and it looks like Chaos is just going to have to pull out the hands and block himself in the corner right now, taking so much damage, and still no support ultimates available for Bright Future. FACEIT's got the beat in the back pocket. They can turn with this. Oh,
Tama's trying to get out. Beat comes through, but not in time to save Chaos. They're going to try and turn it with the ultimates. Alba was able to match Beat. Kitsune Rush from Demi to keep going. They want to clutch it out here. They found one, but they've lost two. The math simply doesn't work out. Demi looking for more on the point, but has to TP out to safety. The Beat not hitting the Ram. It's such a big difference maker.
So brutal for Bright Future. Really felt like they could have closed that one out, but the beat from FACEIT, it's just ever so slightly too slow, and Chaos goes down. Now they have to retake into a very difficult situation. Vision Esports, they have control. Tama can throw down a wall on the Hazard, block anybody out. And look at that, Choice A1 already going to catch Anbu, who swings a little bit too wide, dashes in, getting a bit too aggressive, and it's just an easy cleanup for Vision that doesn't even require an ultimate.
Difficult choke to get through, so taking a flank, getting a second angle will help you get through that choke, but Ambu went solo there, which means it's very high risk. Allows Choi just to isolate him in that one-on-one. Good matchup for Genji, takes him down, wins that one. Normally you see a little bit more support, maybe the Lucio supporting that Sojin angle in these situations. Now though, Vision Esports, lots of ultimates. Look how much quicker Violet's Kitsune Rush is again. He's got another one ready to go on this first point. So a very difficult fight. Violet's going to drop that Kitsune Rush already. Committing to it. Khaled with a blade over top. Trying to mark that one. Khaled gets one. Choi trades it right back. Genji's going to meet in the air. Choi gets the better of him though. And now Vision, they can group up, play around their tank, and should be able to finish up a lot of these remaining players.
Such a good counterblade there from Choice A1. Takes down FACEIT, takes down the Genji as well. Vision Esports, they played position around the objective. They played to the fact that Violet had that second Kitsune Rush so much quicker. You can see the world champ has his chops on the Kiriko, doing so much damage in order to build up that ult almost twice as quickly as Demi. And now Vision Esports, I mean, they're still in control with regards to ultimates. They've got a beat once again to keep fighting. Tama has had this downpour in the back pocket the entire time, and now that they have positioning, it's going to be easy for Slowdive to pull the overclock if they so desire.
Violet flanking, finds for kill. Now he's going to take on the Genji. Dies though, actually. So a Kiriko trade. Tama's flooded in though. Vision are still trying to apply the pressure. Chaos has nothing to really shoot at in this form, and Tama has found all the split and isolated targets. So a Violet flank to hit him early sets him up for success. And Vision right now finding these timings to go aggressive. That's what you want if you're the Hazard version of a comp here. You want these times to hit them early, surround them, pincer them.
A textbook feast into famine situation for Violet, but Slowdive has pulled the overclock. Beat from Alba as well. Better beat now from FACEIT, pulls it second. Anbu with the later overclock as well. Tama's pulled the downpour, but doesn't look to have rooted up anyone. Might have rooted up Anbu actually as they go down. Demi trades Choice A1, but that's 3 kills for Vision. Chaos doesn't want to let it go. With the Annihilation, he'll take down Slowdive. You can see Khaled just trying to play life at this point, and it's so tough. You can see right now Chaos is on the point, threatening a flip. Lucio inside the slow. Chaos might be able to give them a little bit of a push and pull right now, still continually threatening the touch. But Bright Future, they need more than just bodies on the point. They've got the flip.
Got the flip. Now they can use Kitsune Rush. Violet's going to match it, but Albert dies immediately. Player advantage right now for Bright Future. Looking for opportunities. Tama is on the back foot. Tries to jump away. Back to his Kitsune Rush, but Ambu finds a crucial kill. That's going to force Vision to reset. Such an important flip. Bright Future flood back in. Take it quickly. Well played from Chaos in that fight.
Oh, so well played from Chaos and Khalid both. Khalid finds a kill and then escapes out in main after buying so much time. Chaos, same timing, finds his own kill and pressures the objective. Flips the cap, keeps himself alive the entire time. Ult economy has very much been reset down to the point of being even now. No support ultimates online, and we're going to be going blade for blade. Chaos pulls in the slow, doing so much damage to slow dive. The Sojins are traded 1-for-1. Kiri TPs, but Choice1 pulls out the blade. Suzu has been invested now, and you can see Choice1. He's swinging for the fences. Khaled's going to fall. So will Faketa and Vision. They've won this exchange. Blade just didn't come online in time for Khaled.
Looked like it was going to be a showdown between the Genjis, but Choi finds it earlier and does just about manage to get the value that he needs. Tama obviously more than happy to follow Choi in with that one. Now Vision gets a hold forward, maybe look for an early pincer with a Violet flank if they want, nearly a downpour to use, but Bright Future, they've got their main man with a blade in hand. Khaled looking for a crucial connection here.
Khaled's going to need to be the last samurai right now as Vision. Oh, Violet's on the flank yet again. He's applying so much pressure to the backline of Bright Future. The push is good, and it does look like Vision Esports, they've pinched. Tama downpour in main. Takes down so many members of Bright Future. Violet on the flank, hamming up the backline, and they just can't deal with all that pressure. Khaled not even able to find a timing to pull the blade in this turn.
These Violet flanks are causing them all sorts of problems because he is a mighty dinky Kiriko. These dinks are forcing people like we saw for Ambu there, getting caught on the rotation, not able to follow their team, and then Bright Future, they're not in the correct formation, they don't have the correct setup for their ults, and they end up with no chance to use them. Now they have a lot of ults for this next fight, but they need to find success here. Important ult advantage fight for Bright Future.
This is where Bright Future need to turn it around. They are at a bit of a deficit right now, and Anbu's already dead. Beat comes out from Vision in response to the blade from Khaled, and it's going to be one trade. A slow dive goes down, but Choice1 yet again slicing and dicing through the Bright Future support line. Faketa goes down, Khaled as well, Demi too, and it's just nothing but Choice1 in the feed as he cleans house.
Great fight from Choi. We talked about his options in terms of what hero he wants to pick. Would he go a Mei direction? Would he go something else? But matching the Genji here and getting the better of Khaled. And if Vision Esports, they can close out this map on a Kiri, Lucio, Genji mirror, this is going to be a huge result for them in terms of how the series will go. Overclock from slow dive to keep this one going. Disengage attempt, turn with beat now for Bakator. Violet's going to match with Kitsune Rush, but Demi still has that Kitsune Rush and slow dive. Caught out, separated. They're going to clean that one up and good ult advantage fight for Bright Future. Didn't even need that Kitsune Rush in the end. They should be able to get a late kill onto Choi. Choi wants to play. The slow cut thing comes through. He thinks he can win it. He's found one. Looking for more. 160 HP left. He slows it down and Violet's found a kill. How on earth have Vision Esports turned this?
Ah, the Korean superstars, they're clutch kings. They both find their window of opportunity. Now Demi is forced to use the Kitsune Rush on the objective, but Tama's holding it down. One taps Demi inside, and it's looking like Vision Esports, they're just going to turn this one around. Chaos finds a kill onto Alba, but they have not taken down the carries on Vision Esports. A trade onto a Lucio. Everybody knows Lucio will be back fast. And Bright Future, down to the wire now. Last fight potentially for this New Junk City.
You can't afford for your ult advantage fights to end up like that. They invested so much and found nothing. All the pressure resting on Ambu's shoulders with this overclock. He's got to avoid for downpour. He's got to find value of his own. And he's got to worry about these bloody Violet flanks that keep putting him under pressure. No early dink this time for Violet. Overclock in main. Slow dive just taken down. Downpour comes out from Tama. Locks him up on point. There are kills here if Vision can find it. But there's nobody there. Tama's getting the work done himself. Ambu still has a rail in back. But they have no choice but to commit to this fight. Bright Future. They need a clutch for pressure onto the Sojin. Ambu cornered. Pressured by Choi. Searching for the kill, a slide away, can't find it, can find it eventually. Significant advantage. Chaos is going to try and anchor the point for a little bit more, but desperation for Bright Future.
Ah, great fundamentals coming through from Vision as they fight off the point. They clean up the kills now. Alba gets to pop in the beat. Bright Future, they need to touch and they can't get it done. It's going to be a C9 to close out New Junk City now. And Vision Esports really answering back very strong. You can see when they get to play the Lucio Kiri, they look rock solid. Violet flanking constantly on the Kiriko, and some players, they go for the flank and the enemy team will push right past them. But Violet, he is one of the strongest aim-centric players in the game. This guy flanks on the Kiri and he is hitting heads every single time, carrying fights by getting half of Bright Future's health bars to the halfway point before the fight even has a chance to begin.
You see it a lot of time in matchups where the team seems to be fairly evenly matched, but it comes down to a lot of these duels in key situations. We saw Choi get the better of Khaled in a lot of these situations, and we saw the exact same for Violet, getting so many more of these crucial picks. And you can tell it's a rehearsed move from Vision Esports. The same setup for the fight every time in this hazard. Again, if the fight goes, if you cast your minds back to point A, where Chaos was able to just walk onto Tama every single time, start punching him, trading his cooldowns with the other tank. All of a sudden, this means Violet can't really flank because he has to pocket Tama. Tama can't engage with his leap. Choi also limited in terms of what he can do. And if you're stuck on that back foot, you never set up a pincer. But as we got later into the series, they were able to set up these pincers time and time and time again on the side of Vision, and they just couldn't answer it, Bright Future. They couldn't deal with the flanks, and it cost them ultimately here.
Exactly right. We give Khaled so many props, so much praise for their level on Genji. So good, but Choi Se-wan was looking better still. Every time Khaled was pulling the blade, Choi Se-wan counter-blading, counter-dashing, and taking Khaled down mid-air. So good from Choi Se-wan. Lots of firepower from the Korean import on the Genji here. And Vision Esports, I mean, now they're starting to look very comfortable. I think if we were to roll into the next map, I would like to see Violet taken off that Kiri. We already know that there's no Lucio ban available. So a Kiri ban, make things easier. Put Violet on Baptiste. Give Khaled an easy target to dash on.
Give him a clearer target, make it more available. We've seen Chaos even play the hazard himself here, so potential to mirror. Because I have to give Tama a lot of credit for the work he was getting through there. Really was only that first point he struggled on. As soon as we were past that, he was able to find a lot more value, thrive in the Chaos. Quick score update, as we do have the upper bracket game, obviously in Group D, also happening right now. And TFU find themselves a map up against Cold Metal.
We spoke about Cold Metal looking a little bit rocky in their first match, and then TFW, they managed to take that first map against them already. Would be interested to see how the remainder of that series plays out, but maybe that rocky start from Cold Metal, even though they get to go into the series warm, TFW might have their number going forward. Back to our series though, really just have to wait and see what the next ban is, wait and see whether or not they choose to target out Violet's Kiri.
We're going to take a quick break before we get those picks coming through, but all eyes on Bright Future. The decision is theirs.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back. It's time for map number 4 in Bright Future versus Vision. But a particularly difficult decision for Bright Future because they were meant to have success on the Kiriko Lucio, but they went to New Junk City and they lost in that mirror. So what on earth are they going to do now, Max?
Well, I am very reliably told by a certain Trevor that we are actually going to be heading to Esperanza, and I really like this pick. Esperanza is a map where Genji can really close the gap on backlines, and in order to bolster this pick, what have they gone and done? Bright Future, they banned out the Kiriko, so no more flanking for Violet. He's going to have to play a support that is a little bit more of a victim, a little bit more difficult to play into the Genji.
Team Vision respond with a D.Va ban of their own, in essence trying to make it a little bit easier for that Baptiste to survive. Could see Chaos still playing the Hazard here. We saw Tama play it in the previous map. We saw Chaos play it earlier today. So very much could even be a Hazard mirror amongst all of this. Obviously Orisa is now available again as well. So seen plenty of that throughout today, and I'm sure we will for the rest of the tournament as well. But does really feel like they're actually trying to push Violet onto Baptiste, a hero they can punish.
I definitely think that we're going to see a little bit of Baptiste coming out. Tama as well, would not be surprised whatsoever to see some continued play of the Hazard here. Of course, Orisa's in play, but the thing about Esperanza is that the first fight, Orisa loves to be there for the first fight. Nice and flat, a long stretch. The second fight, though, the checkpoint, very high ground centric, and that is where Hazard can really shine. If a tank goes down to the low ground and Hazard can just climb his way up the wall and catch backliners up top, there's a very real chance for Hazard to have some impact. Would actually be quite interested to see what fight they prefer. Are they going to play Orisa to win the first and the third fights, or are they going to play Hazard for the fights in between?
Bit of a gamble, because if you lose that first fight, then you might have to swap, and then you're just stuck slightly behind on all of your ultimates. Though, if you win it, it's not too bad to be in the winning position when you start with that high ground as Orisa. So if you can win that first fight and convert it, there's a great chance to snowball, maybe even get yourself a first cap out of it. I think the big problem that Bright Future also need to solve is how do they deal with these flanks. Will be a little bit easier with Kiriko off the table. Violet's going to be forced very much to play more of a standard support role, playing and backing up these tanks, and that might solve a bit of a problem, but they also need to solve a problem of how do they deal with Choi, because Khaled is meant to be the star for Bright Future in a lot of these situations, but Choi well and truly got the better of him on his hero of all things as well.
Might see a change of pace here on Esperanza now that Tracer is available. Maybe we won't even see Choi playing the Genji anymore. Maybe Khaled will just be playing Genji solo, not a mirror anymore. But Choi definitely does feel like he needs to be shut down a little bit, because as it stands, he has been putting in the work throughout the series, really carrying on a multitude of heroes. So really, shut down Choi. Violet has been shut down through the bans. Violet's been put onto a more susceptible character where he can be caught by Khaled. But there is still no solution to Choi, who can play just about anything.
Now, Tracer ban was used, obviously, on New Junk City to, in theory, try and shut down Choi, even though it didn't really work out that way. Now, able to play Tracer again, he can access the backline. And the nature of banning Kiriko for the other team means you've also banned Kiriko for yourself. So as much as we're going to see Violet in a situation where he's going to be under a lot of pressure to survive in these situations, the same is very much going to be true for Bright Future's backline too. They're going to be on it, and they might be on, if they're on Bap Lucio versus Choi's Tracer, there's a lot of opportunity for Choi still to have significant impact in this map.
That's very true, Xavier. Could be worse still for them if Tama decides to keep on playing the Hazard. If Tama can work his way around the enemy Orisa, get onto the backline, a pinch with Choi would be absolutely deadly for them. And Tama, I mean, he's shown us on New Junk City, he's got a Hazard in the back pocket. He knows how to close the gap and kill these squishies. Chaos, also adept at the Hazard, that we saw that in the previous round. So really, I think both of these teams have quite similar hero pools and will probably approach this map in quite a similar way.
When we talk about these teams like Team Vision that have a high speciality, essentially, with their double flex support, what is often the problem with these teams, or the weakness of these teams, is that when they are forced onto the less comfortable compositions, they just can't match up. But really with Team Vision, the way they've built the roster by having Alba available, they've actually made it so that they can have these other compositions available to them and use this Lucio. Here we go, Max Esperanza.
Already on the Esperanza, and look at that, Xavier. They're playing for the high ground control. Orisa for neither side. Hazard for Tama and Chaos. Big change, though. Violet on the Moira. Demi on the Baptiste. Got to be so careful for Demi, as the Baptiste is the victim character. Meanwhile, Violet on the Moira, that is the character that never dies, but also might not have a whole lot of impact here. You can see aggressive push from Bright Future early on in the piece. Chaos takes a turn, backs right off. Early card control conceded to Bright Future as Violet stuck on the ground.
Pivoting to the top now as they try and reclaim a little bit of his space. Vision. A slow fight for now. Tama makes a move in, but it seems like Chaos has got the more impact from his slash. Wall onto Ambu doesn't really catch him either, and Tama's lost a whole lot of HP. All of the HP. That's too much HP to lose. He's going to full tank advantage from Bright Future now. Khaled cleans that one up, and a great start for him.
Oh, so brutal now for Vision as they've gone all in on the Violet Moira Gambit, but it's cost them heavily. A weaker neutral fight. You can see Choi Se-wan stepping forward, looking for a trade, blinking out. He actually has managed to give Chaos the slip here, but Bright Future really so much control now. They have high ground for their Baptiste. They have an earlier window. Everything is coming together for them, and Vision Esports, they're just looking for an angle to retake.
Gonna come through the inside area now. Khaled has the flank available. They come out though, Vision looking for it. Coalescence ready to go, but Demi, window first, drops that one. Khaled from behind, big dash in. Disruptor shot's gonna finish the job. Great setup. A Coalescence to try and turn it, but Violet goes down with it. No luck at all. Tama has found one trade, but they need so much more. Tama can't get it, and this is gonna be checkpoint for Bright Future.
Bright Future taking checkpoint in under 2 minutes. That is a huge advantage on push. And the fact that Bright Future, not only do they have checkpoint, huge bank of ultimates as well, Zab. You can see they're about to have 4 online. Vision Esports, they've made the change. Violet over to the Baptiste. The vision of the Moira wasn't cutting it for him. The Baptiste now, straight away, Chaos is on his case. Comes in early, forces the lamp. He's holding up his block and he will find the kill. He actually escapes as well underneath. Same timing, Anbu pulls the overclock, takes down Alba. It's falling apart for Team Vision's half.
Beautiful from Chaos there. We talked about the limitations of Baptiste into these type of compositions, and you see a great demonstration of it there. Choi is still trying to play this off angle, and Violet responds. It was Famine, now it's Feast. He gets the pick onto Khaled and stops this big ult trade coming in, and Vision, they're going to get control of the payload here. They're going to get to stabilize, potentially for free.
Oh, that's so good for Team Vision. They needed a fight like this to get themselves back on their feet, and they're cleaning up kills later and later into the piece now, staggering out Chaos and Fakator. Vision Esports, they have almost every ultimate to play with. Only Violet's window is a bit further away. You can see Bright Future stuck on low ground as Vision have postured forward, taken lots of positioning with Khaled. He's already threatening a blade. He's peeking around this corner, but Bright Future, they're just playing from behind right now, playing outrageously safe. Hang on.
Counter beat comes out. Both beats will be traded. Downpour's thrown out too. Locked up is for Hazard. Trying to block for heals too. Pressure onto Tama. He blocks and lives all of it though. Overclock to try and finish it from Slowdive. Kills the lamp. Kills Khaled. Great shot. Window back from Demi. But Slowdive, he's not scared. He peeks it with his final rail. Can't find anything but player advantage still for Vision. Chance to walk forward. Tama dives in. Pressure onto that Baptiste. Looking for the kill. But Baptiste has been forced to the low ground. And now Vision, they can dominate. They can take this high ground for themselves. And Bright Future, they're forced to reset.
This is an incredibly bitter pill for Bright Future to swallow. They spent so much on that fight. Nice little defect from Khaled there. Walls in Tama with his own wall. Violet now has a window, has high ground positioning. You can see Choi's flanking on the Tracer. Got to watch out if you're Anbu. He is taking a little bit of pressure right now, but nobody's going to fall because Tama cannot pinch. Tama's fighting his own fight up in main. Khaled has his deflect force. He's being chased by Choi. Choi's on his case, but Khaled gets the better of him. Oh, it's fantastic performance from Khaled.
Outrageous clutch. Khaled had no right to win that 1v1, but he turns it on Choi and manages to live. And they cut out this window from Violet. Khaled might need a little bit more help on the side, but now they can go through this window, clear the high ground. Khaled lurking through the trees. Lamp has been forced. Another kill for him as well. And this is just straightforward cleanup now. Bright Future preserve their lead and a great chance to push for more.
I was going to say a fantastic stagger onto Tama, but no, a fantastic stagger has turned to disaster as Demi is going to be traded 5v1 by Tama. The only upshot here is that Bright Future is going to try and turn on close spawns, but watch Choi. He's looking to blink in to block it. He will not manage to block it. He will use his recall for it as well. Bright Future though, Demi's been backspawned. They cannot hold up. They cannot push any deeper.
Pacator going for the taxi now. Khaled has to be careful with this forward position. Demi's about to be back with Window. It looks like they are all there now, holding this high ground. Aggressive push in. Pacator goes with a beat. Look at Violet. Primary target dies before the lamp. Downpour to try and turn it from Tama. Does lock up and isolate Ambu. 1 kill for Tama. But will it be enough? They're still at a player disadvantage, but Bright Future, they're so low. Choi is coming from the flank now. Can he pick off any of these low players? He's looking for him. Pressure onto the Genji. They clean Chaos off underneath. Blade! Outrageous attempt. It did force the beat in the end, so it's not the worst trade big picture, but didn't look pretty for Khaled there.
Khaled knew something we did not. He has mind-controlled Alba to use the beat. So ultimately, Bright Future, they've got to be happy with that exchange. Now they get to retake so many ultimates to play with and no support ultimates for Vision. Choice1 blinking deep, but he's just used his Rico early on in the piece. He now has to play slow as Bright Future, all 5 members are close spawn, and they are going to jockey for position here. They are going to look for an angle to say goodnight to Vision Esports. Downpour comes out from Chaos. Not sure that he's caught anybody off right now, but Tama's in a lot of trouble as he has to fight inside the enemy team's window.
Trying to back it up now, trying to stabilize. Everyone lives, but Vision Esports, they're so low. Ambu has the overclock if they want to keep going. A 2 for 1. Doesn't even need the overclock. Gets it all done. Now they just need to avoid trades. Pacator is low behind Tama. Always good for one, apparently. Does take down Khaled. Now coming back onto the high ground. Needs to be careful. How's the shift available to keep Chaos alive through all of this? And Demi does pocket them all through it. There's still a Tracer behind potentially. Oh no, not. Choice back in spawn. He's swapped. Under control for Bright Future, a great chance to keep going. Ambu, overclock still in his back pocket.
Oh, slow dive and Tama die a little bit late there. You can see Choice1 over on the Genji now, trying to block the payload, but Andrew's going to pull the clock and take him down. Tama also drops a downpour, but that will be juked out by Ambu. Pacator will be traded. He was so close to the beat as well. But Vision, they're far from in control of this situation. All of Tama's block has been forced. He's in a lot of trouble now, has to throw the wall down to keep himself alive as well. Chaos swings back, and Khaled falls. Bright Future, they can't quite close this one out, and Vision, they're right back into it.
Looking for the cleanup kills here. Just need to avoid any trades as they come forward. Vision Esports, but they should be good for it. Choi and the wall good. Maybe even a really late kill on Chaos. Demi and Chaos have to be careful here. Can't afford to get staggered. Shift and a dash to try and get back from that one. Looks like they have managed to stabilize, but Vision back on the front foot. Still don't have checkpoint though.
No checkpoint for Vision Esports, but no time like the present to consolidate that one. You can see they're threatening it, but Demi and Pacator both so close to their ultimate speed, and Window just around the corner. Violet has the high ground position, has the window, but he's actually going to use the window on Cart. Pacator is going to use the beat drop into that. Demi's going to match, but beat comes out later for Alba. Chaos is the one to fall, and it looks like Vision, they're going to win this ult trade. Better beat coming out from Alba made all the difference.
Later B allows them to flood forward, convert that HP advantage, and now Vision. Checkpoint secured, meters being gained. They're starting to run out of time, Vision, but this is their best opportunity. They're going to have DPS salts and a downpour. Tamara's actually having pretty consistent value out of these downpours so far. This is Vision's chance to get back into the map now, but they need their DPS. They need Tamara to continue to find value.
This is exactly where Bright Future need to make their stand. They're in so much trouble, almost conceding the lead, but Khaled and Slowdive, they pull their ults on either side. Blade for overclock, no kills converted yet. Tama drops the downpour in desperation. Counter downpour from Chaos, it's huge. 1-for-1 trades, Khaled and Alba, they're down. Choice1 pulls the blade, but dies to Chaos. It's a 3 versus 3 as Pacator is traded, but Chaos, he takes down Violet. Tama will fall. Bright Future, by the skin of their pearly whites, they've held on. Vision Esports, they can't close it out. 1 meter difference.
1 meter, all they need. Bright Future clinging on. They have the overclock. That was such a scary fight, but a crucial kill from Chaos onto Choi's blade saves the day for Bright Future. Now allows them to hold forward. Overclock in hand. We're at 42 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time. If Bright Future can win this next fight, get the payload over, they're in a great situation, but they need Ambu to find stuff with this overclock.
Chaos takes so much damage on the way in. He's trying to target Violet, but Violet has given him the slip. Overclock from Andrew is out, but no kills are converted. All he's managed to bleed is Tama's block, and Choice1 takes down Khaled. Slowdive actually finds a late kill onto Andrew as well, and it's all falling apart for Bright Future. Crucial that Demi and Pacator die on the cart here. They will have one final fight. They will not concede lead off this one, and it's going to be a very even old situation for the final turn.
Window versus window. Alba's be ever so slightly faster. Could be the difference maker if we go that far, but Bright Future, they have to rush. They don't have any space to give. All comes down to this. Need to be careful with the payload. We are into overtime. Vision can't afford to go backwards. Window available for both teams. Will start touching the point. Leap into the back. Window out from Violet. Demi's going to have that lamp force. Window's right back. Looking for a kill. Onto the high ground. Violet dies. Chaos has found the opening. Amber with another 2-player advantage. Just need to keep control of the payload. B comes out, but it's matched. Now 2-player advantage, pushing for more. They just need to deal with Choi, deal with him. Look at it, all eyes on Slowdive has found a trade. Choi is shut down as he swings into Ambu. Now desperation for Vision. Slowdive has the overclock, but it's just him. He slides in straight into the downfall, and Bright Future tie us up 2-2.
Spectacular clutch from Bright Future at the end there. Such presence of mind to not be caught out by Vision Esports' aggressive push. You could see fantastic window from Demi not being caught out by the deep push from Tama. And Violet, he fell to the aggressive dive of Bright Future. Such a good move there. Even in the final seconds of the clutch, Anbu did not overstep, did not walk into the Genji's one-shot range, instead takes down Choice A1 when he has that beat 3v5, when he has that slim chance to clutch it out. So really fantastic discipline from Bright Future. You can see that this is a roster of players that have some experience, that are not just going to fall over and crumble in the face of adversity. And that's what you get with the Saudi E-League circuit. You get players that have lots of experience in a wide variety of LAN matches. Even when you're going up against a world champ like Violet, you can still be good to take them all the way to 5. Full set.
Full set and all to play for here. Talk about the importance of finishing top in your group versus second. Better bracket, better chances as you make your way through in this tournament. And Bright Future are really pushing them all the way, and now limited options. We're going all the way to map 5, which means a lot of the key bans have been used. Potentially, if anything, Vision may be considering a hazard ban or something in here after the way this mirror went for them.
Chaos was looking really solid over on the hazard. Genji ban has obviously been burned, Lucio, Kiri, lots of different crucial bans, but I will say you've got to be worried for the side of Bright Future. When Lucio Kiri was available, it really did look like Violet was an absolute dominator. I'm not sure that the ban state by map 5 can really be the decision maker. What's required at this point is going to be a change in style. If Bright Future want to close out this series, if they want to complete the full set, they are going to need to deal with these aggressive flanks from Violet. He's going to be on the Kiriko, he's going to be behind Bright Future constantly, and they need to deal with that either by pushing right past him or catching him on the flank.
Have to remember, because of the way Bright Future have taken us through in this map pool as well, it means a lot of the best maps for these types of compositions have been used. Hybrid is the remaining game mode, which means there's also the option for Vision Esports to send us something similar to the direction of Circuit Royale. Can we force a double flex support? Can Violet just play Solari? Can we force them to play our best matchup on a map, say like Midtown or something that really favors that type of composition?
It's entirely possible, and even if a hero like Ilari, heroes like Baptiste are bound out, there are so many different options for Vision because they have that ultimate level of flexibility in the support role. Really is just going to come down to the map picks and whether Vision Esports, what they telegraph with it. Are they going to keep Alba in to play the Lucio, or are they going to bring one back into the lineup and go for a double flex support matchup?
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with that map 5. Don't go anywhere.
chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our lives. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself loaded for finding a way to right my runs. Catch it, load it, or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on the trunk.
Welcome back. Map 5 is on the horizon, but before we get to that, a few quick score updates from elsewhere. We have Flexible beating Shock. That is in the lower bracket. They won 3-1, which means Flexible stay alive for tomorrow, and Shock are going home early. Again, not the Shock you're thinking of. Elsewhere, we have TFW, who took that lead over Cold Metal in the upper bracket final in Group D. So strong start for them. Understand they're in a pretty close map too as we speak. And then in the other elimination game, Lilarius and Zone X are actually tied up 1-1. So Lilarius may be struggling against a much weaker opponent than we maybe would have expected after their performance earlier. But all that being said and done, the real action is right here, Max, in this Group C match. Team Vision versus Brightside is going all the way.
Back to Vision Esports versus Bright Future, we are going to be heading to Midtown for the Map 5, and a very interesting thing has occurred where Vision Esports, they've taken Alba out, they've put one back in, so they've telegraphed that they want to play the double flex, and then they've actually gone ahead and they've banned the Lucio. And obviously there is value to this. You protect support, you prevent any double flex bans from coming out, but it feels that what they're not recognizing is the fact that Bright Future very happy to match on double flex. Don't let the result of Circuit Royale fool you. Bright Future is a roster that has two players that are well and truly adept on the flex support roles. So an interesting ban coming out from Team Vision on Map 5.
Interesting. Certainly plays towards their strengths. We've seen this time and time again from this roster, trying to lean into these compositions where Violet can be in these carry positions. We've seen what he's done on Kiriko so far. We've seen what he's done on Alari, trying to put opportunities in front of a champ and hope he can take them. On the other side, Bright Future have banned the Orisa, which doesn't seem all that impactful, as we've seen both tank players play a variety of heroes, have some success. Potential they could keep playing the Hazard here, but without the Lucio, it's trickier. You could maybe Juno Brig with it, but it doesn't quite have the same synergy. It might leave a few of your backliners still a little bit stranded as you go from these aggressive plays. So the options available for Bright Future, but they won't be able to run the optimal version of the comp.
Exactly right. They can't play their absolute best, but we have seen from Tama that very clearly not a chump off Orisa as well. They might have lost the Hazard matchup just now on Esperanza, but they won Hazard very easily on New Junk City. And there's probably a Ramatra hidden away somewhere in the back pocket as well for Tama. So I wouldn't be too worried about the tank picks here. I think this is very much going to be a game of, can Violet pick a hard carry flex support character and drag his team over the line with his raw mechanical skill?
I think especially when you think about the map we're going to, Midtown, we talk about wide maps. Midtown are certainly wide, and the wider the map, obviously it enables double flex support, but it also enables heroes like Tracer. Compare that to Khaled, who very much wants to play the Genji. It's going to be much harder for him to play in these flank angles on the Genji compared to the Tracer. So a lot of the map architecture and size really does favour the biggest strengths of Team Vision, and you can see why they would want to go to this map. We're just fixing a few tech issues for Vision while they get ready for this map 5, so a little bit more of a delay. In the meantime, though, I can inform you of maybe a shock to some. TFW versus Cold Metal, it's finished. 3-0 to TFW. And I guess that means EMEA over Pacific.
Apparently EMEA is going to trump Pacific for the moment. I think some of the more knowledgeable people with regards to TFW's roster will know that this is a team with multiple EMEA champ players on it. So perhaps no surprise to see that TFW was able to take the win versus Cold Metal, but in a 3-0 fashion. I think this has to have surprised everybody because Cold Metal, this is a team that has multiple Pacific OWCS players on it. Top players, in fact. So really, TFW, they've come out with a stellar opening performance. Let's not get too hemmed up in TFW versus Cold Metal, though, as TFW advance through to the top 8, as we've got to watch a map 5 for Vision right now versus Bright Future. Or actually, we have to watch them troubleshoot their technical issues for a little while longer.
Always interesting when moments like this happen just before big map 5 because it means an extra delay. As you can see, Bright Future taking a moment to reset. Everyone just on their phones. Kids these days, max. Get off your phone, lock in, it's map 5.
I quite literally refuse to get off my phone at any given moment, so I completely understand the plight of the Bright Future players right now. You can see Animo for Team Vision, coach and spiritual leader, playing from behind, helping everybody work their way through these technical issues. This is obviously an extremely storied and extremely experienced player from the Overwatch League era of the game, now stepping into the coach role for Team Vision, ready to close out this map 5, one would hope.
Is what they're hoping for, but this is a big, important fixture. Gives you that better seed going in, and also, most importantly maybe, if you win your group today, it means you don't have to play on Friday. You can have a full day of scrims and preparing for Saturday in the crucial single elimination part, whereas if you lose today, you have to fight for your life tomorrow. And for a team like Team Vision, they would not have been expecting to be in this situation at all. So pressure really is on them. They are the favourites. They have a team that would expect to win this fixture, and they have a team that find themselves in a very unexpected map 5.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could have predicted this outcome. This is well and truly unexpected because everybody was thinking that Vision was going to be one of these real top dog teams. We saw them come through promo relegation just last week. We saw them dominate in promo relegation for EMEA and North America. But what we didn't consider was that the Saudi scene was harboring some absolute demons, map 5 monsters for the last chance qualifier land right now. And Team Vision, I mean, being already tested so early on in the bracket, it's not a good omen for their results deeper in the bracket.
No, if you're Team Vision coming into this, you want to be thinking about how close can we get to Falcons? How close can we get to Zeta Division? Not, oh, hope we can scrap it out against one of these teams that was sort of put together mainly just for this tournament. But Bright Future, they have more than earned their this map 5. The maps we've seen them win, that Esperanza, obviously still very fresh in our minds. Hard to argue that they didn't deserve that one. Clutch moments, and not just from one of their players, but from across the roster. Really impressed by all of them. We can get a little refresher on some of our groups while we wait for these tech issues to be resolved as well, because there's been lots of action today, some of it on screen, some of it off screen. This is Group A, which of course, easy work for Zeta Division.
Exactly right. Zeta Division good for a 3-0 versus Invaders. This was the sort of result that we were expecting to see versus Team Vision right here. You can see Team Falcons for Group B as well. They had a bye in the first round, and then they took Force by force, an easy 3-0 for them as well. So really no surprises here in Groups A and B.
No, not at all. The two favourite teams for this tournament, the ones most likely to qualify out, the ones that a lot of these teams, you know, who maybe, you know, live a little bit in the real world, know they might not be able to slay Falcons or beat Zeta Division, but as an upcoming player, what a great opportunity to play against the Falcons, play against the Zeta Division in a LAN environment. Not a chance that a lot of people get. A huge opportunity here for a lot of the upcoming teams, and a chance to see how the best in the world do it on a big stage.
Exactly right. It is a real opportunity and a real privilege to get to play against some of these top teams in the world. Team Falcons, this is a team that has won tournaments throughout the year, throughout all of 2024. They were the world champions at the end of 2024. It's quite a surprise to see them at the last chance qualifier, to be frank, but sometimes that is just the way the cookie crumbles. Looking over to Group C now, and that's what we're actively watching. We've got Vision Esports versus Bright Future 2-2. We're going into map 5, Violet versus Vacator for all of the marbles. And you know what, Xavier, on map 5, I'd say that it's time to play.
It's certainly time to play, and Bright Future have shown that they are more than ready to play, trying to win that race for the battle in Group C. The loser of this game has to face Flexible tomorrow, who were able to overcome Shock in that lower bracket fixture and keep themselves alive in this tournament. But given the strength of Bright Future and Vision, whoever loses this game is going to be a pretty tough opponent for Flexible.
Don't be fooled by the graphic on the screen right now. You see Cold Metal versus TFW. That match is actually already done and dusted. TFW took a nice and easy 3-0 versus Cold Metal. That means that TFW has advanced all the way through to the top 8 bracket. They are already in Phase 2 of the EWC Last Chance Qualifier. The only match that remains to be decided today is going to be Vision versus Bright Future, and we're surely just about to get eyes on that.
Excited for it as well. We were hoping that Group C and Group D would provide a bit more life, and ask and you shall receive. As now, Map 5, everything on the line, Bright Future with a chance to pick up an unfathomable result, I think, at the start of the tournament. Team Vision off so many highs, and now all of a sudden, this roster constructed to win FACEIT Masters, earn themselves the spot back in OWCS, which it has done. Big imports, Choi, Violet. It doesn't get much bigger than Violet as an import, but now they might not even finish top of their group.
You know what? Picking up a 2-time Overwatch League champion, that will get you through EMEA Masters. It will get you through promo relegation in the top seed. But it's another question entirely as to how far it will get you in the EWC Last Chance Qualifier. Right now, apparently it won't even necessarily top your group. We're going into Map 5. And you'd have to imagine from the Team Vision side, completely separate from the technical issues that they're having just before, they've just got to be feeling so much pressure. They must be thinking, we were supposed to dominate this group. We were supposed to come here and at least walk a free pathway through to Zeta Division or Falcons. But instead, they've caught a very heavy resistance much earlier than expected. And that has to play heavily on their mentals.
You can't help but feel the pressure in these situations. It's not where they expect it to be, but the other side of this is they are experienced professionals. Violet and Choi especially, they have been in difficult map situations before. They have played map 5s before on much bigger stages than this one. In theory, that experience can also help them in this situation as they try and remain composed. It's been a fairly lengthy break, which I think only ramps up the pressure. As Bright Future confirm they have seen the vision, it will be 3-2 in their favour in the future.
A 3-2 would go down a treat at this point. You can see now we're actually loading into the game. We've got an over-the-shoulder POV, a little bit of an insight as we do appear to be hovering a Kiriko on the defense for Bright Future. But we may have to wait until we actually get into the game to confirm that. We've got eyes on the key as well. One team is going to be able to walk away with that key and bring it through to the Esports World Cup proper in the coming weeks. And we've got ourselves a nice pause to open up the map as well.
More tension, more anticipation, all building towards this moment, as it seems like maybe those tech issues we hoped were resolved weren't quite as resolved as they were. I think just double checking that the mouse is all fine. Obviously, if you've played Overwatch before, a mouse, near essential.
You know, a mouse has got to be one of the top 3 peripherals that you can use when playing Overwatch. I must admit, it's quite difficult to play without a mouse. I know that, I believe Tensor plays only partially with a mouse. I think he uses a controller and a mouse in tandem in order to play the game. But Tensor might have actually retired and jumped over to another title at this point. So he might be the only man with a mixed control scheme in the scene, and he has disappeared into the void. And now, as we are faced with another pause, and we are kept in suspense as to whether or not we really will be seeing that Kiriko on the defense. Oh no, here we are, loading into the game, and we can see Violet already hovering the Alari. A scary thing for Bright Future.
Interesting from Bright Future as well. Now, they're on the defense, so their comp is all locked in. We saw on Circuit Royale, they used the Ana, trying to get this cycle going between Nano Genji, win a fight, blade in the next fight, and keep this sort of cycle of ults going. Looks like they will be leaning into the same here. Chaos going to be playing the Diva, and Akiri that double flex support backline. So expect Demi to play a lot with Khaled. Chaos can play aggressively with this, but really need a lot of these ults online for Bright Future's comp to really hit its full power.
I think Vision Esports' comp, there's a little bit of greed to it, frankly. These are two very squishy backliners, and Chaos, more than capable of playing the D.Va, might actually be able to close the gap onto one or Violet and close things out early on. Khaled as well on the Genji, signature hero, and FACEIT just going to stick the Ana. You can play safe, back of main on the Ana. Let's see if they can get it done.
Vision Esports trying to take a little bit of space through the alleyway here. Nate goes out but finds no meaningful connect. But Khaled wasting no time. All over one, taken down promptly. They've got a bit of space on the alleyway with a player disadvantage. They're just going to get stuffed back in here by the D.Va.
Already the D.Va putting in so much work, making it incredibly difficult. A massive nade from FACEIT. Everybody's purple, but seemingly nobody is dead. Bright Future, they've had a one-player advantage for oh so long. They even get that massive nade, but they can't close out any of the kills. FACEIT is now the one taking a hell of a lot of damage. Violet taking pressure, but still FACEIT is going to be the one to fall. Disastrous scenes here for Bright Future as Vision Esports are walking all over them.
Incredible play from Tama, surviving in that room for so long, managing these cooldowns perfectly, and then as soon as he has that opportunity to swing out aggressively, he finds the connect onto the Ana. Talk about the importance of the Ana in these compositions, and it can't be understated. We need the nanos, we need the nades to connect, we need these openings, especially in the neutral, we need those nades. But FACEIT, if you're getting slowed and punched by a ram, really hard to find a nade timing.
So tough there. I really think if Bright Future wanted to close that out, they needed to be brave. They needed to push around the corner and close out those kills when they'd already taken down one. Because now, second point and on, this is where Violet can really shine. This is where he can play long angles where Alari can carry. Already though, Vision Esports, they're just pushing the card up through main. Khaled taking so much damage up on the high ground, stuck in a corner, and is waiting for the nano boost from FACEIT. That's now online that they need to pull them in.
Dropped in now, going quite deep, and there's Captive Sun to try and turn deep. Khaled sends it back at Violet. Huge from the main man. He still gets traded for Captive Sun. Will give a late one, but player advantage for Bright Future. Flying onto the back line, but Chaos, he has to be careful. No self-destruct quite yet. Bright Future, they have to slow it down despite the player advantage.
They slow it down, but they're not going to give any more meters. Surely Chaos taking so much damage. They are giving more meters. Tama continues to push the card underneath. We need to put the brakes on this train. Anbu pulls the overclock up in main, swings to the side. He's looking for Violet. Chaos is going to catch one in the Chaos, and Violet will fall at the same timing to Khaled. So it's looking really good here for Bright Future, but it's worthy of note. Vision Esports didn't ult at all in that turn.
Cost a lot. After that overclock didn't find the value they were hoping for, forced to invest for Kitsune Rush to make sure that card didn't move. Now Vision Esports, they have an overclock to take space and an annihilation and a Ray to keep pushing. They've also got this Tracer behind him, a form of Choi. Available, but Demi does have Suzu for it. Eyes on the Sojourn as Choi takes a little bit of attention, trying to just help create a bit of space to use these ults on point here. But a Blade first from Khaled going in. Can he find anything with it? Looking for it. Choi still lurking in the back with this Pulse Bomb, but the Blade has found nothing.
Seems we're eyeing off a disengagement blade from Khaled and an overclock from Slowdive in main. Bomb forced from Chaos, but it's just to remech. So many passive defensive ultimates coming out from Bright Future here. But Vision Esports, they haven't pushed a car all that far in this time. FACEIT has another nano boost available now. You can see Vision pushing the card underneath, but they're wasting no time as Bright Future, they nano Chaos. Orbital Ray comes out from one. The anti on Tama looks good. They will close out that kill, but Ambu will be traded 4 versus 4, but so hard to keep going without your tank, Xavier.
No, they have to slow it down now. Pressure in the back two, and the torpedo swing from one finds a convert FACEIT. He's stuck in here, nowhere to go, has to group up. Baby's going to die on point. This Ana is stuck behind, goes for a nade trade, desperately looking for it, but Slowdive connects the headshot. And the payload now, it's been moving. The recontest is not going to be possible, Max.
Quite the clutch from Vision Esports there. Without their tank, they needed to play fast or they would lose to Chaos holding it down. And play fast they did. They close out all of the essential kills. And now, Vision Esports, they're staring down the barrel of an enormous time bank. Bright Future, they need to turn this one around. They have great heroes for these long angles, for this far positioning. Their Ana can play very far away. But already Khaled's under so much pressure. He goes down. Everybody, Choice Hay1, Slowdive, Tama, all contributing to that kill. And the car just keeps on rolling.
Tama going to turn on this Ramatra and not isolate him, looking for this kill onto Chaos as they also going for back, but Slowdive's actually died during all of this, and not worth it at all. Player advantage not converted. Choi will take care of the backline, which means the payload will keep rolling forward for now, but the trades will slow him down, and Chaos, importantly, stayed on point this entire time.
Chaos has done a wonderful job blocking the cart. Some sign of life here for Bright Future. Chaos also back over to the Diva now. No, over to the Hazard, playing musical chairs and heroes in spawn. Demi has had this Kitsune rush for quite some time now. Sleep onto Tama and a nade. Everything being thrown at Tama, but Slowdive is going to come out with the overclock. Violet as well pulls out the rally, pushes forward. Kitsune rush finally dropped by Demi. Overclock from Andu on the side, but Chaos has fallen. Somebody needs to touch cart for the side of Bright Future. They need kills. They get a kill. Violet, Old Faithful, goes down on the cart, but Slowdive with a kill onto Andu to make that a 3-player lead for Vision Esports as they push it over the line with a massive time bank. Bright Future, what to do?
Disaster hold here. Midtown, invariably, it's a tricky first point, it's a tricky second point, and a tricky third point for the attackers. So a full cap, no mean feat at all from Vision. Their map choice looking strong on it here. And we didn't really see the nade impact we were hoping for. We didn't see the nano impact that we really saw back on Circuit Royale. And this is a great start for Vision as they look to salvage this series.
Vision, it does feel like they've found a solution that works for them. They are managing to pull it back right from the brink. It really did feel as if there were signs of life for Bright Future there is the thing. It didn't feel like they were being walked over on that map. Big ult trades where it was very, very close. But time and time again, losing cart control, losing crucial exchanges, 4v4s. That's where Vision were able to edge it ahead. That's where players like Violet and Choice-A1 thrive, in the clutch.
It's that second point I think it comes back to for Bright Future. It's not necessarily a problem that they lose that Nano versus Ray fight. It's 1-for-1, but it kind of evenly matched ultimates. But the fact that the payload moves so far and then they die late, it just means that instead of getting the correct number of fights you should for where you take your holds on Midtown second defense, Bright Future, they don't really get that second fight, that recontest they were hoping for. And because of that mismanagement, Vision end up with a much healthier time bank than they otherwise would have there. This is one of the downsides of a Genji compared to Tracer, and that cart control. Costing them a little bit here, but still all to play for. Bright Future still in this.
Lots to play for. Bright Future, they're not giving up yet. Chaos now making the move over to the Hazard for the offense. You can see lots of trading taking place right here in main. But Chaos, he's gone so deep. He's gone around the corner. You even see a Suzu land on his corpse after the fact. And it looks like Bright Future, a little bit of a fumble there. Nobody actually pushed in with Chaos. And he just wound up surrounded, taking damage from all sides. He's going to swap over to Diva now as well.
Diva a very great matchup into Nistuno Ilari, especially with the speed rings available from Fakator. Chance to send this Diva and this Genji onto these key targets. But Khaled, he's not wasting any time. He's fighting already, but he might be a little bit isolated. Now they've lost Tama in main, but this has created a lot of space for Ambu. So low, can he find the finishing blow? No rail, but there's a Diva behind. Slide into pressure him back, and somehow, some way, Vision, they're dealing with everything. No one's getting traded.
They're doing it so cleanly now. You put them on map 5, you put them in the clutch, and look at this, they even get a brutal stagger onto Chaos. He's trying to charge back up, but no, he can't get out. He can't build his remech, and Tama just gets to keep on holding forward, keep on juicing damage. Demi taking a bit of damage as well. Violet already has that captive sun available though, so Bright Future, a huge ask going forward. Khaled also being forced over to the Tracer is so tough for him. It feels like all of his highest points came when he was on the Genji, and now he's matching Choice-A1 on Tracer, arguably his best hero.
First time we've seen Khaled off Genji in a while. Going to be a tool ask. Violet has the captive sun as the first ult available, ready to go with that if he wants. But for now, just happy to mark on his flank. Big Tracer battle going on, and Khaled's actually going to get the better of Choi. Significant support from Demi on the Kiriko, but an opening. They lose Chaos in main, though. It's not a positive trade, and now Tama can walk on this Sojourn, but struggling to connect the punches. Chance for Ambu to actually bully him back. Form's about to expire, and he has to be careful. Tama going to block himself all the way out, but a chance to swing now for Ambu.
Look at this. Slowdive taking a little bit of pressure on the point. Rail actually comes through, but Khaled, he's already used the recall. Can't connect and find the kill. Khaled now being chased out. Choice-A1 finds that kill. Mirrored, overclocks in main arm, but good for a pylon, but Slowdive good for a player. Disastrous scene yet again for Bright Future as they lose and they spend ultimates to do it. Chaos even going to be staggered at the back end of this. Violet healing his opposition and killing him with the shift. It's pure disrespect from the world champ, who manages to take down Khaled and heal the corpse.
Outrageous from Violet here, really rubbing salt in the wound as this first hold looking very strong for Vision, who have only used that overclock. It was a real 50-50 moment between Ambu and Slowdive. Whoever won that duel was going to get a great chance to open it up for their team, but Slowdive won the crucial duel and allows Vision not just win the fight, but keep a lot of these ultimates. Captive Sun and Ray in response to this Kitsune rush. Violet over the top, looking for the Sojin, doesn't find the connect, might just take the duel anyway. Violet's not scared, he's going to try and fly back actually, maybe a little scared, but Tammer's done all the work in main, so it won't matter. Violet taking a lot of attention, and Bright Future running out of time.
40 seconds on the clock remain for Bright Future, and you can see Vision Esports, they're pressing every advantage. They're trying to force out Carlet up on the high ground right now, but they are happy to just maintain position around the train. This is the swing timing for Keita. He pops that orbital ray. Everybody pushes in deep. One appears to have kited it out, and it's for Keita that goes down inside his own ray. Tama, he pops the annihilation, and he goes absolutely gangbusters. Chaos pops the bomb in the back, but there's already 3 kills.
Remake?
One has been remeked on. Grow up. It's still looking like an absolutely impossible task here for Bright Future, though, as it's a 2 versus 4.
Demi dies, Chaos on 1 HP on this mech. The touch is going to be so strange. No real ultimates to back him up either. Chaos is going to sacrifice the mech to get that touch. Now Vision closing out on this baby. Khaled finds a trade, but they need the touch as well. As Khaled in position, pulse bomb out. Will be forced back, and the dive onto point isn't in time for Ambu. Vision with the full hold. They are going through to phase 2. They win their group in the end, but boy, were they made to work for it.
You know what? I would say Vision, at the very end of the series, they'll be happy with the result on account of the fact that they won it. But upon any reflection whatsoever, they cannot be happy with the way that this match went overall. They can't be happy dropping 2 maps so early on in the bracket. As I've said before, this is a roster that we really expected to go toe-to-toe with some of the big dogs here at the tournament at the Last Chance Qualifier. We were expecting to see them go tooth and nail with teams like Z Division. But already, early on in the bracket, straight to map 5, looking exploitable because they have 3 supports, because they have specialist supports. You sub in your Lucio player, Lucio is banned on you, that is something that can be exploited, and demonstrably that was exploited here in this series. Cost them map 1 in fact. Maybe going further on into the bracket, they're going to need to start protecting for Lucio a little bit more, who knows?
You saw it in the celebrations as well, mainly because, well, there weren't really any celebrations. They won a map 5, a crucial fixture for them, but you can see muted at best. They were more signs of relief than celebration or victory coming through from Vision, because they would have expected much more of themselves. And an awkward high five maybe sums up the day a little bit for Vision.
Exactly right. Nothing but a sad, limp high five to close out the day. But at the end of the day, we got to see some pretty high quality Overwatch here, Xavier. So I know I'm not complaining, even if Team Vision might be leaving this win with a bit of a sour taste in their mouths. Not entirely sure what comes up next for Team Vision. Are they going to have an easy run, or do they get the day off tomorrow because they've won this and topped their group?
So yeah, they very kindly get the day off tomorrow because they win their group. Meanwhile, Bright Future are going to have to fight for their lives in that lower bracket up against Flexible. But honestly, given what we've seen from Bright Future so far, really seems like they are probably the strongest of the Saudi Arabian teams that we've seen play here today.
Well, it looks as if now we're going to have a little bit of a look at the groups one last time. As you can see here, Zeta Division 3-0 versus Invaders. That means that they have scored themselves a little bit of PTO. They're going to be advancing to Phase 2. Same here for Team Falcons, a 3-0 versus Force. No surprises in Groups A and B. We all knew this was coming. We all get to see it. Falcons get a day of PTO as well to rest and recover before they head into the playoffs bracket on Sunday.
Works out really nicely for them, that day of rest to prepare for that all-important Saturday. The Phase 2, the finals, the winner of all the games gets the key to the main event, and can't really understate how desperate both Falcons and Zeta Division are for that key. The quality of their rosters, the expense of their rosters, these teams cannot afford to miss a major. So lots of pressure for these teams. A day of rest, a day to chill will be more than welcome.
Yeah, they will be so keen to take the day off to recover a little bit. But looking over to Group C now, I mean, these are the matches that we just witnessed. We've got Vision Esports, a 3-2 win over Bright Future, a day of well-deserved PTO secured, but a little bit of fear for the Saturday, for the big games coming in their future, because if they scrap so hard against Bright Future so early on in the bracket, how can they expect to fare versus these top dogs coming over from Korea to fight for the slot?
It's a tough situation. Vision have a lot to work on, a lot to try and improve. As much as they still won their maps that they love to pick, they won the Midtown, they won the Circuit Royale, and ultimately maybe some of the theory behind their roster, win your specialist maps, and then scrape one through in the Kirilicio. This is designed to beat the top teams, not the teams.
Yep, over here in Group D, we do have TFW securing a 3-0 versus Cold Metal. This might come as a bit of a surprise to some. I know we talked big game about Cold Metal in the pre-show, but we didn't really wind up getting to see that come to fruition, as TFW have cleaned them up 3-0 with some of the outlier talents from EMEA closing that one out. So again, TFW, a little bit of PTO for them, or unpaid time off, depends on I'm not sure that TFW actually have a salary to be here, but they get a little bit of time off nonetheless as they advance to Phase 2, and we're going to be watching Cold Metal tomorrow, scrapping it out for a slot.
Lalarius and Zone X still scrapping it out in that lower bracket to keep themselves alive in this tournament as well, and that chance to face up against Cold Metal as well. So a lot to play for today. We've lost a few teams, while a few teams have qualified for Phase 2. Tomorrow is going to be the decider matches for every single group. So we'll get the final 4 teams in our Phase 2 bracket, as well as saying goodbye to 4 teams as well.
The stakes will be very, very high tomorrow. These are elimination games on the cards. And if you don't win there, you're going home. You get yourself a nice little prize for coming and participating. But at the end of the day, everybody is here for only one thing. Everybody wants to qualify through to the end of the bracket. And Phase 2, I mean, that's the bar right there. You need to make it into this top 8 bracket if you have any chance of progressing whatsoever. So tomorrow, that's where things start to get really serious. That's where we start to get to watch some elimination games where people will be sent packing.
High pressure, all of these games as well. As much as the big prize is that qualification to the Esports World Cup, the prize money, it scales down. The higher that you finish, the more money you win. So every victory from this point on is going to be a real difference maker to how much money these teams are able to take home. And while a lot of these teams, you know, maybe they weren't coming in expecting to beat Falcons or expecting to beat Data Division, but every win, doubling your money, moving up, works out really nicely.
It's a good feeling to progress through the bracket and feel your money double every time you win a match, let me tell you. Not something that I'm terribly familiar with as somebody that tends to show up for the lower seeds of the brackets. My attendance last year at the Esports World Cup, that was a one and done situation. No doubling occurred whatsoever. But you know what? Our trip to China at the start of the year with Space Station Gaming got to double up our money versus Team CC. So I did get to feel that rush at least once in my life. Either way, the remainder of the bracket tomorrow, we're going to have some good elimination games, some higher stakes, and, you know, perhaps some of the teams that came here looking for experience, looking to gel together as a roster, they will finally get their chance to play under pressure.
And that is going to wrap us for the day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll be back same start time tomorrow for all those decider games, so be sure to tune in as Avast and Avril kick off all the action tomorrow. Lots to come. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.